Welcome to Ranimal Media. How's everybody doing? We're going to watch some live breaking war footage. See if we can get some updates on what's going on, everybody. Welcome in, welcome in. When you guys get all too excited about anything, I do have to come over here, grab the ULR. When you guys get all too, and then I've got to share it to random social medias. Welcome in to Ranimal Media. Welcome in to Ranimal Media. All right, I posted it into the comments box. I'm going to go over here real quick, throw it in the post box. It's back over here. Show it live. Randall's going to sneak off to drop it into X and into Facebook. Then we'll be going. It's also posted on Facebook. I don't have an easy system at the moment to post it everywhere all at once. So that's where we're at. Welcome in to Ranimal Media. Hope you guys are all having a good day wherever you're out there watching from. At the moment, we have 2 cameras of Beirut, Lebanon, and 1 of Tel Aviv. We're not going to stick to them. We're going to skip around and go watch some different news stories and stuff that pertains to this war. As soon as I get myself situated here. Welcome in to Ranimal Media. Go ahead to bring myself into the chat. And welcome in, everybody. Bring up my monitor. I have to think of what I'm even doing. Clear my... what I'm doing. Okay. There we go. All right. Ranimal Studios all set up now. Welcome in, everybody. Let's see how long that took. Wow, 4 minutes to organize. That is insane. We'll have to definitely work on that. stuff. Okay. So we need to go get some updates on what's going on over in the war. Doesn't seem like anything's taking place and happening. That's a good sign. Headphone situated. Something's not right. Ranimal's got to get himself a wireless headset. That's what we need. Wires. Too many wires, everybody. Oh, I have to go plug another wire. Totally forgot. Good stuff. There we go. Now we're all plugged in, ready to go. Viewer discretion is advised on Ranimal Media. Welcome in, everybody. No telling what we might see on Ranimal's live stream today. Got out of here for a moment. You come over here and see if we can gather some new news developments. Fix my all right, what do we got?
Some strikes from Iran. Just talk to us about what you're
learning from this report.
That's loud.
Yeah, BNA sources telling our team that the U.S. believes Russia is providing intelligence to Iran about the movements and locations of American ships, troops, and aircraft. This is significant, obviously, because the first
everyone.
Russia, nuclear superpower, has sought to get involved in the ongoing conflict in Iran. And this is something that we're told the information and the intelligence that's been shared, we're told, comes primarily from Russia's sophisticated constellation of overhead satellites. That's intelligence that could be used to target American assets in the region.
Yeah, very loud. She starts streaming. You got to have everything set up from
Iranian drone strike killed
idea half what you've been.
service members at a makeshift operations command center in Kuwait. Now we can't.
The goal is to get you guys some more breaking news information. Welcome in.
The intelligence that they've received from the Russians, but again, a concerning development here as two long-standing partners in Iran and Russia do seem to be collaborating in the current war there. And we're also learning to
feel free to share Ranimal's videos. Be sure to share out this live. Help support Ranimal. Helps spread the awareness of what's going on in this war, everybody. I'm not joking around. Get to the sharing. Ranimal needs his audience. Welcome in to Ranimal Media.
Logistical support. Obviously, Beijing much more cautious in considering getting involved in this conflict, seeking to largely avoid a direct confrontation with the United States. And for now, Beijing does seem to be staying out of the ongoing conflict, but it remains to be seen.
They know what's good for them, they'll keep their nose clean.
Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth just saying yesterday,
America doesn't want war. You guys provoke us into a war. You're gonna
we'll have
regret
to
it.
see how that plays out going forward as the conflict continues to escalate and move forward in the coming days, weeks, and potentially months.
Yeah, it does appear now that Russia is indeed a factor in this war if it's directly
Of course they
providing Iran
are.
with intelligence
They
on
want to
US
butt themselves
assets
into
in the
everything
region.
because
It is
that's what they
important
do.
to note this comes after President Zelensky in Ukraine has actually offered to help and other Western allies in Europe in terms of bringing down some of these Shahed drones that they've come so familiar with, tragically, over the
Welcome
course
into
of
Ranimal Media,
now
everybody.
4+ years
Welcome in.
of war. Zachary Cohen, thank you so much. Well, some attacks are playing out on live television. One loud explosion in Tehran sent this reporter running for cover.
Viewer discretion is advised.
The correspondent for Iranian state television was on air when fresh blasts hit. Meanwhile, the Iranian government mobilized thousands of demonstrators who filled Tehran's streets on Friday. They voiced anger over the U.S. and Israeli attacks and mourned the late Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. CNN correspondent Fred Pleitgen and his photojournalist and producer Claudia Otto are in Iran's capital. CNN is the first U.S. network in Iran since the start of the war, and it is important to note that CNN is operating in Iran only with the permission from the government. Here is Fred's latest report.
Iran's leadership has gathered thousands of people here to Tehran after Friday prayers to voice their anger about the U.S. and Israel's bombing campaign across the country, but of course also to mourn.
Trump said it's not gonna let up.
Ayatollah Ali
Next
Khamenei.
4 weeks or more.
Thousands of people
You guys
have
better be ready.
turned out here. At the same time, we have to keep in mind this is just a small snapshot of Iran's society. The people who come to Friday
Stop
prayers
hating
in
America and
Tehran
everyone else and
really are political,
get on the program.
religious hardliners.
We're all on this planet, everybody.
Does show
Y'all need to knock it off. Get along.
mobilize masses.
Namanpour is coming up in about 45
Don't get
minutes.
along, you're gonna be fired.
And a short time ago, as we noted, CNN's Dana Bash spoke with President Trump over the phone. He told her Iran's leadership has been, quote, neutered. Trump again stressed how he believes the U.S. should be involved in the process of choosing Iran's next leader. Here is what Bash is telling us about that phone call.
Welcome in to Ranimal Media.
10 being the best. He thinks that the war is, I would say, at 12, maybe 15. He said that the U.S. Is doing very well militarily, quote, better than anybody could have dreamed. He said that he rebuilt the military in his first term. He's using it in his second.
Well, oil being shipped through the Strait of Hormuz has basically come to a complete standstill. This narrow channel off Iran's southern coast is normally packed with 60 or more ships, which carry about 20% of the world's oil. The U.S. Energy Secretary says the Navy will begin escorting ships through the Strait of Hormuz. Chris Wright told Fox News that naval escorts will soon start. Listen to what he said.
How quickly will that be done?
Well, as quickly as we can. You know, right now, all the U.S. military assets, and God bless the men and women in the United States military, all of their focus right now is to suppress Iran's ability to wreak havoc on their neighbors and on Americans in the area. So first, we got to get their ability to cause trouble way down. And then as soon as it's reasonable to do it, we'll escort ships through the straits and get the energy moving again.
All right, welcome back to One World. I'm Bianna Golodriga. There are fears that the Middle East is plunging into a humanitarian crisis as the conflict with Iran intensifies. A spokesperson from the UN
Well, it's not going to be good.
Tells us that they are declaring it a major humanitarian emergency.
A troubling displacement picture is now emerging, and it's really what we are getting our initial estimates for now. The worry is as the conflict intensifies and escalates, we could see more people, more human misery, and more people who would be forced to leave their homes.
This comes as Israel ordered tens of thousands of people in Beirut to evacuate as the IDF ramps up its attacks on Hezbollah after
Say to evacuate.
this war. Israel's announcement led to chaos and panic in the Lebanese capital. CNN's Matthew Chance reports.
Well, there's heightened alarm here in Beirut because Israel has again ratcheted up the tensions by ordering an entire neighborhood of the Lebanese capital to evacuate, to make way for intensified strikes against Hezbollah, the country's Iranian-backed militia. The sprawling suburb of Dahir in South Beirut, right here behind me, is a Hezbollah stronghold that has already been targeted by multiple Israeli airstrikes. We went there with the permission of Hezbollah to try and take a look at the damage. As soon as we arrived, that new Israeli warning came through, plunging the mainly Shia neighborhood into chaos and panic. Take a look. Okay, we've got to go because they said there's been a warning from the Israelis that there could be a strike coming in. So we're going to get out of here, Alex.
Video not playing? What's going on?
I don't know, but we need to get out. Okay, can you hear me all right? Yes. No, but we've just
Putting the
been
mouse
trying
on
to
the screen.
film
Can you guys see it?
at this location here in Dahir, and we've been told to move away quickly now. Yeah. People were showing us their phones saying, look, there's a warning coming in. Go around this guy. We've come into what is the most
weird. It seems like YouTube's lagging or
which is a very
something
important
weird.
Stronghold of Hezbollah, the Iranian-backed militia group. It's the place where Israel has been.
That's weird, everybody.
You can hear the gunshots outside there. That Israel has been focusing its activity, its intensive campaign of airstrikes against the Hezbollah group. That's often, we're told, a warning to local residents who don't have cell phones or don't have that communication to tell them there may be an Israeli strike incoming. So we're going to get out of here.
Whatever I did it again. So let's see if it freezes the screen. Sorry guys, we're testing out Ranimal Studios at the moment.
In the hours after the Iranian Supreme Leader
Sure if it was
killed last weekend in those
see, I think it just froze.
in Iran, Hezbollah, which hadn't struck at Israel since 2024,
and now it's playing again, right?
And drones across the border into Israel.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Out of their home.
Yep, good 13, 14.
Dragging Lebanon into a conflict that many
13, 14 second lag, everybody.
Ready for, and they do not want. All right, well, Dahir and the surrounding areas
Interesting.
has hundreds of thousands of residents, and we were in a long traffic jam, I can tell you, trying to get out of there. Israel has also ordered the evacuation of vast areas of southern Lebanon, nearer to the Israeli border, to make way for military action there as well. And of course, causing a mass displacement of people now trying desperately to escape the intensifying line of fire. Matthew Chance, CNN, Beirut.
CNN's Jeremy Diamond is on the other side of the border in the Israeli town of Metula, where things got a bit tense just a short time ago. Have a look.
Oh, wow, that was a drone that seems to have just made impact here. There were no sirens warning, but we just heard an explosion right here in Metula. We're right along the Israel-Lebanon border, and we just heard something come in fast over our heads.
I'll have to figure out why that's doing that.
So we're gonna put our vests on now because we just saw not one. But
sorry about that, everybody. By the time I get it figured out, it won't happen
still not
anymore.
clear exactly what that was, but we're now starting to hear the outgoing Israeli fire responding to it.
I'm having a problem trying to figure out how I can go look online for other updates for you guys without ruining the feed. Every time I go elsewhere to go look without you guys, it freezes the screen.
So went over our heads. We then saw it make impact there.
I don't get it.
Smoke, that's still
how do all the other streamers do it?
And now, okay.
Not sure.
And that was hitting the same spot. Yeah, getting very active here now. Here too.
So that just means that we're going to bumble around the hard way then.
Struck by the Israeli military.
Not going to be the best, but we're going to make do with what we have.
Israeli-Lebanese border. And that's
Ranimal's trying to make his streams better for you guys.
In the most southern part of Lebanon,
You got to take 2 steps back to get 1 step ahead. That's how it works.
So the fact that Israel is now having to hit positions so close to its border suggests that Hezbollah is trying to re-infiltrate those areas. And obviously,
it's one of those things where you get a trade-off. You either go this way or you go that way, or you get this or you get that.
Thanks to Jeremy Diamond. Well, new video of a large strike in the Iranian capital. CNN has geolocated this video.
Like they say, you don't always get everything you want.
Friday has been a day of intense
How it goes.
by Israel. It has been a week since the U.S. and Israel. And it's unclear if there were any casualties caused by this latest strike.
Day 7 of an expanding war without a clear end in sight. U.S. President Donald Trump says when it comes to the U.S. military campaign, there are no time limits on anything, as economic indicators
You try to switch browsers and see if that has any effect on it, but I'm pretty sure it's going to have the same effect
try and find you some answers.
somehow.
But first, I want to bring you up to date with the very latest developments from the region.
Technical terms, I'm not sure exactly what's taking place and how it's working out.
Unconditional surrender. The president tells CNN he's not worried about whether Iran
I'll figure it out, though.
a democratic state. The United States and Israel are ramping up.
Might take a while, but
with a major bombardment.
I will figure it out when I figure it out. I have an aha moment.
On the ground, witnessed a barrage of strikes, and some Tehran residents described it as the worst night since the war began. The Israeli Air Force released this video. It says shows the destruction of the secret bunker used by Iran's former Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. The IDF says he was killed before he could retreat to the bunker. CNN cannot.
That's weird. It's all fuzzy.
The time or the date.
Not very good HD footage.
Israel says it's planning to push deeper into Lebanon as it moves to what it's calling the next phase of the war. More than 200 people have been killed.
Most flare cameras that they have mounted on most of the aircrafts are old and outdated, and they don't record as well as they should.
Who's now in Tel Aviv, after
I was watching a police detective person that runs a FLIR camera on a helicopter. He was explaining it. They had to put out and ask for upgraded ones, and they don't see that for some reason as an upgradable. They decide not to give them money sometimes at the when the government hands out money. They say, "Oh, you guys don't need new FLIR cameras."
Yeah, and I think the messaging from the administration writ large has now
I was watching a really interesting case. They were chasing. They had 3 or 4 police helicopters, and they were chasing. I think they were some kind of pirates or something. Somebody was stealing airplanes or helicopters, and they were chasing them. I don't remember the story, but I do remember the detective talking deeply for about 15 minutes about the FLIR cameras and how they're from back in the 90s or whenever they were invented. They're not the new ones that are out today. So anyone that knows about them would want to upgrade them and get them up to date. But no, apparently they're not. Most of the police departments don't have upgraded stuff. Maybe it changed by the time the documentary came out, but it didn't sound promising for that guy. He was pretty ticked off about it. He says he's got to use that to help hone in on suspects when they're running around from the police. And if it doesn't have good night vision or good heat sensing on it, then it's not helping them very well. He was talking about how he was flying a high-tech helicopter, and it had new flare, and he was enjoying it.
What the president means
he put the 2 footages up next to each other, and you could see the difference.
Determines that Iran no longer poses a threat to the United States of America, and the goals of Operation Epic Fury has been fully.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Then Iran will essentially be.
Those guys are crazy over there.
Surrender, whether they say it themselves or not.
Okay, so now I guess
I don't know if I believe her.
deciding what
That didn't sound right. They're crazy.
in Iran, but the details of that totally unclear.
Hopefully
I think
she's
maybe
right.
the best explanation of what it is Trump is looking for came in that interview with Dana Bash earlier today, saying that it's going to work very easily. It's going to work like in Venezuela, suggesting he envisions finding someone currently in the Iranian leadership, like Delcy Rodriguez, the one-time Venezuelan vice president, finding someone like that to take control of Tehran. But of course, the differences in these countries could not be bigger. For one, Iran is 3 times the size of Venezuela. It is run by a clerical leadership. And so a lot of questions about how that situation could be applied.
Pete Hegseth and CENTCOM Commander Admiral Brad Cooper holding.
We listened to it the other day, but we're going to listen to it again because
to stand right here today alongside one of America's
it's
finest.
important.
Admiral Brad Cooper, Commander of U.S. Central Command. We just had a chance to spend a couple of
report
hours
on these
together.
things. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome into Ranimal Media.
This Operation Epic Fury. And Admiral, I want to thank you for everything you do and your incredible leadership, your dynamic thinking, the way you're attacking this problem set on every level. In just days of Operation Epic Fury, you and your team have delivered nothing short of devastating, precise strikes, taking out the better part of Iran's Navy, making it combat ineffective, neutralizing missile sites.
Took out over 20 boats
establishing total
of their Navy.
Over the skies we fly over and seas we fly over. Our forces are executing with unmatched skill, and the mission is advancing decisively. This is the kind of no-nonsense, results-driven warfighting that America demands.
Awesome.
You're delivering it in spades. You are the man for this moment. Admiral Cooper,
You the man!
The Department of War and every American.
Make sure you guys hit that like button.
Outstanding job you and
Share out my live stream, everybody. Do appreciate it.
And we are with you all the way. A few thoughts before I hand it over to the Admiral for an update. Iran is hoping that we cannot sustain this, which is a really bad miscalculation.
It's a bad miscalculation.
You see, there's no shortage of American will here. We remember and honor our fallen, those 6 that we will soon welcome at Dover, who gave everything for their country. In this
Now there's 6. I remember there was 3.
But we remember them by rededicating ourselves.
3 rest in peace troop.
Our commitment to our mission objectives only increases as our advantages continue to increase. We've got no shortage of munitions. Our stockpiles of defensive and offensive weapons allow us to sustain this campaign as long as we need to. Again, our munition status only increases as our advantage.
I don't think the enemy understands that a lot of the places who build the ammunition and bombs and stuff, they're owned by stockholders who's been pumping money into them for quite a while. On top of their military contracts, they're pretty busy. They have backlogs that they're working on for airplanes and all types of different war machines.
The Admiral knows we have clear objectives with maximum authorities on the battlefield. The dumb, politically correct wars of the past were the opposite of what we're doing here. They had vague objectives with restrictive, minimalist rules of engagement. No more. Our authorities...
They're coming in hot.
CENTCOM's authorities through the president and
that's why we're reporting on this breaking news story, everybody.
And gathering still, as are those of our Israeli partners.
America's getting sick and tired of getting pushed around.
And our will is ironclad, which means our timeline.
Everyone keeps putting words in our mouths. Y'all need to knock it off.
As it takes to ensure the United States of America achieves these objectives. And as we flow more forces, and as we flow more capabilities, and as our munitions, as we're flying over the top, have even more devastating effects, we set the tempo, we set the timeline, led by the commander on the ground. Our ear is to the ground to listen to Admiral Cooper, what he needs and what he needs.
Admiral Cooper. Boots on the ground, General.
And we're in it to win it. And we have the right commander in the assault now hand it over to Admiral Brad Cooper to give you an update right here.
Admiral's like a general.
Mr. Secretary, first, thank you very much and good afternoon and welcome to U.S. Central Command Headquarters, America's warfighting headquarters. It's great to be here alongside the Secretary and representing the more than 50,000 men and women in uniform currently executing Operation Epic Fury. So, Mr. Secretary, first, thank you very much for your leadership and support and the very clear.
Welcome in to Ranimal Media, everybody.
To allow us to use overwhelming force against the Iranian terrorist regime. And thanks to all of you for attending today and welcome to Tampa. We're now
Let's see what Mr. Cooper has to say.
Of a historic mission to eliminate Iran's ability to threaten Americans.
6th or 7th day, everybody. Welcome in. Welcome in.
We are at full speed ahead in executing orders given by leadership in Washington. The President and Secretary Hegseth have been crystal clear in their
They have the green light.
And we are at a high level of execution. As described by the Secretary
They blow up.
and earlier this week by me,
Oh,
U.S.
airplanes.
power is building as Iranian combat power declines. Our air dominance allows us to hit Iran's center of gravity with overwhelming power and reach. A couple of examples.
They left the big airplanes alone. They blew something up next to them.
America's bomber force struck nearly 200 targets.
Maybe they're the fueler truck.
Iran, including around Tehran. And in just the last hour, U.S. B-2 bombers dropped dozens of 2,000
Can't park there.
bombs, targeting deeply buried ballistic missile launchers. Notably, we've also struck Iran's equivalent of Space Command.
Look at that building. It just collapsed on
Then
itself.
if I just look back over the last 24 hours of the operation compared to where we were at its start,
You can see the building collapse on itself. That's crazy.
90% since day one. Drone attacks have decreased by 83% since day one. Having said this, we remain vigilant. Our strikes against the Iranian Navy have intensified.
heck was
We heard
that?
the president say just a little while ago that we
Oh, that was in the ocean.
sunk or destroyed 24 ships. That was true at the moment. We're now up over 30 ships. And in just the last few hours, we hit.
Alright, YouTube, I've been streaming for about a half an hour. You can send in my audience now. Welcome in to Ranimal Media.
The president gave us another task: to raise.
I have about 80% of the kinks worked out of the stream. Welcome in to Ranimal Media.
We're destroying their ability to rebuild. And so as we transition to the next phase of this operation, we will systemically dismantle Iran's missile production capability for the future, and that's absolutely in progress. This is going to take some time, but our forces are well supplied, as the Secretary said, and we are absolutely ready to prosecute.
He's a
this
4-star admiral.
Decisively. Our combined joint forces have relentlessly destroyed
Admiral
air
Cooper.
defenses over the past few days, and they've continued hunting for more systems to kill. Our air defenders are operating at the very top of their game.
And they're hunting for more systems to kill. If it makes an electronic squeak, they're coming for it.
We are fighting to win. Through combined U.S. and Israeli combat power, we will continue decimating Iran's ability to project power outside its borders. And if I can just conclude...
Be right back, everybody. I'm going to turn my heater on there.
Salute to the
My
brave men and
office.
women who are out on the pointy edge of this, really doing exceptional work. I just couldn't be
Okay,
prouder.
16 seconds. Look at what. Bing, bang, boom.
Thank you very much.
And with that, we'll take a few questions. Yeah, right here.
What did I do to my sound?
You guys talked about what you asked for, and has there been any surprises from Iranian capabilities that you guys have seen in the past 6 days?
We're very familiar with Iranian's capabilities, and as you might imagine, we planned for it right from the outset, and I feel good about what the plan was. Like any good organization, we adjust as necessary to meet the environment, and we've made those appropriate adjustments.
One, was an American pilot shot down today in Iraq? And two, I've heard reports that there's enriched uranium stored in Isfahan. I'm also heard reports that there's not a lot of bombing there. Is that on purpose? Do we believe there's enriched uranium there? And would we ever send special forces to secure it?
As CENTCOM pointed out, that those reports of an F-15 being shot down are false.
False.
As you can imagine,
War
Iran is doing everything
propaganda
to
from the enemy.
lies, deception and inflation of numbers and reality, mostly to propagandize to their own people, right? They've shut down the internet. They're hoping they can convince their own population that they're having success. One thing one of their leaders said recently is that 500 Americans have been killed, they claim. These are lies. The lies will continue. CENTCOM will continue to debunk those lies. So, and as often is the case in conflict, first reports are often wrong. As it pertains to nuclear material and things like that, one of the objectives the president has always said is that Iran will not have a nuclear bomb, nuclear capabilities, but we would never disclose what we will or will not do inside operational plans. So Admiral Cooper's got a plan. We're working.
Eradicate them.
Targets will be struck or not struck according to what we want to achieve. Yeah, right there.
The president said earlier today in an interview that he would like to have a say in who's the next leader of Iran. Is this an expansion of your military objectives? Do you view it that way? And additionally, you spoke.
Welcome in to Ranimal Media.
How previous leaders have drawn resources from our hemisphere to the Middle East. How do you avoid that?
Well, there's no expansion. Ultimately, I think the president's having a heck of a say in who runs Iran, given the ongoing operation we have. So there's no expansion in our objectives. We know exactly what we're trying to achieve. I think today's a great example of what this War Department is capable of doing. I was just in another part of Florida today where we announced, America's counter cartel conference. 18 countries coming together from Central, South America, and the Caribbean coming together to fight cartels. That is something that is ongoing. We're focused there. We're focused in the Indo-Pacific. We can mass combat power.
Cartels are still doing their thing.
CENTCOM is able to support that as well. So we know we're laser focused on our hemisphere and our homeland. And that's why we locked down the border. That's why we're working with partners to take on cartels. That's why we're sinking drug boats. That's why we're.
Be sure that you subscribe to Ranimal Media. Do the notification bell. It's very important. I appreciate it. Thank you. Laser focused.
Frank Donovan is laser focused on Southern Command.
Welcome in to Ranimal Media.
That's what a global power can do. Ultimately, this issue
means a lot to me, everybody. Make sure you guys do share these videos out and subscribe.
Something President Trump has said for a long time needs to be dealt with.
Tongue twisters.
And after 47 years, he's doing something that no other president was willing to do. And we're doing it overwhelmingly, and we're doing it decisively, while also in other parts of the globe having the desired effects. I mean, take, for example, what we displayed yesterday, the Iranian ship in the Indian Ocean, sunk by Indo-PACOM, another combatant command who coordinated with us in order to make that happen. So America's reach is global. Our focus here, though, these missions are narrow, they're scoped, and Admiral Cooper is well on his way to ensuring that we reach those objectives. Right here, yes, sir.
Harold, hope you condolences for the troops building. The Ukrainians are talking about providing low-cost interceptors, given their experience. That's something that the Pentagon is looking for. And Ranimal Cooper, can you walk us through a little bit about how effective the Lucas drones have been, what kind of targets they've hit, and how much that's helped, given that they're low-cost alternatives to the more expensive human.
Sure. I'm not familiar with the particular offer, but interceptors in general, we've had
welcome in to Ranimal Media. Breaking news, breaking news. Welcome in, everybody.
But I think you have seen us kind of get on the other side of this cost curve. Just walk back a couple of years. Remember what you used to always hear? We're shooting down a $50,000 drone, $2 million missile. These days, we're spending a lot of time shooting down $100,000 drones with $10,000 weapons. So that's one aspect of it. Lucas, indispensable. As many of you know, and if you don't know, this was an original Iranian drone design. We captured it, pulled the guts out, sent it back to America, put a little Made America on it, brought it back here, and we're shooting them at the Iranians. Good targets.
Good targets. Absolutely. Right there.
Thank you so much, Secretary. President Trump, in his first speech after the...
So America took their weapons and using against them, apparently.
Iranian people, and he said that there's going to be a time for you to come out, but it's not now. Stay home. It's not safe. I want to know if there is a timeline for that you're going to urge Iranian people to come out, how that is going to play out, and how are you going to protect the protesters? You know that they're going to be shot probably, as we did in January. That's what happened. How are you going to protect and support the protesters? And Admiral,
protesters that might get shot.
How are you going to minimize the civilian harms? We have a lot of evidence that the Basij units
IRGC commanders, they are now gathering in schools, in hospitals, in purely residential areas because their headquarters are bombarded, they are ruined, of course. So how are you going to protect the civilians while you're attacking the IRGC people hard? Thank you.
I would just say on the
Civilians are already
protests,
getting hurt.
The Iranian people showed a lot of courage in those protests. And we saw
If you guys have been watching my live broadcast, you'll see buildings that were getting blown up. We don't know if there were people in them. I'd assume there were people in them. One was an apartment complex that was hit, and they said that it wasn't the one that they told to evacuate.
bombs are dropping inside.
So I don't know.
And elsewhere. So there will come
Crazy
a moment,
stuff.
Where he determines
Bombs are being dropped all over the place, more than we know, more than being broadcast.
And the Israeli military is doing, targeting those individuals who are targeting those who protest. The more you do that and you erode their will and you erode their capabilities, the more you create an opportunity for people to boldly stand up.
Yeah, I would just reinforce the point. We're targeting the people. We're targeting the headquarters and the people who are targeting the protesters, first and foremost. I'd also just double down on the president's comments that he previously made to the people. Stay in your homes, keep things calm, stay out of the way. There's a lot of U.S. and Israeli capacity coming over. We're hitting a lot of targets. The best thing for them to do for right now is just to lay low. Right here.
One common outcome of American military action in the past has been taking in thousands of refugees into the American homeland, and I'm wondering if there's any safeguards put in place to make sure that the American people aren't having to have another wave of refugees from the Middle East or anywhere else come and stay here.
I think it's safe to say there's no plan for a wave of new Middle Eastern refugees to the United States of America. I think, as the president has pointed out for a long time, there are a lot of countries in the region
closed.
capable of providing that kind of support if need be, but that's certainly not something we're planning on. Yeah, back.
Yes, sir. Michael in Washington Times. I wanted to ask. I know, Semper Gumby is always a truism in the military. Did the British decision to refuse Diego Garcia have any impact on the mission itself? Did you have to adjust, or were you able to just completely, go with the mission without even worrying about that?
Well, as the president stated, it was unfortunate that that the Brits didn't, from day one, say, "Hey, go ahead and have access." But we got there. We got there, and that's now part of the way that we're operationalizing bomber runs. And that's part of when we say more to come. It's more fighter squadrons, it's more capabilities, it's more defensive capabilities, and it's more bomber pulses more frequently. The amount of firepower over Iran and over Tehran is about to surge dramatically. And part of it is that we're going to have even more basing. And it's not just the UK. We've had other friends step up, and we're grateful for that. Maybe one more right here.
Yeah. The Azeri president earlier today basically authorized his Minister of Defense to begin preparing troops for some type of retaliatory action after the airport strike. Has the Department of War and CENTCOM been working on deconflicting with the Azeri if they were to move in or attempt something in retaliation?
I'm sure there are plans, and I'll let the Admiral speak to that. But that does allow me to kind of address this idea that the war might be expanding, or there's chaos. And
the war might be expanding.
If anything, what Iran is doing by targeting allied countries that would otherwise want to stay out of this, they've actually pulled them into the American orbit. So now you've got UAE and Qatar and Bahrain and Saudi and Kuwait and others saying, "Hey, we're with you. We'll shoot with you. We'll fly with you. We'll defend with you. We'll allow you more basing and other a lot of which we can't."
Might want to pick the right team.
But it's actually firming up the unity of the resistance in order to focus exactly where we need to. So this idea that it's expanding or going, no, it's actually simplifying in a number of ways exactly what we need to achieve and how we'll achieve it. I don't know if you add to that.
I won't get ahead of policy in terms of what we might do. What I will point out is this is now the 12th country that Iran has attacked. 12 countries, and it goes right back to the Secretary's point. Those 12 countries are known to be happy, and I look forward to working with all the partners who are willing to join us in this.
And I would just close by saying,
So Iran's attacked 12 countries?
Concerned about security here at home with the change up that we're going to see at the Department of Homeland Security.
well, I think Christy Nome did an excellent job over there securing our border and keeping us focused on threats. And the president making a change. We all serve at the pleasure of the president. I'm sure Mark Wayne Mullen will do a fantastic job. He's been a friend of mine for a long time. But Christy did a great job setting us up for success. So I don't have any concerns about whether or not the homeland will be covered down on. And I'll just end by saying I wish every American could get a chance to see what we see. I had a chance to go into the control room, into the Tactical Operations Center, go see these young men and women
Tactical
that are doing
Operations
this, the dedication
Center.
that they show at every level, the way they've refined their craft. I'm talking to a young colonel.
Welcome in to Ranimal Media.
Target, and how
I appreciate you for being here.
Fix different aspects of what the Iranians are
Thank
trying to
you.
do. If they don't know what they're up against, and if they think they've got it solved for, they're wrong. And ultimately, the combination of our ingenuity, the skill, the professionalism, the discipline, and then the sheer weight of the capabilities of the U.S. military, what you're going to see may look routine. It may start to be like, oh, another boat, oh, another launcher, oh, another drone facility. What it takes to do this with the precision that we do is world-class. No one else can do it. And it's world-class Americans. Like the ones I saw here, like the ones that are coming home that we're going to greet home, that are the engine of what makes our country great. And so I'm so grateful for folks like those here at CENTCOM, at Central Command, who are under your command. Thank you for your decisive leadership.
Ranimal Media
All
does
I-
thank
all
the
I do
troops.
is what I say to them, keep going. Because the president and myself, we have your
Keep going. Thought they had an explosion going on. Just gonna scan the lives real quick and see if there's any breaking news. At the moment, everything seems quiet again. These guys keep playing looped footage. Most of them have looped footage. These guys are loading up airplanes with bombs.
And let me quote again from what he said. The United States munition stockpiles have, at the medium and upper medium grade, never been higher or better. As was stated to me today, we have a virtually unlimited supply of these weapons. Wars can be fought forever and very successfully using just these supplies. At the highest end, we have a good supply, but are not where we want to be.
Welcome in to Ranimal Media, everybody.
That's a half admission by Donald Trump. He says the high-end stockpile is not where he wants to be, and yet he's not de-escalating. Trump actually says a bigger wave of attacks is coming. So it's not clear what he's trying to say. Like I said, more than 2,000 Iranian targets have
Oh, we
already
know
been
what
hit.
he's trying
More
to
than
say.
2,000 targets. So what would a bigger wave look like? That's the question.
Eradication.
Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is betting on quick success. He says this will not be an endless war.
I hear the people are saying we're going to have an endless war here. I said it could be quick and decisive. It may take some time, but it's not going to take years. It's not an endless war. In fact, it's an effort right now to achieve the peace that we all yearn and pray for. And I think together we'll achieve it.
Trump is saying something different, though. We'll tell you about his position later on the show. But for now, listen to the Iranian military. They are not backing down either. Despite the sustained attacks from the other side, the Iranians continue to hit back. The Iranian guards say the gates of hell are opening for America and Israel.
The enemy must await continuous punitive attacks.
Breaking news, breaking
Gates of
news.
hell will open more and more, moment by moment, upon the United States and Israel.
It's basically a race against time. Iran wants to grind out the enemy air defenses, much like they did
America
with last
and the
year's
UK
Iraqi war.
are both on high alert.
Meanwhile, Israel is betting on a blitzkrieg. They want to defang Iran's missiles before their air defenses run out. It's a question of what will happen first.
Stuff, everybody. Crazy.
Seem to be an ally, and I think it'll continue to be an ally. And we don't want to have Russia there. We don't want to have China there. And by the way, we don't want Russia or China going to Greenland, which if we don't take Greenland, you're going to have Russia or China as your next door neighbor. That's not going to happen. The white.
Mr. President, thank you. You just said that these companies would have security guarantees if they go in on the ground in Venezuela.
They will have.
And what is your plan there actually for these companies and those Americans who are going to be on the ground working for these companies?
Well, there are going to be Americans. I assume they're going to be using a lot of Americans, but they're going to be using a lot of people from Venezuela and other places, I would imagine. But
and the tempo of this fight. That's why stories and speculation about different things.
That's the one we were watching the other day. He had the cool tie on. These guys are having a protest concert.
If you don't act, we're going to lose what is so extraordinary about college sports. And it needs to be something that is in the middle that's a compromise.
Ted, you've already lost it. You've already lost it. Colleges are losing $400-500 million. And they haven't even started yet. So you've already lost it in the true sense. And you've lost something else. It's like, it's ugly what's happened to sports in college. Before it was beautiful. It was a beautiful thing. And now it's very ugly. It's become very ugly. And I think you're right. You're going to have people that will never vote for anything, no matter what you agree. You could agree to everything that's perfect, and
It's a protest concert going on, everybody.
And I'm not doing this I'm doing this as a practical person. No matter what you agree to, you have people in the Senate and in the House that will never vote for it, even if it's good for our country, even if it's great for the player, great for the college, and great for our country. And they will still vote no. Because they're kooky.
Not sure where that's at. I'm gonna stop back over here. See if anything new is taking place. I don't see anything new at the moment. Up top in Beirut in the middle, you can see flickering of flames. Viewer discretion is advised on Ranimal Media. Go see if I find that camera. Oh, I think that there's a steady shot of that building. That's weird. That's all we get is a multi-shot. Oh, wait, what's this? This is probably older footage. Yep, that's old footage. Looking for the second Beirut cam.
That's at Netflix. Hold on.
See what Mr. Steve's coming up with today.
The IDF says people are allowed to leave your protected spaces. The MDA says no casualties reported from the latest missile attacks. From the missile attack, there were people injured on the way to their protected area. That can happen sometimes. But nobody was injured from the missile attacks. That is from the MDA.
Seems to be like there's much going on with Mr. Steve Speed right at the moment. Got locked into a static feed. Camera zooming in on the fire, everybody. Up in Beirut. Check that out. Welcome in to Ranimal Media. It's good to have each and every one of you guys in here hanging out with me. It means a lot. Welcome in to Ranimal Media. We're almost going to go fix it. OCD. Stand by. All right, everybody. Much, much better. Now there's no glare from my large TV. It's back here and it's driving me nuts. The glare from my lighting. Fixed it. Now it should be much better. It was drawing my attention away from you guys. Kept seeing it, driving me nuts. I left it alone for a good many videos. Eventually got to me. Up here there's something floating in the sky. Airplane, UAP, something. Welcome in to Ranimal Media. I'm getting stuff in the eye again. Finger in the eye. Oh, now you can see it, it's a helicopter or something that's over there on that side now. So apparently both these screens up here are connected. Airplane. My eye good. Nothing even in my eye. Happens all the time for no reason. Anytime I decide to stream or make video, the corner of the eye, it's not even the eye, decides to itch. Good stuff. Hostile aircraft intersection. It's too small for me to see it from back here where I am. Breaking news, breaking news. Welcome in to Ranimal Media. Viewer discretion is advised on Ranimal Media. Welcome in. I'm gonna put myself there, and you're just gonna have to deal with it. And then you can see the aircraft radar alerts. I don't have a better place to put myself at the moment. I imagine if I can't read the warning that's behind my face, and you guys might not be able to either. The red ones are important. You know that. If you guys know more, let Ranimal know in the comments box. I do appreciate it. Welcome in to Ranimal Media. Hope you guys are all having a good time out there wherever you're at. Hope you're safe. Some crazy stuff, everybody. Up here on Beirut camera number 2, there's a fire going on right in the middle of the screen. It's blazing. We weren't here for when the missile struck, but I'm not sure what they hit. It's crazy looking. And then the conflict map over here keeps having reports of conflicts, different kinds. Timing off. A little after 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Welcome in. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in to Ranimal Media. I do appreciate each and every one of you guys for hanging out and stopping by, watching Ranimal's videos, sharing Ranimal's lives. I do appreciate everybody. Thank you. I hear gunfire in the background. Not sure. Just driving around. Welcome in to Ranimal Media. Right now I'm watching some live stream footage of what's happening in Beirut, Lebanon right now. And Tel Aviv is over here. A moment. There's a blazing fire taking place over here in the middle of Beirut camera number 2. I possibly might be hearing gunfire in the background. I'm not sure if I'm hearing it or not. Could just be cars doing their thing. It's a little after 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Welcome in to Ranimal Media. Be sure to share this live, everybody. Help spread awareness, help Ranimal's community grow. I do appreciate it. Welcome in to Ranimal Media. Definitely think I hear gunfire popping off in the background. Can't be too sure though, it's off in the distance. It's only every once in a great while. That could be cars. Viewer discretion is advised on Ranimal Media. This is live war footage taking place in Iran. Viewer discretion is advised. Not sure what building's on fire in the middle. That explosion, before it happened, it was already on fire before we got here. Oh, look, the flames over there are spiking up. See it flaring up a little bit. The other day, we were watching a building that was on fire, and then about 15-20 minutes after it was burning, they sent another missile onto it, blew it up again. So if there was firefighters and people trying to put the fire out, they probably got blown up. There's some crazy footage. Happened live on Ranimal Media. Crazy stuff. Hope you guys are safe, having a good day, wherever you're watching from, morning, noon, or night. Welcome in to Ranimal Media. Welcome in to Ranimal Media. Ranimal decides to jump on a stream and update you guys when things seem to quiet down and there doesn't seem to be much to report on. Right now, the only thing that I can report on is that there's a fire taking place in the middle of Beirut camera number 2 up top on the left-hand side. Breaking news, breaking news. Your discretion is advised. I assume a missile hit it earlier, or a drone, or some warcraft. But we weren't here to see it. Ranimal jumped on live. Welcome in to Ranimal Media. Okay. Reynolds gonna need to go get some more coffee. Most definitely gonna have to get some more coffee. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. I will put this here. Put myself down to a reasonable smaller size. We're just chilling here. So we'll just pop this down. Like this.
More firefighters in the Middle East as Operation Security rages on. So a short time ago, CENTCOM posting this video alongside the caption, U.S. combat power is building as Iranian combat power declines. Commander Admiral Brad Cooper touting the impact of its air campaign.
In just the last 72 hours, America's bomber force has struck nearly 200 targets deep inside of Iran,
Coffee.
including US B-2 bombers.
You guys sit here, listen to this. I will be right back.
Targeting deeply buried ballistic missile launchers.
Be back before it's done.
We've also struck Iran's equivalent of Space Command, which degrades their ability to threaten Americans. Compared to where we were at start, ballistic missile attacks have decreased by 90% since day one. Drone attacks have decreased by 83% since day one.
And Jennifer Griffins has more from Washington. Hi, Jennifer.
Hi, Dana. Well, Secretary Hegseth visited CENTCOM headquarters in Tampa yesterday and spent several hours in the Operations Center getting a brief from Admiral Brad Cooper, who is the CENTCOM commander overseeing this complicated and integrated operation using land, air, and sea forces. Just as the press briefing started last night, Admiral Cooper said the U.S. had struck an Iranian drone carrier, seen here, roughly the size of a World War II aircraft carrier. It was still on fire as the press briefing began.
Our strikes against the Iranian Navy have intensified. You may have heard the president say just a little while ago that we have sunk or destroyed 24 ships. That was true at the moment. We're now up over 30 ships.
Secretary Hegseth said the amount of U.S. air power over Iran is about to surge dramatically, in part due to being able to base the B-52 and other heavy bomber strike aircraft on British bases like Diego Garcia and in the Indian Ocean and Fairford in the UK, cutting the flying distance from the U.S. to Iran in half.
It was unfortunate that that the Brits didn't, from day one, say, hey, go ahead and have access, but we got there. We got there, and that's now part of the way that we're operationalizing bomber runs. And as part of when we say more to come, it's more fighter squadrons, it's more capabilities, it's more defensive capabilities, and it's more bomber pulses more frequently.
According to the British Constitution, the UK is not allowed to participate in a preemptive strike or war of choice unless there is an imminent threat. Once Iran began firing missiles at allies in the Middle East in its initial response, legally the UK could offer its bases as part of its responsibilities under collective defense agreements. The UK granted permission for the US to use its bases on Sunday within 24 hours of being asked. Dana?
All right. Jennifer Griffin, thank you. So retired Brigadier General Rob Spaulding was a B-2 stealth bomber pilot. Extensive history in national security for the United States. It's great to have you with us, General. Thank you for joining us. You know, when you listen to Brad Cooper, the commander in charge, the admiral commander in charge right now, talk about how we have hit these targets, I think this has just been an extraordinary lesson in American capability for the American people watching all of this. Your thoughts?
Well, it just demonstrates our ability to find, fix, and engage those targets and take them out. You know, the intelligence required, the mission planning, of course, the professionalism of the crews is absolutely paramount to doing this. And it demonstrates why the United States really has the only force in the world that's able to continuously, on a day-to-day basis, provide these kinds of effects, really until the commander-in-chief says stop.
You know, I want to play for you. This is the foreign minister of Iran, Abbas Araghchi, who has been defiant in his response to this. And he basically is saying, bring it on in terms of ground forces. So let's play his soundbite and then follow it up, if we can, with President Trump's response. Here we go.
Are you afraid of a U.S. invasion in your country?
No, we are waiting for them.
You were waiting for the U.S. military to invade, the ground troops?
Yes, because we are confident that we can confront them, and that would be a big disaster for them.
And here's President Trump, who called that a wasted comment and suggested that an invasion is not something he is thinking about at this time. It's a waste of time. They've lost everything. They've lost their Navy. They've lost everything they can lose, said President Trump on that. Your reaction to that, General?
Well, I think it's bluster, and I think the president has no intention of putting ground troops in Iran. I think we can achieve the objectives that have been set out, which is basically prevent them from being able to attack either us or their neighbors. You know, the things that I'm concerned about are, you know, how many Iranian sleeper cells are in the United States now. We've seen attacks on data centers, so strategic infrastructure is something that I'm concerned about in this effort. But I don't think that we are going to insert ground troops in Iran. And furthermore, I think it would actually be it would be detrimental to our overall focus there.
So in terms of national security at home, you just mentioned the presence of these sleeper cells. I guess the question is how concerned are you about that, and how good are we at stopping them? They can be very autonomous.
Well, I'm very concerned, and quite frankly, we have spent very little time and effort on hardening the country. We've been very focused on pushing forces away, but in terms of protecting the electrical grid, our telecommunications networks, our data centers, upon which our entire economy, really the global economy, relies, we have been very lax in that. And so I'm hoping that this will spur us to do something about that.
You know, how degraded is Iran's ability to oversee those kinds of operations, given what they're dealing with at home, which is really devastation of these missile sites, devastation of their Navy, all of that, in terms of cyber command and the ability to do intelligence strikes? What's your assessment?
Well, I think, you know, they've been engaged in these proxy fights for a long time. And so I do think that they use some execution of mission type orders, which means do what you can and what you have the capacity to do without receiving any words from us. So I don't think that, you know, they're going to necessarily have to say, hey, do this or that. They have people that are trained, they're opportunistic. They have the capability. Certainly the opportunity is there. And so I think we have to be vigilant on our side, and we have to do what we think we need to do in terms of protecting the country. One of the things that I'm very concerned about is the fact that we're not funding DHS. Absolutely crazy at this point.
Yeah, it's a great point. You know, you think about other forces like Al-Qaeda, for example, that didn't have the structure to fight a big power, but they had their network and operations to pull off attacks, and they certainly did that. Thank you very much, General Spalding. Good to have you with us today, sir.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube, and catch full shows streaming now on Fox One.
Oh.
It must have took forever. Oh, it must have took forever, everybody. Let's go fetch a coffee and come back and the video's done. I wonder how long I left you guys hanging.
Right now, it's time for our own private White House briefing with the press secretary, Caroline Levitt. Caroline, thanks for being with us this Friday afternoon. Appreciate your time.
Thanks for having me.
I wanted to start you off this afternoon because we have confirmed reports from U.S. officials that Russia is providing intelligence to Iran to help it target U.S. assets in the region. I'm sure this is something that does not please the president whatsoever. Has he spoken to Putin about it?
Well, look, I'll leave that to the president to answer himself. But what
Welcome
I will
in
tell you,
to
John, we
Ranimal
don't comment
Media.
on intelligence reports that are leaked to the press. Whether or not this happened, frankly, it does not really matter because President Trump and the United States military are absolutely decimating the rogue Iranian terrorist regime. We are now on day 6 of Operation Epic Fury. The United States military has impressively established dominance and air superiority over the skies of Iran. We have sunk and destroyed more than 30 of their Navy ships.
Oh, more than 30 now.
The goals of this operation have been laid out and very clear. Completely annihilate Iran's Navy, which again, we are well on our way to doing. Their Navy has now been deemed
I was only aware of a little over 20
Secondly,
ships
take out
that was
their
destroyed.
ballistic missile weaponry arsenal
She says over 30.
which we are very much doing.
How many do they have?
Retaliatory ballistic missile strikes against the United States and our allies in the region have decreased 90% just over the course of the last 6 days. And of course, the overall mission in this operation is to ensure that Iran can never again possess a nuclear weapon. That was the real imminent threat that was posed by Iran to the United States and our personnel in the region. And President Trump and the United States military are focused on tackling this threat every single day.
Caroline, welcome to you. Thanks for joining us this afternoon. So as the president demands this unconditional surrender from Iran, there is major movement in the U.S. energy markets. Crude oil right now is spiking. It's up 14%, topping $90 a barrel. In fact, right now it's at $92 a barrel. You've seen a drop in the U.S. stock market. Can you share with us the concerns the president may have, especially as gas prices are now, let's see, they're back up to $3.32 a gallon after dropping to $2.90 just 1 month ago, Caroline?
Well, rest assured to your audience and to the American people, this is long something that President Trump, his Energy Secretary Chris Wright, his Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent have thought about and have been planning for and have already announced action in response to. Let me just walk you through the president's thinking on this. We have to focus on the short term and the temporary goals of Operation Epic Fury to obliterate the Iranian regime will be a very good thing for the energy and oil markets and for oil prices across the globe in the long term, when you no longer have a terrorist regime that is restricting the free flow of energy through the Strait of Hormuz and to the rest of the world. So that's number one. Number two, the president has also announced some tangible actions over the course of the last few days. First, to provide political risk insurance to cargo vessels in the region. Secondly, to ensure that there is a free flow of energy and that we are drilling expeditiously here at home and that we're tapping into these newfound markets in Venezuela as well. And then again, the president has also made that directive very clear to his energy team. And you saw Secretary Burgum was just in Venezuela yesterday with some of the world's biggest oil companies who have committed to investments. And Delcy Rodriguez herself said that they are working at Trump speed to tap into these markets. And then lastly, the president has also announced that the United States Navy will escort cargo ships through the region if and when necessary.
All right, so we'll look forward to that happening. Yesterday in the House, there was a vote that was taken to reaffirm the U.S.'s view that Iran is the leading state sponsor of terrorism in the world. When a similar
All right,
vote
let's
was
see.
taken
I
3
think
years ago, the vote was 420 to 1.
Am I
Yesterday,
even here anymore?
53 Democrats voted against that resolution, prompting Steve Scalise to say, quote, "We just had a vote in the House to simply affirm the fact that Iran is the world's
That's
#1
weird.
state
Who
sponsor."
thought that was a funny idea?
53 Democrats voted no. By denying this basic fact, these radical Democrats are defending the murderous Iranian regime and standing against America. I want to invite you to weigh in on this. And as you do that, we're going to put up on the screen here a scroll of all of the terror attacks that have occurred since 1979 at the behest of the Iranians. Go ahead.
Well, I couldn't have said it better myself. Nearly 3 years ago in 2023, every single member of the House of Representatives, with the exception of one, voted together on this resolution condemning Iran as the world's state-leading sponsor of terror. This is not just long-standing bipartisan policy of the United States, but nearly every single country on the planet, especially Western countries, have agreed with this basic premise. And now in 2026, you have Democrats on Capitol Hill who have been so debilitated by their derangement and their hatred for the man in the Oval Office right now that they cannot even condemn the world's leading state sponsor of terror. Why? Because they are trying desperately to try to undermine President Trump's essential action that he took to protect the United States of America, to protect our bases and our troops in the Middle East, and to ultimately ensure a more safe and prosperous world, not just in the Middle East, but across the entire globe as well. And that's just 53 Democrats who have lost their minds. But if you look at Capitol Hill overwhelmingly across the board, and if you look abroad to countries around the world, the NATO Secretary General, even our partners in the Gulf and our Arab partners in the region, commending and thanking President Trump for finally having the courage to do what so many past American presidents on both sides of the aisles did not have the courage to execute, which is to finally, once and for all, end the threat posed by the rogue Iranian terrorist regime to the United States of America and to our people.
Well, Caroline, it happened live just about this time yesterday when we learned the news via President Trump on Truth Social that he would be nominating Senator Markwayne Mullin, the Republican from Oklahoma, to replace Kristi Noem as the DHS Secretary effective March 31st. Can you give us any further insight on that decision and the shakeup that we are seeing and what you expect the confirmation process to look like for Mullin?
Sure. Yeah, I know the president was very excited about Senator Markwayne Mullin moving into this role and being officially part of President Trump's team in the cabinet. The White House will be working with the Senate to confirm him as quickly as possible. And we thank Secretary Noem for her efforts over the past year. She will be moving into a new role at the State Department to oversee the new Shield of Americas. These are Western Hemisphere Latin American countries who are coming together both militarily and diplomatically to end the cartel trafficking, human trafficking and drug trafficking in the Western Hemisphere through Latin American countries and ultimately to the United States of America. So this is a very important effort. And in fact, President Trump will be heading to Doral, Florida tomorrow to speak with 17 heads of states from the Latin American countries to talk about this new historic organization that the Trump administration has led the way on and has put together.
Yeah, we should also point out that tomorrow he'll be traveling to Dover, Joint Base Dover, to attend the dignified transfer of the remains of the 6 service members who were killed in the opening salvo that Iran launched at our forces. I wanted to come back to Iran, if I could, here, because the president said that as he was in the Venezuela operation,
Welcome in
he wants
to
to be
Ranimal
involved in
Media.
whatever leadership takes over in Iran. He put this out on Axios yesterday. He said, they're wasting their time. Khamenei's son is a lightweight. I have to be involved in the appointment, like with Delcy Rodriguez in Venezuela. Khamenei's son is unacceptable to me. We want someone that will bring harmony and peace to Iran. I would assume that in order for the president to have a voice in whoever takes over Iran, there has to be absolute total capitulation, as the president said, unconditional surrender on the part of Iran. I mean, they're not a regime that's been known to offer unconditional surrender. Does he think he can get that done?
Well, what President Trump means when he says unconditional surrender is when he, as commander-in-chief of the United States military and the leader of the free world, determines that Iran can no longer pose a threat to the United States of America and to our troops and our personnel in the Middle East. That is, again, the ultimate goal of Operation Epic Fury, to annihilate their Navy, to take out their ballistic missile threat, which we have largely done in the course of just 6 days, and then, of course, to ensure they can never obtain a nuclear weapon, to significantly weaken their proxies in the region that have killed and maimed hundreds of Americans throughout the years. We've seen the Houthis and Hezbollah have hardly put up a fight over the past 6 days, so we're already well on our way to achieving the objectives of Operation Epic Fury. And when the president determines that Iran no longer poses that threat, that's when that unconditional surrender will take place. As for the next leader of Iran, the president has said, of course, it's in the best interest of the United States to have a leader that is no longer chanting death to America, that is no longer conspiring behind our backs and lying to the American people and to our government
Everyone needs to stop being bigots.
proliferating a nuclear weapon, which Iran has been doing for decades. It's unacceptable to the president. That's why he decided to launch this operation, and that's his goal, and it will continue to be moving forward.
Skippy. Welcome in with Ranimal Media.
Position very clear with a new post. There will be no deal with Iran except unconditional surrender. U.S. military leaders are saying the campaign is applying heavily from both the air and at sea.
We're now up over 30 ships. And in just the last few hours, we hit an Iranian drone carrier ship, roughly the size of a World War II aircraft carrier. And as we speak, it's on fire.
Yesterday, in the Indian Ocean, and we'll play it on the screen there, an American submarine sunk an Iranian warship that thought it was safe in international waters. Instead, it was sunk by a torpedo. Quiet death.
The submarine used a Mark 48 torpedo, the U.S. Navy's primary submarine-launched weapon. It carries a 650-pound warhead, uses advanced sonar to track targets, and is designed to destroy both surface ships and submarines. In other words, you can't get away from it. The State Department is working around the clock now to help Americans leave the region. And Americans on a charter flight from the Middle East arrived safely from Dulles Airport yesterday afternoon. Now remember, they were in the air about the time we were reporting live, but we never want to say that contemporaneously because we want them to arrive home safely, and there they are. The Pentagon has identified the 6 American service members killed by an Iranian strike early on in this in Kuwait. They were sons, daughters, friends, and patriots. Look at your screen. They will never be forgotten. We honor them with all our hearts for making the ultimate sacrifice to defend America.
Ranimal appreciates what the troops do.
Force is expanding
Ranimal supports the
attacks
troops.
now on Iran's Hezbollah proxies in Lebanon, better known as the terrorists that Iran pays to kill more people. This new video shows the moment a strike hits Beirut's southern suburbs. The IDF is warning civilians there to evacuate.
Viewer discretion is
Been
advised.
doing that before it took action. They'll continue to do that to communicate with citizens to get them out of the way. This video, and it's brand new, showing an Israeli F-35 shooting down a manned Iranian fighter jet over the capital city of Iran, Tehran. A first of its kind air-to-air strike for the stealth fighter. Fox News correspondents are covering the story from all angles in multiple locations now, from London to Istanbul, Turkey, Israel, Armenia, and Dubai. We are bringing you the very latest developments as this conflict unfolds, minute by minute. First, let's go to Chief Foreign Correspondent Trey Yinks in Tel Aviv. Trey.
Welcome in to Ranimal Media.
Details from the Israelis about a strike overnight that involved 50 fighter jets and 100 munitions targeting the bunker of Iran's former supreme leader. A senior Israeli official telling Fox News these strikes overnight went after the underground bunker that the Iranians spent years building. But they say whenever the Ayatollah was killed over the weekend, he didn't make it to the bunker. He was above ground. This is new information, but you see the power of these strikes here as they drop more than 100 munitions on this location to ensure the Iranians aren't able to use these facilities in the future. It comes as Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is holding a new security assessment today with his top leadership here as the Israelis enter into the second phase of this war against Iran and its proxies. Overnight, the Iranians launching new ballistic missiles into Israel using a cluster munition to try and rain debris down on the population below.
Look at that, everybody.
Some of those missiles overshot their targets, slamming into the Mediterranean Sea. And the Israelis going after these launching positions, they say they destroyed another 6 ballistic missile launchers. A top spokesman for the Israeli military saying this about the war.
In Iran, we continue to strike the regime's core arrays and destroy its capabilities. Tonight, aircraft attacked the main headquarters of the regime leadership in Tehran.
And we know today the Israelis are not just looking east, they're also looking north to Lebanon. You can see in these live images here, smoke rising from the Lebanese capital of Beirut. You're looking now at the Dahya neighborhood, a Hezbollah stronghold where the organization is commanding and even launching some of its attacks against Israel. They have warned the civilian population there, hundreds of thousands of people, to get out of harm's way. One resident describing what the scene is like.
They threatened the Daya area, so we packed our things and left. Everyone left Daya. Now we're living a tragic life here, displaced. It's a miserable life. You know what it's like.
As the Iranians and their proxies continue
Crazy
to attack
stuff, everybody.
Israel and U.S. forces across the region, Iran's President Masoud Pezeshkian
Welcome
saying
in
some
to
countries
Ranimal
have
Media.
initiated efforts for mediation. Our response to them is clear. We are committed to lasting peace in the region, but we have not the slightest hesitation in defending the dignity and authority of our country. The audience for mediation should be those who, by underestimating the Iranian people, ignited the fire of provocation. Iran's president does not mention his country's expanding ballistic missile program or their pursuit of a nuclear weapon, but President Trump responding today saying there will be no deal except unconditional surrender. Harris.
Trey, as the sun sets there, we're getting so much more video in, so I'm going to share that with the audience now. Great reporting. Thank you. Good to see you, my friend. So this is just coming in, and you can see smoke rising over Tehran. You'll be able to see that momentarily as both the U.S. and Israel continue strikes from the air on terror targets. So this was that original point of view of Israeli pilots. And the capital city, with that smoke rising now, through the hour, we will bring you these new images as
Ranimal
we get
Media.
them. And I'm
Viewer
gonna ask my team to
discretion
pop that
is
up as soon as
advised.
we get it in, because I didn't see it. There it is. Okay. I am joined now by my next guest. I want to get to this. Nations around the Middle East are on high alert, as we are here at home. Iran is attacking them. The radical Islamic Republic launching new strikes on Gulf states today, and Iran is going after our U.S. embassies across the Middle East. In fact, the U.S. embassy in Kuwait is now closed following Iran's drone strikes there. Iranian media reporting new attacks on Bahrain's capital. The building that houses the Israeli embassy was targeted there.
Crazy stuff, everybody. Crazy stuff. Welcome in to Ranimal Media.
Now remember, these are countries that Iran might have thought were, if not neutral, friendly. They're hitting them. Iran rapidly expanding now the conflict, aiming at 12 countries and at least 2 territories that we know of. It's getting bigger by the hour as they desperately shoot out in every direction. Here's what Brett Velikovich told me yesterday.
Iran's strategy has always been this death by 1,000 cuts, launch a few drones here, arm a proxy militia there, threaten shipping lanes somewhere else. But that strategy only works if the United States hesitates, which we've always done before. But we are done abandoning our red lines.
And President Trump with this offer to Iran's Revolutionary Guard.
You're going to have a chance after all these years to take back your country, accept immunity. We'll give you immunity, and we'll be giving you really the right side of history, because that's what it is. So you'll be perfectly safe with total immunity, or you'll face absolutely guaranteed death.
Well, there's no
Guaranteed
confusion
death.
about that. Chief International Correspondent Steve Harrigan is in northern Armenia, not far from the border there.
Trump's not mixing his words on that.
Harris, you're pointing out a couple of things. First of all, the range of the attacks by Iran since this conflict began, targeting and hitting at least 12 countries so far, and also targeting what could be seen as friendly countries, most recently Azerbaijan, this country just on Iran's northern border, targeted by Iran on Thursday with a drone strike. Both countries Shiite Muslim nations, yet Azerbaijan
Crazy.
being targeted, those drone strikes exploding in an international airport, wounding 4 and causing some serious infrastructure damage. The response from Azerbaijan has been fierce. The president saying there will be retaliation. Here's the president of Azerbaijan.
Our armed forces, the Ministry of Defense, the State Border Service,
See,
and
their
all
president
other
doesn't think that's funny.
forces have been brought to level 1 mobilization and must be ready to conduct any operation.
Now, part of the reason for the attack by Iran
What are
on
those
Azerbaijan
things?
could be the close economic ties between Azerbaijan and Israel. Azerbaijan also a large supplier of crude oil to Israel, but a larger concern as well. There are about 25 million ethnic Azerbaijanis who live in northern Iran. That's always been a concern for the regime in Tehran. Harris, back to you.
All right, Steve, and I want the audience to see this. It's that black smoke rising over the capital city of Iran now. This was just into us moments ago, and now we've got it queued up to show you. And it's important that you see this because this is the seat of where they would be if they could gather whatever government they might put in place. Now, we know they've got an underground bunker, and our forces are going after that. But remember, when forces killed the Ayatollah Khomeini, he was outside the bunker. If you hit that bunker, I don't know how they're going to hide everything. I'm sure they'll find ways. It's their country. But we are way inside their game right now. In focus now, retired Lieutenant General Keith Kellogg, former special presidential envoy for Ukraine for President Trump, and former acting national security director. General, great to see you this morning. So we are hearing about a push now that's a little bit different than what we had been. I mean, as you see that smoke rising over Tehran, what does that tell you about this mission?
Yeah, well, it's good to be with you, Harris. Thank you very much. Look, what this really tells me is something that I haven't seen in my generation on the rules of engagement is the president is going after everything. It's full, it's full speed ahead. They're taking out targets most of us hadn't thought about.
Breaking news on Ranimal Media.
And the president's right about winning. There's no doubt in my mind that we're destroying every target we want to get to. And Brett just came on a minute ago, and he's probably the drone king of the world out there. And we're just using things that we haven't used before and going after these targets, like the LUCAS system, which is a drone system that we reverse engineered from the Shahad 136. That's got basically a huge warhead on it that we're sending back to the Iranians. So we took their design, reverse engineer it, and send it back. And we're going after their deep
crazy
bunkers.
stuff.
We're going after every target we can find that's out there. You know, this is one of those that I advise the mullahs is you better go back to your mosque because, you know, there's a game in America called whack-a-mole. We're doing whack-a-mole right now. And it's sort of like everybody sticks their head up and says, I'm in charge. You're gone. You're history. And the Revolutionary Guards is gone too. Their military is gone. Their military, the economic piece is gone. It's just a massive win for the United States.
You were talking about our drone expert. He's done so much, Brett Velikovich, but now is the moment for that information about drones. Because it would seem that Iran was really powerfully armed with drones. Do we have any idea? Now, I know they make them, but did we have any idea they could hit plus 2,000 at this point targets?
Well,
or at least try to.
Yeah, I was pretty sure. We probably had a pretty good indication they're pretty good on drone warfare. And actually, this started years ago when they actually attacked Saudi Arabia with drones and swarms of them. So they're doing it now. We knew about their tactics. We knew about their technology. We reversed engineer it. We're going after them. Like Admiral Brad Cooper said yesterday, there was a drone carrier, like as big as a World War II.
Big ship, yep.
It was, as he said yesterday, it's now burning I think in the Persian Gulf or somewhere else. And it's sort of like we kind of understood it, and we're just reacting to it. And I give great credit to Brad Cooper and the Secretary of War and the President as well, that if there's targets out there, we'll take it out. And if there's economic target, military target, whatever you want to call it, we'll make sure we reduce it.
Now, I want to get to this because this is brand new today. And again, with all of your expertise, maybe you saw this coming.
Welcome in to Ranimal Media. Grab yourself a cup of coffee, get a drink.
To the Iranians to help the Islamic Revolutionary Guard target U.S. forces and targets inside the Middle East. What do you say about that?
Well, I think if in fact they're doing it, for sure, that's kind of a mistake on their part. If they should just step back, realize this is a lost cause. And they and the Chinese as well, and we shouldn't do it. Because all that does is just increases the animus we have towards the Russians, mainly Vladimir Putin.
Smoke, grab yourself a smoke, cigarette, cigar, what have you.
Advice to him, he won't take it from me. But
welcome in to Ranimal Media.
I'll say thank you very much. We won't attack, we won't help you at all, Iran. You're on your own. Look what Hezbollah has done. And look what Hamas has done. They've made, as well as the Houthis, they've kind of said, thank you very much.
So why get involved at this point if you're Russia? I mean, they have to have read that Ukraine is helping us with the drone picture too. We've got this new laser capability to take down the drones. It's extremely inexpensive. This is cheap to do that.
I think they underestimated, which I think was a mistake because people have done it repeatedly, that when Donald Trump gets involved in something, he goes all in on it. And I think Vladimir Putin really doesn't understand the president. I really mean that. He's an old KGB agent, furthest west he'd ever been dressed in Germany. He really doesn't have a good appreciation of the United States, and he should realize this is just a lost cause. Write it off. Go home.
General Kellogg, always great to see you.
Good to be with you.
Thank you, sir. And to
Thank
be
you.
on set with you, extra special.
Thank
you. Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full shows streaming now on Fox One.
They're buffering. Huh. Why are you buffering? Wake up. Look into what's going on with that. Just replaying.
Right? Like they're literally in a cage. Literally. It's like when the, you know the ponies at the horse show that they parade around? It's literally a fucking petting zoo. Yeah, you're trying not to laugh, you dumb fat fuck.
Make more money.
You fat fuck.
You guys are poor. We get some more money coming.
My bad. You're way too your issue, not mine.
No, they told me that they had issues of buildings and guys in the
My cortisol is off the chain.
Apparently this is a protest that's going on right now.
The Republic Army killed all the United States Army. They speaking on the video. Hating the country that you live in. They should leave.
They say it's a vigil. Police officer. stuck a sticker to keep the gate sealed. Maybe that'll work. Somebody just squirted something towards the cops. Somebody just threw water towards the police. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. Crazy stuff. Yeah, ooh. Needs more cowbell. Shit, eat shit, eat shit, eat shit, eat shit, eat shit. That's what it sounds like they're saying. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. Welcome into Ranimal Media. What's he saying? He's calling them pedophiles. That guy has a screechy voice. Welcome in everybody. Welcome into Ranimal Media. Viewer discretion is advised. We're watching a vigil slash protest in New York City. They're protesting the Iranian war. Welcome in to Ranimal Media, everybody. Hope you're all having a good day, good evening, good night, wherever you're watching from. Welcome in, welcome in. That woman over there was just praying for the guy on the megaphone. What the heck is he saying, everybody? Craziness. Welcome in to Ranimal Media, everybody. Viewer discretion is advised on Ranimal Media. The heck is she holding out on the stick? Cat toy? Welcome in to Ranimal Media, everybody. Hope you guys are all having a good day, good evening, good night, wherever you're watching from. Hope you guys are all safe. Right now we're watching vigil slash protest in New York City. Ice, ice, ice. Trump will deport you. Oh, that was some funny stuff. Trump will deport you. That's a good one. Crazy stuff, everyone. Who's hair guy? Rock and roll. I have a question.
What are your pronouns? What are your pronouns? Yo, look at this. Yo, he's a fucking incel. No, they're an incel. I'm gonna push you and you faggot. You did faggot. Hide your face, pussy. Because you know you're a faggot. You're a pussy. No.
Oh.
It's just identify.
The referee's there.
Hey, how is it to be a loser? How? That's okay. We're not afraid of it. We're not afraid of anyone. We're not afraid of anyone.
I'm not saying we're afraid. I'm saying we're not violent.
We're not violent. Nobody's touching him.
I know. That's my point.
Don't even start. Oh, you wish.
No one wants to touch you. That's part of your problem.
Touch. That's funny.
Ben Bundy wants her wig back.
Sorry about that, everyone. Ranimal smokes. Ranimal will cough. Hair guy got Ranimal going. He thought that was funny.
Guys, let's go. Let's go, folks. Go back.
You don't like America? Get out. Just get out. You don't have to live here. Just get out. Get the fuck out. Go to Ayatollah. Go suck their dick.
We're watching a vigil/protest for the Iranian war at the moment, taking place in New York City. Welcome in to Ranimal Media. Get a job, get a job. Welcome in to Ranimal Media.
Send a little horse there, buddy.
Crazy stuff. Welcome in to Ranimal Media.
He's a billionaire. That's Trump's friend, right?
Listen. Terrorists. 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 Terrorists.
Yeah, you guys got some trust building to do with Americans. You guys gotta be taught not to be terrorists. Welcome in to Ranimal Media. I appreciate you guys for stopping by, hanging out with Ranimal. We're getting live updates of what's happening in the war, but right now we're watching a visual protest in New York City that's taking place. It's related to the war. Right now there's not a whole lot going on. We can bounce back and forth between war footage, see if anything's happening. Come back here. Welcome in to Ranimal Media. Be sure to like, share, and subscribe. I do appreciate it. Welcome in to Ranimal Media. So, while that's happening, we'll come over here, pop up a new, that wasn't new. We'll pop up a new live feed real quick while they're chanting and doing their thing. We'll pop it up live. This side of Beirut's not. Here's Mr. Steve. He's still doing his live. Breaking news, gunfire. I hear gunfire in the background, everybody. This is Beirut, Lebanon. Welcome in to Ranimal Media.
Now, I will say this.
While everyone's protesting over in New York City, there's gunfire and fire and chaos taking place.
News, the press in Israel isn't allowed to report on it for a while. So you might not hear reporting on this from Israeli press while it's going on. Especially if like Israeli troops are injured or something, it can take like hours to hear about it because I think the government doesn't let them report on it. I believe that fire is from before, from one of the airstrikes.
Welcome into Ranimal Media, everybody. We're going to hang out here with Mr. Steve for a while.
I'm going to be back in 1 minute, okay? Give me 1 minute to come back here.
Sorry about that, everybody.
Back in 1 minute.
Alright, so while Mr. Steve's collecting himself, let's go see if I can pick up the stream without Mr. Steve talking. You guys are here for Ranimal's commentary. We do hang out and like to hang out with Mr. Steve and watch his channel. He's been doing an excellent job. But Ranimal's got to learn how to do it himself. Welcome in to Ranimal Media. Well, that is if I can find the Beirut stream. I might have to try to type it in. If that's even a possibility. Whoa, tornado. Hold on, people. Tornado happened.
Longest tornado
this early in the year that Michigan has ever experienced. We know
This
from
real, or are
drone
they
footage
just talking
that there
about
are
both stuff?
numerous homes, over a dozen, maybe 2 dozen, 3 dozen, that just no longer exist. There's other video
Crazy.
we're seeing here. This is from that same tornado, but earlier as it went through the Three Rivers area. This
Breaking news, breaking news.
a Home Depot type
Tornado.
that the roof was torn off of, and we don't even
Great
know yet,
stuff.
exactly how many injuries are from that one. But when we showed you that video of the lake and the homes being
It's not
destroyed
related to
inside the
Israel,
lake,
but
we know from the sheriff that we have fatalities.
look at that. That's
Not
crazy,
yet
everybody.
how many, but that area, there's at least a dozen people, maybe more, that no longer
Breaking
have
news,
homes.
breaking news. Tornado.
No, it's terrible. This violent system's moving
Tears
across
through
our
several
country
states.
tonight and the weekend for us. We just
Crazy,
saw
everybody.
George's live shot.
Yeah, and this is still just the beginning. So George is located here near the Tulsa area, and Tulsa, by the way, is under a tornado warning, a new tornado warning just south of Interstate 44. So in Tulsa, everyone is in their shelters, sirens are going off. If we have a tornado, it's on the west side of town. You notice this purple here, and you see this little hook. That would be where we'd have the possible tornado. Other areas are still at risk later tonight, from Omaha to Kansas City, all the way back down to Springfield, Missouri, including the Oklahoma City of Dallas. All those areas are under tornado watches for the rest of this evening. Conditions
Taking a 2-second break, everyone. Check this out. This is crazy.
earlier today. We do south of Chicago. We have some strong thunderstorms, not tornadic, but we're just worried about more lightning and wind damage.
I'll have to see what the weather's supposed to be like where I am.
37 million people at risk. Areas from Pittsburgh to West Virginia, Ohio, and then this large area between Dallas heading toward Houston and southeast.
Well done. Sorry about that, everybody.
Outbreak here. Just seeing this strong of tornadoes so early in
So they're just talking about tornadoes that we have. Alright, so Mr. Steve still will be back. I'm still trying to find if we can find the second Beirut stream. I have to go type it. So they keep showing. Oh, I did see a. Maybe we'll have to put multi-stream. Where's Mr. Steve getting his live feed from? That. What's that? That's what he's saying, and that's what this is. Let's see. I don't see the fire. It would be right in there. So I don't know what that feed is. They said it was live. Guess we're gonna have to go fetch Mr. Steve. I think it's a paid feed, but I'm not seeing. If Ranimal had money and he knew where to purchase these live streams, he would. Funds or the knowledge of where they're getting them from. Watching Mr. Steve. I'll jump onto one of these that don't seem to have the same footage. Or Mr. Steve's watching a later delayed stream or something, where he usually hasn't been, so I don't know. Guys, I'm probably missing it. Ranimal doesn't know everything. He's trying. He's learning. Definitely could use everyone's help. You guys know more, let me know in the chat, in the comments box. Yeah, YouTube's not showing. They just keep showing this. Hey, look, this is live. It might be glowing fire right here. I'm not sure. But when I come back over here, Mr. Steve, there's a fire in the backpack here. And to me, that's not exactly the same shot. It's driving me bonkers. Or he's zoomed in. Use everybody. Good and confused. We'll hop back on.
The military says to the media, you can't report it. So the fact that I'm not seeing any Israeli media talk about what's going on in Lebanon, it suggests to me something significant is happening. Because I'm sure they know.
Breaking news.
Oh,
on
more!
Ranimal
Look at
Media.
that! More fire going up into the sky.
Let's see if I can find the multicam we were watching.
Yeah, sometimes Israel restricts reporting on military stuff.
That's not the one we were watching. I'm trying to hurry, guys. I hear gunfire going off. If I can find the multicam shot. Not that one, but almost that one. Oh my word. Where'd they hide it? Whoa, big multicam. But I don't see anything on it.
It's a little quieter at the moment. I'm still hearing gunfire in the back.
Huh.
As I mentioned before, just in Iran, there are a number of reports saying that Israel forces, and maybe American, have hit Mehrabad International Airport in Iran.
Well, that don't
I've seen a
sound
number
good.
of reports. Hold on.
All right, guys, we're just gonna hang here. I'm gonna go for the other
The
window.
gunfire is back.
Has to have the riot over here. You can watch that protest. Vigil. Whatever they feel like calling
Kiwi
it.
thinks there might be helicopters involved here. I don't know. Kiwi NZ said.
Welcome in to Ranimal Media.
Wow. Wow.
Viewer discretion is advised on Ranimal Media. Welcome in, everybody. That footage. Get out of here. Maybe that one that I was looking at was.
You know, it's
the
interesting.
footage.
Remember, a couple days ago, the IDF ordered an unprecedented
Not that one.
evacuation of the southern suburbs of Beirut. They said, everybody get out. And the thinking was they're going to do extensive airstrikes. Is there any chance they ordered an evacuation because they were thinking about doing something on land, some kind of
All right. Welcome in to Ranimal Media. Viewer discretion is advised. Oops. There was gunfire a moment ago. Welcome in to Ranimal Media. How would we do all that? Viewer discretion is advised. Over there, anti-aircraft. Welcome in to Ranimal Media. All right. Ranimal's going to try something. Stand by. Not sure if it's going to work. We're going to drop Mr. Steve out of the equation. We're going to go Back to the search. Had hold of it. This live shot. So now if I can do it right, maybe. Go back over here. Nice. Oops, different buttons. See how this might be. I'm trying something, everybody. I'm not sure if it's going to work.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI creation platform. Describe what you want, and watch it take shape. You can plan, customize, and expand in any direction. From tools built for one, to platforms ready for many. From passion projects to enterprise-grade systems. Everything is built in and ready to launch. It's a new world of creation, where you can go as far as your imagination takes you. Can you imagine it? Let's make your dream a reality, right now.
I'll show you what that like with you guys.
Got safety protocols? Grainger has the safety pros to call. Shop our vast inventory of safety products at Grainger.com. Call, click, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
In the next 12 to 24 months, I believe America will endure an age of chaos that is likely to be more difficult to navigate than any other period of your lifetime so far.
Testing things out, everybody.
Large, reliable companies will crumble, while smaller, little-known firms will dominate. I've put together a presentation for you right here that gives you 7 stock investment ideas completely free. You get my #1 sell this, buy that idea for the age of chaos when you click the button on your screen. To be clear, I have never given away this much research at no cost before. So take advantage of it while you can still get into these companies at great prices. Click now to see the names, tickers, and my full analysis while you still can.
That's not gonna work. I'm gonna have to figure out something else. That option didn't work every day. Wait, that's not also the right option. We're working on it, guys. Ranimal's learning. Yeah, I have to pull this out of its own window, but its own window. Let's see if that had any effect. Also, they will blow this out. Aha. I figured it out, everybody. Figured it out. Welcome into Ranimal Media. Good deal. All right. Start. All right. Welcome into Ranimal Media. No. That is it. Don't do that. Hit it again. Not doing that. Keep doing that. That's not funny. Sorry, everybody, more technical difficulties. Let's do them. We'll fix that. Play games. We'll play games. Aha, okay. Now, bear with me on another minute. Button. Button. This one. This one, this one. Now we're cooking with some oil. Alright, now, hold on. Full screen, you guys here. Full screen here. The riot protest isn't live anymore, but we're gonna watch the replay of it. Let's see. All I gotta do is make sure it's working. So, play. We're all playing live. Maybe it won't let me. That didn't work. I guess it keeps freezing the video. And I don't know how to be able to do it where I can log myself in. So you'd have to get ads. I mean, I guess we could deal with since we're not listening to it all the way. Oh, welcome into Ranimal Media, everybody. I tried to figure it out. Oh, what? Oh, we'll have it figured out one day, everybody. Ranimal Media is growing, expanding, and evolving. We'll get there. Ranimals learning by trial and error. Welcome in to Ranimal Media. Live, unscripted, off the cuff. Welcome in. Welcome in. Thing is, guys, I don't think that top is live streaming it. I think it froze on me when I went to move. Main one is screaming. So I think I'm gonna have to do what we did a moment ago. Have to deal with ads. Then it kept telling me subscribe, and I don't know where to go to log in. Or I was trying to I mean, I know how to log in, but I don't know how to log in through the app, the streaming app. I would assume I already would know that I'm stuff and that I am already logged in. Or why. That's it again. We'll see what happens. Welcome in to Ranimal Media. Guys watching a static video in the corner that's not doing anything. Even if I have to edit out the part that asks to subscribe or whatever, I can work out whether I'm get temporarily until we figure it out. So I'll move that one there. Here. Close the protest riot video that we're not going to get to watch. Alright, the web address for this guy. Yes, close it off. Okay. Now we've only got this one up. Here. Let's see if I can figure out what happened last time.
Out completely wireless. Let me show you something real quick. This is my dash cam, not a single cable in sight. I can take it right out of the car and it still works. Why? Because it's 100% wireless. That's right, you only need to charge it about once a month, and it records in 1800p HD with automatic date and timestamps. It includes an adjustable front camera plus a rear camera, just like I showed you. Totally wire-free, and it packs 4 cameras in one. Oh, and it's got night vision too, so whether you're just running into the store or leaving your car parked on the street, it keeps recording all night long. If you want a complete, reliable wireless dash cam setup, this is it. Tap the link in the bottom corner and grab yours now.
I figured it out, I think. Yeah. Plugging all stuff in. We might be able to do it.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI creation platform. Describe what you want, and
Alright, let's see if it's working. Bring you guys in. Guess I need to add it to the camera. Give you guys the hookup. There's actually a moving picture going on inside the picture, everybody. Awesome. Welcome to Ranimal Media. Check that out. See everything. Good job, Ranimal. Good job. You gave him the hookup. Welcome in to Ranimal Media. Glad to have each and every one of you here hanging out. Awesome. So now that we have that figured out, everybody, we might be able to do some more interesting videos. That's something to subscribe for. Welcome in to Ranimal Media. Hope you guys can hear everything good. He's making a ticking noise in my ear. I hear gunfire in the distance. Viewer discretion is advised. Welcome in to Ranimal Media. That everyone is shooting off more rockets, or whatever they are, the aircraft, missiles. Kind of stinks, as I would have to do the same thing I just did up there or down here on this stream. Then I think I can go do research in the background and bring it and present to you guys without it freezing the feed. But to do that, I have to look into. That would take you guys being more patient again. Let's see if I mess it up or not mess it up. There's always that possibility. But if I get it doing it right, then I'll pop more stuff up for you guys. You know what? Let's look into it. Oh, it's not over there. I'll have to add that. Hold on. One here for here. Okay, so grab this. Up temporarily. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, you can teledoc that. From smart scales and expert coaching to personalized nutrition plans.
That's up. But for the most part, it works. So hold up. figure it out. This. All together. Let's see what I want to do. Oh. There we go, everybody. I think possibly I figured it out. Now the catch is here.
More boxes, more options. There's over 1,700 box types in stock and ready to help you
Interesting.
store
And
you can count on Grainger to deliver your boxes fast. Count on Grainger for boxes. Call or click Grainger.com/boxes today.
Oh. Weird. All right. I sort of figured some of it out. Welcome in to Ranimal Media. Seems like it got awfully quiet. Let's try another test. See if that.
Get out, cockroach! Get out, cockroach! You the cockroach! Get the fuck out, bitch! Get out, bitch! Get out, bitch! Bye! We're paid! Get the fuck out! That's getting treatment! Get the fuck out, bitch! Get out, bitch! Bye!
He does more than that.
Bye, bitch! I'm reading you! I'm reading you! Yay! Bye, bitch! Bye! We're paid, bitch! Get out, bitch! We're paid! Get the fuck out! You're paid to do this. Bitch, I'm in it! I'm in your face! We're paid! Get out, bitch! Get out! Nate Freeman, out! Out! Go, bitch! Take your ugly ass cat and go! Bye! We're paid! Bye! Heightened! Cockroach! Bye, cockroach! Bye, cockroach! Bye! No, bitch! No, bitch! No! No! Ha-ha, bitch! Bye! How y'all not know Nate Freeman? This nigga stupid! Outside! Outside!
If you get your partner in public, they will kill you. You have no idea. You have no idea what's happening in Iran. Are you crazy? If you have no hijab, they will kill you. Are you crazy? If you are LGBTQ member, they will kill you. The Mullah will kill you. Are you crazy? Finish it. Finish supporting terrorists.
Don't trust her. Trust the white college leftist college students, okay? Trust them. They know much better than I can.
Alright, we gotta test it out on another.
Who else is right wing? I can tell you who right wing. Who else trying to get interviewed? I can tell you everyone. I cannot believe you guys don't know Nate Friedman. Bye, Nate. Enjoy. Here, motherfucker. Here.
I can't hear it, but you guys can.
I call Nate for my Friday.
I'll have to figure that part out myself.
Who next? I know all of them.
You guys can.
I know all of them. Who next? Who next? Who right wing? Who want to interview? Fuck that out of here.
Oh, wait, we gotta turn it up a mic.
Nate Friedman, bitch.
So there's a press conference happening, correct?
Figured out. And I can turn them down when they get loud. Ranimal's mastering the studio, everybody. Welcome in Ranimal Media.
The one that's yelling at me?
Yeah. Yeah. This one right here?
Yeah, just film this.
Viewer discretion is advised. Welcome in to Ranimal Media.
Another right-wing piece of shit right here. Look, this piece of shit. He got stuck in garbage. Heavy like, fuck Palestine. Yes, you. No, fuck you. Small dick. This small dick Puerto Rican bastard. Any Puerto Rican man at a protest yelling has a small penis.
Oh, darn. Sorry about that, everybody.
This motherfucker right here. He right wing, don't let him go near. Who next? Who next? I know all of them. I know all of them. Don't let this man, he's a piece of shit. This man is a piece of garbage. Right wing, he's stupid. Who next? Who next?
Who next?
I know all of them. Who next? He's coming back. He's coming back. He's coming back.
I have both audios playing, so if anything does happen down in Beirut down there, we'll know about
He's
it.
coming back. Shut up, bitch. Shut up. Bye, bitch. Bye. He's coming back. He's coming back. I'm on that ass.
We'll hear it. Welcome in to Ranimal Media.
Take this nigga with you. Bye, bitch.
We're watching a protest, vigil, riot, protest, whatever you want to call it. It took place about 2-3 hours ago in New York City. Right now it's going on 2:30. No, I lied. It's going on 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time in New York, where Ranimal hangs out. Welcome in to Ranimal Media. I appreciate each and every one of you guys for hanging out, watching the live with me. Trying to keep up on what's happening in the Iran war. Trump said for the next 4 weeks or more that tensions are going to be extremely high over there. Sorry about that, everybody. Ranimal coughs. He smokes, he'll cough. Sorry about that. Welcome into Ranimal Media. Hope you guys are all having a good day out there, wherever you're watching from. Alright, I gotta turn that down because I don't know anything about the copyrights to that music. Sorry. When they get away from the music, we'll go back to turning them up. Ranimal has to get used to doing that, everybody. Welcome in to Ranimal Media.
Like your mama. Like your mother. Like your
Yeah,
mother.
like your mama.
Like your mother, bitch. Like your mother.
Welcome in to Ranimal Media.
Dummy. 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 I don't give a so what. Okay, why do you not like the visual that's happening?
Because this man was a mass murderer of Iranians. His death is the best thing that has happened for Iran in 47 years.
So do you like what Trump did? Do you like what Trump did?
Absolutely.
Viewer discretion is advised.
Genocide in Israel and Palestine?
The only genocide in Israel.
Ranimal is an American.
So
He
blowing up is a genocide?
voted for Trump. Welcome in to Ranimal Media.
That doesn't mean people aren't getting murdered.
USA all the way.
Okay, so what's the genocide? So
the genocide is the destruction, the deliberate destruction of an entire group of people. I'll give you an example of the genocide. After the Holocaust,
Eradication
the Jewish
of a species is genocide.
What's that nigga? What's the Puerto Rican nigga?
Before 1933. That's a genocide.
They put a lot of words to it.
Okay, so blowing up Palestinian babies is
It means what it means. It is what it is. The word is the word. It means what it means. Oh, what's that truck doing?
Well, it represents genocide.
It represents Jews. Also a Jew himself.
Who? So what the fuck does that mean? I'm saying genocide is bad. What the fuck does that nigga bad? Nate is bad. Oh, Kosher Deals is here. I know everybody. Kosher Deals. I don't like Nate. You're not my target. That motherfucker right there. I don't like Nate Friedman. Doggy, right that nigga right They're angry about the vigil that's taking place over there because they say that
Welcome in to Ranimal Media. Welcome in to Ranimal Media. Hope you guys are all having a good evening out there. A good day, good night.
You're not even fucking Iranian. Who are you backing up? That's you, Ayatollah. That's you, Ayatollah. That's you, Ayatollah. He has no place. He's dead. He's dead. He's dead.
Crazy people. Ay, ay, ay. Be sure to share this live out, everybody. Help spread awareness. Help Ranimal grow his community. Welcome in to Ranimal Media.
Where were you, motherfucker, when they killed 50,000 people? Where were you? Where were you?
I'm a nigga.
Yeah.
I'm a nigga. That's where I am.
How much they pay you to be here?
I'm a nigga.
Viewer discretion is advised. Welcome in to Ranimal Media.
Fuck you! Little fucking child!
Professional, I said you last year.
You're so angry. Why are you angry?
Bitch, you're on the side of a terrorist. You call me angry? Fuck
Why are
you.
you angry?
She's just a professional protester. I seen her last year right here.
She's a professional protester.
I think you did last February.
Oh, crazy stuff.
Death to Ayatollah!
You sound angry.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
But he's dead. Why are you angry?
He's dead.
He's dead.
Why don't you let them have their vigil? Why can't they have it at peace?
How much you got paid? How much you got paid?
Yeah, they are protesting the visual, however it's said. Really.
Trump, thank you! Trump, thank you! Trump, thank you! Trump, thank you! Trump, thank you!
He's pretty quiet in Beirut right now.
He fucked around and found out!
He effed around and found out. It's American flag. Hey, don't hold it upside down. Not cool. Welcome in to Ranimal Media. Thing pops off down in Beirut. I'll shrink them down on the protest and quiet them down, and I might even throw him in the background. Mute him.
No hands. Imagine my shot. All of you are fucking larping. They like to pretend. They want to pretend.
I'm gonna test that theory right now. This button. This button. Welcome in to Ranimal Media. Viewer discretion is always advised. Welcome in to Ranimal Media.
But you couldn't even do that. You couldn't even do that. Losers!
They're in New York City. This is about 3 hours ago. Right now it's a little after 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time in New York City. The sun has gone down. Ranimal hasn't seen this, so we're watching it. Hopefully you guys are all enjoying it. Crazy stuff. They're protesting the visual of the supreme leader of Iran that was taken out in the war efforts. Welcome in to Ranimal Media. I think down here there's a fire, or a really bright orange light. The Ranimal's not too sure. He knows there's smoke coming out of this area down here. All of this white stuff that you see in the sky, that's the smoke from this building. It's rising right here. It's spreading out. Crazy stuff, everybody. Welcome in to Ranimal Media. I appreciate each and every one of you guys for stopping in, spending time with Ranimal, watching videos with me, hanging out in my lives. I do appreciate it. I'm going to have to ask you guys a question now. Will you please share the live video and help get there more people in the chat box? I do appreciate it. Thank you. Help the Ranimal's community grow. You guys are all out there. Y'all just have to find me. You could share me out with your friends and family and let them find me. And let them share me out, and around and around we go. I do appreciate it, everybody. It's not going to grow by itself. Organic traffic is the only way that Ranimal wants to grow. Each and every one of you are important to me. So welcome in to Ranimal Media.
Who are against liberation. But they don't
What
bother
did I
us.
just do?
They don't bother us at all. Could you give us your name? Larry Holmes.
That's Mr. Larry.
I am so honored to
I like his megaphone. That's a nice megaphone.
commemoration of the brave martyrs, starting with
Ayatollah Khomeini, but all of the others. And I want to stress how very, very important this event is. And I hope that people all over the world find out about it. I hope that everybody, everywhere, knows that we are here in New York. We are more than 6,000 miles away from Iran. But our hearts are in Tehran. Our hearts are in Beirut. Our hearts are in Yemen. Our hearts are in Baghdad. Our hearts are in the West Bank. Our hearts are in Havana and Caracas and everywhere else.
What is going on, guys? Viewer discretion is advised. Welcome in to Ranimal Media.
Everywhere people are fighting for liberation.
I'm gonna see if I have the power to rewind this back. That is not the rewind button. Oh, a SpongeBob guy. Alright, guys. This is crazy. Watch SpongeBob guy. He just started punching that guy in the face. Viewer discretion is advised. Welcome in, welcome in. I'm not sure what SpongeBob guy, why he punched that person.
Everywhere people are fighting for liberation.
That's crazy. That's crazy, everybody. Hang on. Hold on. Oh, I can turn it up the quality. 23 minutes. Oh, let's turn up the quality, of course. Unless drop this down. We'll test it out. I have to do it a little slow.
And Caracas and everywhere.
Oh, okay. I see. He grabbed the thing. Wait, I gotta go back. Oops, I messed up. Sorry, everybody. Alright. It's way slowed down, but the person over here in this red pink hat.
You know, everywhere people are fighting for liberation.
This person in the pink hat over here, they grab a picture off the table, and that provokes SpongeBob guy to punch him in the face. See, that person's holding the table so the wind doesn't blow it, and you let it go.
They don't bother us at all. If you give us your name, Larry Holmes.
Okay, I went way back. Okay, watch the guy. I'm going forward a little bit at a time. Okay, he decides he's gonna grab it. Watch, he's looking at it. He's thinking about it. He's getting his hand ready, look. He's thinking about being stupid.
I hope that
Watch, he's gonna go for it.
everybody
He's looking to see if anyone's watching him.
knows that we are here.
Punched in the face by SpongeBob. I think it's that one. Maybe it's another guy in a red hat.
6,000 miles
I hope the slow-mo's not bothering you guys. I just wanted to see what happens. Breaking news on Ranimal Media. Somebody's about to defile the memorial, and they're gonna get punched in the face for it. Ranimal does not condone violence, but he will report about it. Welcome in to Ranimal Media. Oh. Okay, the guy's got his hand up. Now he's gonna go grab the picture of the big guy. Oh, it messed up the whole thing. And now, boom, right in the mouth. And another one. And another one. 4, 5. Now he's standing up. He's getting pulled away. He's on the far side. He's being pulled away by a guy in a red hat. I think they're handcuffing him up against the wall right now, everybody. Maybe not. And then somebody started fighting with the cops, but the SpongeBob guy, he's up against the wall by the top of the screen. Crazy. Alright, let me turn this back to normal speed. Let's turn it back one more time. It's crazy stuff. Crazy stuff, everybody. Welcome in. Hope that didn't bother you too much. I'll get better at it, I'm sure. Trying new things out, everybody. This is what happened before I slowed it down. I'm just going to let it play through this time, unless we see something really intense that we have to try to slow down for. We got the gist of what happened. Ranimal missed it the first time. What happened so fast. I was like, oh no. But we have the power to go back and rewind it, so when we can and Ranimal thinks about it, we will. Welcome in, everybody. So watch the pink hat guy.
You know, everywhere people are fighting for liberation.
Pink hat guy with the glasses.
They're always counter-revolutionary.
He's gonna get punched for, well, almost no good reason.
They don't bother us at all.
He's about to find out.
I am from Workers' World Party. And I'm so honored to be here.
So honored to be here.
Commemoration of the brave martyrs, starting with Ayatollah Khomeini, but all of the others. And I want to stress,
Viewer discretion is advised. There is cussing and curse words being thrown around.
and I hope that people
What happens, it happens live about 4 hours ago.
everybody, everywhere, knows that we are here in New York.
We're just watching
We are more than
replay footage of what took place about 4 hours ago in New York City.
Iran. But our hearts are in Tehran. Our hearts are in Beirut. Our hearts are in Yemen. Our hearts are
Ranimal
in
lives outside New York City, so he was not there. I do not partake in gatherings and things of such nature. But watch. Boom! 2, 3, 4. Now he's getting picked up and moved.
Do not worry.
Crazy, everybody, crazy.
Everywhere people are fighting for liberation.
That guy's not happy. He got thumped in the face a couple times. He got just through the red hat guy.
Do
Oh, there's an old lady. Old lady got knocked down. Crazy, crazy stuff, everybody. Be sure to have yourself a cup of coffee. I don't know if you can see it. This is my cool bat cup. It's circling around it. It's not Batman, but I call it the Batman cup. Looks pretty cool. Got bats around it. And it's huge. Big cup. Ranimal likes his coffee.
You cannot go about your business as if nothing is happening. You cannot pretend that nothing is happening.
Lady cup. Not a whole lot taking place in Beirut below us at the moment. The sun should start coming up for them soon.
Have you listened to them? They enjoy killing. You've never seen
Nose itches, nose itches. Yes.
bloodthirsty murderers, they celebrate it.
Welcome in to Ranimal Media.
And so cowardly, and so unhinged, and so we say, long live the brave martyrs of the resistance.
over there, it's outside. They didn't arrest him. They didn't do anything. They didn't arrest him. They came to us. Look at it. This guy's the side.
Ranimal will cover protest and war from the comfort of his office. Ranimal Studios. Let's go.
Number one terrorist! Number one terrorist! U.S. imperialist! U.S. imperialist! Number one terrorist! Number one terrorist! U.S.
Crazy stuff, everybody. Crazy stuff. Welcome in to Ranimal Media.
Comrades and enemies. My name is Sadiq. I'm with the AAPRP.
Sadiq.
The All-African People's Revolutionary Party, founded by Kwame Nkrumah. We are a mass, independent, Pan-African, socialist revolutionary party based in the continent of Africa. I'm here to dispel myths. I'm here to dispel myths. And call out the hypocrisy. And call out the hypocrisy of the United States. Of the United States. Let's begin with the myths. Let's begin with the myths. In an effort to manufacture consent. The United States is trying to portray the Islamic Republic of Iran as a brutal dictatorship. Yet I was educated in the American school system. And I remember when I went to college, in the nation's capital,
I remember once upon a time. I remember. He remembers.
Elected a pedophile to the highest office. This is the same country that let Jeffrey Epstein run rampant on this land. This is not a beacon.
Welcome in to Ranimal Media. I'm Ranimal. It's good that you guys all decided to hang out. Stop by. Welcome in to Ranimal Media. Breaking news. Hold on. Police are going after somebody. Be sure to like, share, and subscribe for Ranimal Media. I do appreciate it, everybody. Thank you. Wonder if they took SpongeBob guy in for bashing that guy's face in. Be sure to share out this live, everybody. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Everything is being recorded. Everything. Give me two. Please.
We're watching a vigil and slash protest taking place about 4 hours, 5 hours ago in New York City. Right now it's going on 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, New York City time. Welcome in to Ranimal Media. Live footage from Beirut in Lebanon. There hasn't been any activity in the last 2-3 hours. It's been pretty quiet. Their sun should be coming up soon. What are they talking about? Ooh, they make me sleepy. What the heck are they talking about? Feels it. Be sure you guys share out this live stream. I do appreciate it. Thank you. crazy. They're like brainwashing them. Don't be brainwashed. Watch Ranimal Media instead.
When they've never experienced homelessness. I feel invalidated. When people say we should fight for reform. Within political institutions. When my people die in the streets. From illness and starvation. So when I see those same people surrounding us today, calling us names, calling us evidence, it is nothing. It is nothing new. When they talk down to me, and my pain, it is nothing new. When they
You let them talk down to you.
my tone, and my messaging,
Have some respect for yourself.
misguided. It is nothing new. When they call me a terrorist, because people like me are afraid of death.
Who told you what?
Their behavior and their actions are nothing new. Nothing I've never
These people are crazy.
One day, and I'm so lucky, I might end up at the altar with these sorority people. With some of the same things I have felt throughout my life. Only when you love someone so much, feel their pain, that you truly understand that I have lost. Until you've seen how your people have been exploited and killed for nothing, but for the fact that they happen to exist. When you understand his pain, when you see people who are just like him, who are helpless.
I don't see SpongeBob. Maybe he did get arrested.
Why the martyrdom of Ayatollah Khomeini is so important to people just like us. Before I was radicalized,
Before he was radicalized.
was from the South of Lebanon. We still around.
Craziness, everybody. Craziness. Breaking news on Ranimal Media. These guys are crazy. I think that's the guy that was talking a little while ago and the guy got punched in the head. Welcome in to Ranimal Media. Hope you guys are all safe, having a good day, good night, good evening, watching from. Welcome in to Ranimal Media. Viewer discretion is advised. Welcome in to Ranimal Media. We're watching a vigil for the supreme Iranian leader and protesters that are down there protesting at the same time. This happened about 3, 4, 5 hours ago in New York City. Welcome in to Ranimal Media. A little while ago, a guy in a SpongeBob outfit punched another guy for taking the Supreme Leader guy's sign off of the mantle. He gave him a couple good ones right in the face. Live on Ranimal Media. Welcome in. Be sure to share out this live. I appreciate everybody. Share this video out. Help spread awareness and also help Ranimal grow the community. And I appreciate it. Like, share, and subscribe to Ranimal Media. Tick the little bell notification so you guys know when I go live or make new videos. I do appreciate it. Welcome in to Ranimal Media. They make me sleepy. And they all say the same thing over and over again like robots. Archway. Be sure to share out this live video, everybody. I do appreciate it. Welcome in to Ranimal Media.
That was on May 10th, 2021, because as a native doctor, I feel like I have the right to ask
Some people are just crazy. This is, Warrior Princess must be down there. She used to make that noise.
What are you talking about? You're delusional. Okay, he died of old age.
Welcome in to Ranimal Media. People,
USA did it. Israel did it. Take the terror. Finally, they're going to be free. This is just the beginning of the free world. No more supported terrorists.
رضا پهلوی این از شعار ملی رضا پهلوی این از شعار ملی رضا پهلوی این از شعار ملی رضا پهلوی این از شعار
Interesting stuff. Ooh, what are we rolling about? Why does she have a dead mouse? Ay, ay, ay. Even the cop guy's yawning. Yeah.
U.S. Air Base
stuff, everyone. Crazy stuff. Crazy, crazy stuff.
It's not to lecture Iran. Any other global South nation. While our government wages war against us. Our responsibility.
Welcome in to Ranimal Media, everybody. How's everybody doing? Crazy, everybody, crazy. Let me know in the comments what you guys think about all this.
From the belly of the beast, we will honor Khomeini. We will honor Khomeini.
Say what?
From the belly of the beast. From the belly of the beast, we will honor Khomeini. We will honor Khomeini. From the belly of the beast. From the belly of the beast, we will honor Khomeini. We will honor Khomeini.
Well, that doesn't sound smart. Smart. He's promoting hate crime. Whatever. Hate speech. Not cool. Not cool. Ranimal Media, everybody. Watching a protest and vigil for the Supreme Leader and other leaders who were killed in the war efforts. Welcome in, Ranimal Media. It's 9:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time in New York City. Welcome in. This protest took place about 3-4 hours ago. Probably still taking place right now. Screaming, that guy's screaming on the thing. Craziness, everybody, craziness. I have no idea what he is saying. It is hard to hear what he is saying. What the heck is he even saying? Oops, wrong button again. Alright, so here's the deal. I've had enough of listening to this guy go. So, right at him.
Do you want to know where to invest $1,000 right now?
No.
Goldman Sachs says that Elon Musk's new AI breakthrough could trigger.
Guys, we're gonna listen to some breaking news stories. Welcome in to Ranimal Media. Viewer discretion is advised.
Operation Epic Fury is penetrating deep inside of Iran, as tonight we're being told it'll be the biggest bombing campaign of the war. U.S. forces are exterminating what's left of the world's #1 state sponsor of terror. The crippling air campaigns left them bruised, battered, and confused because U.S. growlers are in the air, jamming Iranian electronics. So the regime is flying blind. Their drones are falling out of the sky like dead pheasants. The growlers are scrambling their signals, or they're being shattered by U.S. precision rockets. American warships haven't even used our lasers. We're saving them for the next phase. That's on top of the Air Force sinking Tehran's drone carrier last night in the Gulf. Their Navy has nearly nothing left in the water. U.S. Central Command confirming that we've sunk over 43 Iranian vessels. Here's one of their crown jewels. Watch.
This commissioning sends a clear message of military self-sufficiency.
But probably the most important capability of Shahid Bagheri is that it can remain at sea for an extended period of up to a year, a feature that makes it a game changer for the Iranian armed forces.
Now it's at the bottom of the Gulf. We've hit more than 3,000 targets, and the operation isn't even a week old. And you know what else just got hit? the Ayatollah's bunker. The IDF struck it this morning with 50 fighter jets. It's also home to Iran's
50 fighter
primary
jets.
command and control center.
Breaking
Well, it
news,
was.
breaking news.
Most of the regime couldn't be there to see it. We killed 50 of their leaders in the first 50 seconds of the war. Just incredible stuff. And now Iran's underground missile
Craziness.
cities are being turned into ash. 13 of them have been blown to rubble. Former CENTCOM commander and CIA director, General Petraeus, says we are in total control.
We want to bring in the big ones, the B-52s, the B-1 bombers, and they are flying now almost at will. I would argue that we have actually achieved air supremacy, not just air superiority.
As Secretary of War Pete Hegseth said, we're just getting started. The USS Ford, the world's largest aircraft carrier, just arrived. It was last seen sailing through the Suez Canal and should be in the theater momentarily. Right behind it, the USS Bainbridge, a guided missile destroyer with state-of-the-art Tomahawk capabilities, and the USS George H.W. Bush should be next to arrive. That put 3 carriers in the neighborhood. And just for a little extra oomph, Ukraine's got our back. They've pioneered the most advanced anti-drone tech, dealing with the swarms of Iranian drones since Putin invaded. Zelensky says he wants to help. Maybe offer us these wild hornets. The Ukrainians built these beautiful, low-cost, fast, agile kamikaze drones.
Everybody.
These Iranian drones can be a real nuisance. They're like mosquitoes. But we've been reverse engineering them and shooting them right back at them. It's saving you money.
You remember what you used to always hear, we're shooting down a $50,000 drone with a $2 million missile. These days, we're spending a lot of time shooting down $100,000 drones with $10,000 weapons from ours. So that's one aspect of it. Lucas, indispensable. As many of you know, and if you don't know, this was an original Iranian drone design. We captured it, pulled the guts out, sent it back to America, put a little Made America on it, brought it back here, and we're shooting them at the Iranians.
You know who's getting nervous? The Russians. They've reportedly been helping Iran with intel, giving them locations of our warships and aircraft. Trump's not worried.
It sounds like the Russians are helping Iran target and attack Americans now.
That's an easy problem compared to what we're doing here.
The Iranian strategy comes down
That's
to
an
this.
easy problem
Hunker
compared to
down
what we're doing here.
and wait for America to lose its will. And hit the Arabs and hit the oil to drive up the costs to the alliance. They're losing the war, so they're waging an economic war as a last resort. Their military is nearly neutered. They went from 100 missiles firing a day yesterday. They launched 8. Their fighter jets are Vietnam era. We're fighting a next generation war with a country still stuck in the 60s. Trump's in no rush. He tells Time magazine this: I have no time limits on anything. I want to get it done. The president wants us to keep going.
In Iran, we're doing very well. Somebody said, how would you score it from 0 to 10? I said, I'd give it a 12 to a 15. Their army is gone. They're just about, look, their navy is gone. Their communications are gone. Their leaders are gone. 2 sets of their leaders are gone. They're down to their 3rd set. Their air force is wiped out entirely. Other than that, they're doing very well.
As for a ground invasion, POTUS says it's a waste of time. He wants the same thing as Truman.
What the president means is that when he, as commander-in-chief of the U.S. Armed Forces, determines that Iran no longer poses a threat to the United States of America and the goals of Operation Epic Fury has been fully realized, then Iran will essentially be in a place of unconditional surrender, whether they say it themselves or not.
Unconditional surrender. We'll know it when we see it. If the mission's a success, the world will owe the president a debt of gratitude, because 1/3 of the world's population was within Iranian missile range.
I can't believe the sleep apnea pillow exists, so I almost made the dumbest mistake of my life. I got this contour pillow called Dorila Ergo.
From Paris to Calcutta. And with
Sorry
their
about that,
uranium
everybody.
stockpiles,
We'll
their
have to
ambition was Armageddon.
see what we can do
Trump's
about that.
strategy, decapitate, then delegate.
As for the future of Iran, as the president has pointed to, of course it's in the best interests of the United States of America for Iran to no longer be led by a radical terrorist regime that chants death to America and is lying to the United States and the world about their secret ambitions to possess a nuclear bomb. President Trump does not want to see that.
Another thing on the back of the president's mind, oil. Cargo ships aren't leaving the Strait of Hormuz, and oil just hit $90 a barrel. That's an issue. But the Trump administration's confident that the oil is going to flow.
The bottom line is our expectation is, given the extreme success of
Welcome in to
our
Ranimal
military,
Media. How's everybody doing?
the things that oil markets are
Welcome
concerned
in,
about
welcome in.
will be less and less relevant relatively soon. It's something that we're following very closely, and we have a high regard for the military that is putting together a plan to make sure that we can get ships through.
The administration has about 3 weeks before the Arabs have to stop production. Eventually, they run out of storage. That's the window, and the president knows it. But he doesn't look worried. He's confident once the regime collapses, the Strait opens, full production resumes, oil and gas prices will plummet, and the market rallies. This is just in from the American defense contractors we're seeing. They met with the White House, and they've agreed to quadruple the production of munitions. They're going to fast track it. Iran's in big trouble. Another domino could fall even closer to home. 47 sending Rubio to Havana. The president says this, "I'm doing it all. We'll fix it." You think Biden could do all of this? I don't think so. The president's on a roll. He's setting the foundation for peaceful coexistence among all nations. And he's even showing the Europeans how to save their countries and cultures. Thank God the United States has not sustained a battlefield casualty since Sunday. So the whole work week, no Americans killed in action.
Good news, good news.
Right now it's time for our own private White House briefing with the press secretary, Caroline Levitt. Caroline, thanks for being with us this Friday afternoon. Appreciate your time.
Thanks for having me.
I wanted to start you off this afternoon because we have confirmed reports from U.S. officials that Russia is providing intelligence to Iran to help it target U.S. assets in the region. I'm sure this is something that does not please the president whatsoever. Has he spoken to Putin about it?
Well, look, I'll leave that to the president to answer himself. But what I will tell you, John, we don't comment on intelligence reports that are leaked to the press. Whether or not this happened, frankly, it does not really matter, because President Trump and the United States military are absolutely decimating the rogue Iranian terrorist regime. We are now on day 6 of Operation Epic Fury. The United States military has impressively established dominance and air superiority over the skies of Iran. We have sunk and destroyed more than 30 of their Navy ships. And of course, the goals of this operation have been laid out and very clear. Completely annihilate Iran's Navy, which again, we are well on our way to doing. Their Navy has now been deemed combat ineffective. Secondly, take out their ballistic missile weaponry arsenal capacity, which we are very much doing. In fact, their retaliatory ballistic missile strikes against the United States and our allies in the region have decreased 90% just over the course of the last 6 days. And of course, the overall mission in this operation is to ensure that Iran can never again possess a nuclear weapon. That was the real imminent threat that was posed by Iran to the United States and our personnel in the region. And President Trump and the United States military are focused on tackling this threat every single day.
Caroline, welcome to you. Thanks for joining us this afternoon. So as the president demands this unconditional surrender from Iran, there is major movement in the U.S. energy markets. Crude oil right now is spiking. It's up 14%, topping $90 a barrel. In fact, right now it's at $92 a barrel. You've seen a drop in the U.S. stock market. Can you share with us the concerns the president may have, especially as gas prices are now, let's see, they're back up to $3.32 a gallon after dropping to $2.90 just 1 month ago, Caroline?
One crucial before we tackle
Well, rest assured to your audience and to the American people, this is long something that President Trump his Energy Secretary, Chris Wright, his Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, have thought about and have been planning for and have already announced action in response to. Let me just walk you through the president's thinking on this. We have to focus on the short term and the temporary goals of Operation Epic Fury to obliterate the Iranian regime will be a very good thing for the energy and oil markets and for oil prices across the globe in the long term, when you no longer have a terrorist regime that is restricting the free flow of energy through the Strait of Hormuz and to the rest of the world. So that's number one. Number two, the president has also announced for some tangible actions over the course of the last few days. First, to provide political risk insurance to cargo vessels in the region. Secondly, to ensure that there is a free flow of energy and that we are drilling expeditiously here at home and that we're tapping into these newfound markets in Venezuela as well. And then again, the president has also made that directive very clear to his energy team. And you saw Secretary Burgum was just in Venezuela yesterday with some of the world's biggest oil companies who have committed to investments. And Delcy Rodriguez herself said that they are working at Trump speed to tap into these markets. And then lastly, the president has also announced that the United States Navy will escort cargo ships through the region if and when necessary.
All right, so we'll look forward to that happening. Yesterday in the House, there was a vote that was taken to reaffirm the U.S.'s view that Iran is the leading state sponsor of terrorism in the world. When a similar vote was taken 3 years ago, the vote was 420 to 1. Yesterday, 53 Democrats voted against that resolution, prompting Steve Scalise to say, quote, "We just had a vote in the House to simply affirm the fact that Iran is the world's #1 state sponsor of terrorism." 53 Democrats voted no. By denying this basic fact, these radical Democrats are defending the murderous Iranian regime and standing against America. I want to invite you to weigh in on this. And as you do that, we're going to put up on the screen here a scroll of all of the terror attacks that have occurred since 1979 at the behest of the Iranians. Go ahead.
Well, I couldn't have said it better myself. Nearly 3 years ago in 2023, every single member of the House of Representatives, with the exception of one, voted together on this resolution condemning Iran as the world's state leading sponsor of terror. This is not just long-standing bipartisan policy of the United States, but nearly every single country on the planet, especially Western countries, have agreed with this basic premise. And now in 2026, you have Democrats on Capitol Hill who have been so debilitated by their derangement and their hatred for the man in the Oval Office right now that they cannot even condemn the world's leading state sponsor of terror. Why? Because they are trying desperately to try to undermine President Trump's essential action that he took to protect the United States of America, to protect our bases and our troops in the Middle East, and to ultimately ensure a more safe and prosperous world, not just in the Middle East, but across the entire globe as well. And that's just 53 Democrats who have lost their minds. But if you look at Capitol Hill overwhelmingly across the board, and if you look abroad to countries around the world, the NATO Secretary General, even our partners in the Gulf and our Arab partners in the region, commending and thanking President Trump for finally having the courage to do what so many past American presidents on both sides of the aisles did not have the courage to execute, which is to finally, once and for all, end the threat posed by the rogue Iranian terrorist regime to the United States of America and to our people.
Well, Caroline, it happened live just about this time yesterday when we learned the news via President Trump on Truth Social that he would be nominating Senator Markwayne Mullin, the Republican from Oklahoma, to replace Kristi Noem as the DHS Secretary effective March 31st. Can you give us any further insight on that decision and the shakeup that we are seeing and what you expect the confirmation process to look like for Mullin?
Sure. Yeah, I know the president was very excited about Senator Markwayne Mullin moving into this role and being officially part of President Trump's team in the cabinet. The White House will be working with the Senate to confirm him as quickly as possible. And we thank Secretary Noem for her efforts over the past year. She will be moving into a new role at the State Department to oversee the new Shield of Americas. These are Western Hemisphere Latin American countries who are coming together both militarily and diplomatically to end end the cartel trafficking, human trafficking and drug trafficking in the Western Hemisphere through Latin American countries and ultimately to the United States of America. So this is a very important effort. And in fact, President Trump will be heading to Doral, Florida tomorrow to speak with 17 heads of states from the Latin American countries to talk about this new historic organization that the Trump administration has led the way on and has put together.
Yeah, we should also point out that tomorrow he'll be traveling to Dover, Joint Base Dover, to attend the dignified transfer of the remains of the 6 service members who were killed in the opening salvo that Iran launched.
Imagine being able to build anything just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44.
We said there was a proximate cause there, apparently, this ad campaign, but there were some other things going on, right?
Yeah, there were a lot of other things going on. The American people wanted her fired. They wanted her removed. She was a political nightmare for the President of the United States. I mean, just take a look at this. Wanted Noam removed as DHS Secretary. Overall, last month, Quinnipiac University found the majority of Americans, 58%, wanted her to be adios amigos, goodbye, see you later. Among independents, you can see it right here, 62% of independents, we're talking more than 3 in 5 independents, wanted her kicked to the curb. So Donald Trump here making the politically popular move because Americans were simply put sick of Kristi Noem.
And this was well before this testimony that was so controversial. All right, how about her approval rating? How has that tracked?
Yeah, how is that tracked? Look, the idea that Kristi Noem is unpopular is not a new phenomenon. It's one that is dated all the way back to the beginning of Trump's second term. I mean, just take a look here. Okay, Kristi Noem's net popularity rating during Donald Trump's term, positive in none, zero, nada. None of the polls did she have a positive net approval rating. In all of the polls, she was underwater, swimming in the deep blue sea. She had a negative net popularity rating in every single poll conducted during Donald Trump's second term. Simply put, Americans did not like the job that she was doing as DHS Secretary. And recently, the clear majority of Americans, about 3 in 5, wanted her kicked to the curb, fired, as I said, by Donald Trump. So again, Trump doing what the American people wanted him to do.
You talk about her job as Secretary of Homeland Security. The immigration efforts that the president has been pushing, in theory, largely fall under Homeland Security's umbrella. How has that effort been greeted by the American people lately?
Yeah, this idea that Donald Trump could somehow contain Kristi Noem to just, her own little part of the world, right, and it wouldn't affect him, that is political fantasy. Kristi Noem was hurting Donald Trump in office on one of his key top issues that got him elected president of the United States. I mean, just take a look at Trump's net approval rating on immigration. You go back a little bit over a year ago, he was on the plus side of the ledger. Look at that. 2 thumbs up, plus 7 points. But again, down he goes, in large part because Kristi Noem's efforts. Look at this, minus 17 points on the net approval rating on a key issue for Donald Trump, one that got him elected to a second term. And among independents, he went from plus 3 net approval on immigration all the way down to minus 30 points. I mean, my goodness gracious, on a key issue that independents had trusted Donald Trump on over Kamala Harris, and Kristi Noem's efforts simply crushed Donald Trump on such a key issue for him.
Permission to touch the board here?
You can touch it.
All right, so she's out. The president's going to nominate Oklahoma Senator Markwayne Mullin. If he is confirmed, that means there will be an open Senate seat in Oklahoma. There's a process. It'll be filled for a time being, but it will be on the ballot in November. He's a Republican.
Yes.
Open seat. What are the chances that Republicans hold that seat?
Yeah, I think the best part of Trump nominating Markwayne Mullin for this seat is, if you nominated somebody from, let's say, a purple state, there might be the chance that Republicans could lose that race. That is not going to happen in Oklahoma. Just take a look here at the Kalshi odds, right? Prediction markets. Chance the GOP wins the Oklahoma Senate race in 2026. Look at that. 95% chance. David Bourne was the last Democrat elected from Oklahoma, and that was all the way back in 1990. Oklahoma is a red state and will continue to be red.
Noem has been on thin ice after multiple issues, including, of course, the shooting deaths of 2 U.S. citizens during immigration crackdowns in Minneapolis. But sources say the final straw was her testimony this week on Capitol Hill. Senator John Kennedy says the president was, quote, pissed after Noem testified that he approved a $220 million Homeland Security ad campaign that placed her front and center. CNN's Kevin Liptak is following all the details from the White House. What are you learning about how the White House has seen her performance there and that one issue that really got them riled up, apparently?
Yeah, there was this one issue that seemed to sort of shove her into the abyss in a lot of ways, but in other ways, this had been building for months and months. You know, her demise was something of an open question at the White House. They really viewed that situation in Minneapolis that ultimately led to the deaths of 2 American citizens on the streets as a leadership failure. There were power clashes with the heads of CBP and ICE. There were some serious questions about her spending, including on a luxury jet with a full bedroom that the DHS claimed was going to be used for deportations. As one administration official put it yesterday, Christie's drama sadly overshadowed and distracted from the administration's extremely popular immigration agenda, which I think is something of an understatement. There was a lot of anger and frustration at how she had handled so much of her job. You know, the catalyst was this sort of humiliating appearance on Capitol Hill when she was repeatedly questioned about that $200 million plus ad campaign that put her at the very center. She claimed that the president was aware and in fact had approved of these ads. The president said he had nothing to do with it, or at least had no idea that they were spending the budget of a Marvel movie on these television advertisements. You know, Kristi Noem is now the first cabinet official to be dismissed in the president's second term. He had been making this concerted effort to try and avoid the drama that engulfed his first presidency, and he did find her a landing pad, which is this previously non-existent job as special envoy to the Southern Shield, which is this new security initiative for the Western Hemisphere. The president seems aware that people he dismissed, and he has this experience from his first term, often go out and give interviews or write books that portray him in a negative light. So he does seem aware that finding a place for them to land is an imperative. Now, the man he is replacing her with is the Oklahoma Senator, Markwayne Mullin. He's a top ally of President Trump. The president has praised his appearances on television. Mullin said yesterday that there would be the opportunity to build off her successes, but, quote, also the opportunity to build off things that maybe didn't go as planned. Sarah.
That is one way of putting it. Kevin Liptak, thank you so much. I do appreciate it.
EVE Online is a vast universe, alive with the unrelenting.
Why do I love these wide open spaces? They remind me of why our forefathers came here, not just for its beauty, but for the freedom only America provides. I'm Kristi Noem.
Well, commercials like those may have been part of Kristi Noem's downfall. Today, she was fired as DHS secretary. That ad, where she's saddled up, was one of a series of spots which reportedly cost taxpayers nearly $250 million. And her congressional testimony about it seems to have been the final straw, or a final straw, for President Trump. There were plenty of other straws already. In any case, the president made the announcement on social media about 20 minutes before she was scheduled to speak in Nashville. The president named her replacement, Oklahoma Senator Markwayne Mullin, and said that Secretary Noem would soon be taking up a new job, special envoy for a security initiative called the Shield of the Americas. He promised to give more details on that over the weekend from his golf resort near Miami. There is little question, however, that it is a downgrade from running an agency of 250,000 men and women charged with protecting Americans from security threats at home, especially with the country at war against a longtime sponsor of global terror. Again, this comes after a string of public missteps, many of which came up in congressional hearings this week, with a number of Republicans, including Senator and Trump loyalist John Kennedy, leading the charge.
The president approved ahead of time you spending $220 million running TV ads across the country in which you are featured prominently.
Yes, sir. We went through the legal processes, did it correctly,
did the president
worked
know
with
you were going to do
OMB.
this?
Yes.
He did?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay.
Well, the president is on record saying he did not, and CNN has learned he did not like the secretary implicating him. This is how ProPublica last fall headlined their story on the ads. Firm ties.
Okay.
Welcome back. Thanks for staying with us. You're watching Beyond World is One with me, Diksha Bisla. Let's start with the headlines.
Breaking news. Welcome in, welcome in. Ranimal
Iran State
Media.
News Agency says IRGC has launched a new wave of missiles and drone launches targeting central Tel Aviv. saying missiles are headed towards the Israeli commercial hub. Explosions reported in parts of Tel Aviv as well. Israeli military says it has launched a broad wave of strikes on Tehran, targeting Iranian regime infrastructure. Iranian state television reports explosions across several parts of the city. Qatari Defense Ministry says its air defenses intercept a drone attack targeting Al Udeid Air Base, the largest U.S. military facility in West Asia. The attack thwarted with no reported damage.
They're saying, how do we make a deal? I said, you're being a little bit late, and we want to fight now more than they do.
Donald Trump says Iran is reaching out to the United States to discuss a deal amid ongoing U.S. and Israeli military strikes on Iran, but suggests their request may be a little bit late. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi warns that Iran is prepared for any potential ground invasion, calling it a disaster for its force. And in an interview with NBC News, he says that Tehran is waiting for them. U.S. issues 30-day waiver allowing Indian refiners to purchase Russian oil. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent says that the measure ensures oil flows into global markets amid rising tensions in West Asia. Emphasizes India as a key partner.
Turn your wildest ideas into a song. Just describe it in a few words, choose a style, and let Mareka the Fifth 8 handle the rest.
Crazy stuff. Crazy stuff.
And more breaking news coming in. The Iranian terror regime has reportedly struck the
Ranimal Media.
Ali Al Salem air base, and this is an update that's been shared by the Israel War Room handle. So calling this the Iranian terror regime, and says they've struck the Ali Al Salem air base in Kuwait, again home to US Air Force's 386th Air Expeditionary Wing. That's the update coming in from Israel. I want to quickly go over to our newsroom, but this, remember, is no new news. We have, in fact, seen some of these updates coming in from several US military assets stationed or currently located
in all of Middle East. And we also have the footage, so we're going to quickly play it out on our screens as well. Try and pull up what's happened here. All right, that is the Ali Al Salem Air Base that's been targeted in Kuwait, and you do see a loud explosion there right behind here. Look at that. It's been shot from a distance, but the magnitude of the explosion is very clear and visible for us to see in these visuals. But do remember, like I was pointing out, we've seen several such U.S. assets come under direct attack, and it's no longer limited to U.S. military assets alone in all of Gulf. We've seen some U.S. embassies also be targeted. In fact, some have come under direct attack. There are those where explosions have taken place in nearby plots, which have also prompted U.S. officials to ensure earliest evacuation in some of these embassy areas as well. Akanksha is with us in the studio. Akanksha, tell us a little bit about what we're seeing on our screens.
Right. So this is in fact very scary. As you can see, the overall conflict is expanding. This is the second time this overall base, the Ali Al Salem base, has been struck in Kuwait. And as we've been highlighting in the last couple of days, we've seen how this overall conflict is only escalating further, and particularly with targets in mind, Kritsween. If you look at Bahrain, in fact, particularly Abu Dhabi, Dubai and Kuwait. These three US... Riyadh, of course, as we all know, is the Saudi capital, and that's where the consulate, the embassy was attacked. But the bases, Qatar actually has the largest air base of the United States, Al Udeid, which was attacked as well. Now, for how long would these US allies be able to brazen it out, be able to bear the brunt of this? There is need for immediate mediation. The US president has, of course, ruled out any scope for further negotiations. But the overnight strikes, as we can see, whether it is Kuwait, Qatar, or even in UAE, if you look at Dubai and Abu Dhabi, these are all places which are commercial hubs. They have roaring economies, and economies which are based on, say, the expat population. But more importantly, if you're looking at the military bases of the United States getting struck as well, the US will have to look towards some kind of a resolution over here. Kritsween.
Thank you so much, Akanksha, for that quick.
Crazy stuff.
The government is banning these $29 adaptive glasses next month. And this is your last shot to get the original
First off, the war with Iran. Israel has launched what it's calling a broad wave of strikes overnight. The IDF says it's targeting the Iranian regime's infrastructure in Tehran.
Welcome in, everybody.
The IDF also released this video of what it says are strikes on a Hezbollah target in Lebanon. Chaos has erupted in Beirut after Israel ordered hundreds of thousands of people to evacuate. And President Trump says he must have a role in choosing Iran's next leader, calling the son of the late Ayatollah Ali Khamenei unacceptable. Yesterday, Trump told reporters he's happy with how the operation is going.
The United States military, together with the wonderful Israeli partners, continues to totally demolish the enemy far ahead of schedule. And at levels we've never seen before.
And yesterday, the House voted down a resolution meant to limit President Trump from taking further military action in Iran. The measure failed in a 212 to 219 vote. 4 Democrats voted against the resolution, and 2 Republicans voted for it. And CBS News has exclusively learned that Iran appeared to surveil the center in Kuwait, where 6 American service members were later killed. According to a U.S. Army Central memo, Iranian intelligence was likely able to identify and track U.S. forces
Be sure you guys share out my videos.
Installations,
share out this live.
the Pentagon's
Help
force
spread
protection
awareness.
plan.
Help
CBS
grow
News foreign correspondent
Ranimal
Rami
community.
Inocencio is
I
tracking
do
the
appreciate
latest
it.
on the conflict from our London bureau. Rami, good morning. So tell us, where does the fighting stand this morning, and can the Gulf states sustain a potentially prolonged military conflict?
Michael, yes, good morning. 2 very important questions on this day 7. First off, with Lebanon, the health ministry has just updated that death toll to at least 123 people killed since Monday. People we've been seeing have been fleeing their homes. Some have had to sleep on streets, in their cars, or in parks because they'd left so quickly. And all this is happening after Israel's military said that it did launch, as you said, a broad wave of strikes on Beirut overnight. The IDF even specified that it launched 26 waves of strikes, and the focus was on Beirut Beirut's southern suburbs. Again, this
We're
is where
watching
that
Beirut
stronghold
down
of
below.
Hezbollah is. The IDF said that it hit command centers and a storage site for drones. Now, with Iran, more
At
than
the moment,
100
we're not
people
seeing any
have now been
activity.
reported killed, in
We're
addition
watching
to
it
what's
live.
been
It's a little
reported.
after 10
This happened in
p.m.
the past 24 hours.
Eastern
The
Standard
death toll
Time.
now there at least
Welcome in.
1,332,
Welcome.
according to
Ranimal
Iran's
Media.
Red Crescent. In Tehran, the focus of most of these strikes, several massive explosions were felt overnight. Local reports say that the east and the south are being targeted in particular. And again, a reminder, eastern Tehran is home to the headquarters of the Iran Revolutionary Guard Corps. Now, as to your other question as for whether Gulf states can keep fending off Iranian drones and missiles, and we have been seeing reports that Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and Bahrain have been fending them off over the past several hours. Regional officials do tell CBS News that the short answer is no, and that their stocks of missile interceptors are already running low. Notably, though, Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky has weighed in, yes, another war, but weighing in on this one, and he said that he's sending drone experts to help because they, as we know, have been fighting off drones that were made in Iran, or at least follow the schematics from Iran, which were then sent or sold to Russia. And Zelensky said that the Gulf states have used more than 800 Patriot missiles to defend against all of Iran's strikes. And to put that in perspective, he says that's more than Ukraine has actually received in total in the past 4 years of its own war going on still with Russia.
And Rami, I want to ask about this. President Trump says he wants to be involved in deciding the future of Iran. Do we have any sense of what that might look like?
Right now, no. A lot of words here, a lot of wishes happening coming from President Trump. But what he did say is that he has a good idea of who that could be. But a reminder, even just days ago, he admitted that anyone who they thought might be the next best candidate were all killed in the earliest or the first strikes when the Ayatollah was also killed. But in terms of him having a say, this is something Iran's clerics really would almost certainly not agree to. He's also said that the U.S. and Israel intend to go in and clean out everything. And if we look at that, that really is a hint that perhaps they're really talking about regime change finally to end this war. Here's more.
We also urge Iranian diplomats around the world to request asylum and to help us shape a new and better Iran with great potential. It's a country with great potential. The United States will ensure that whoever leads the country next, Iran will not threaten America or its neighbors, Israel, anybody.
So it's believed the son of late Ayatollah Mojtaba Khamenei is a front runner and he is a hardliner. But the president had said earlier that he is a lightweight and he wants someone who would bring harmony and peace to Iran. Michael.
All right, Rami Inocencio in London, thank you.
To the concept that a ground invasion by the United States may be highly likely within the coming days or weeks. But before we move on into all of this news, starting with our largest stories first, and then moving our way on down into the smaller stories throughout the night, we do have to take a quick break for a moment for breaking news that just came out as we were going live on air. So Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so we do have some breaking news happening right this minute in the Middle East. We are seeing that an Iranian drone or a missile impact has taken place at the Dubai International Airport as of about 5 minutes ago. We are seeing images coming out, which appears to show smoke rising from the airport facilities, and it looks like it might have sustained a direct hit based on the looks of it. So that's a very big story happening right now. In fact, it looks like we could see here possible casualties, if not complete damage to the airport itself. So that's a very big piece of news. We also have one other piece of news as well that just came out that apparently we are seeing that Israel has just called on residents to evacuate the area near Iran's Fordow nuclear facility, according to recent reporting. So it appears to be that folks living near Qom, which is about 16 kilometers from Fordow, are apparently going to be at risk when Israel goes in to strike that site. So that is telling. That's a pretty long distance from Fordow. That's 16 kilometers, and they're telling people to evacuate. So it sounds like they're planning on something big happening there at that nuclear facility very soon. So two very big stories right here at the very beginning.
This actually suggests that the Israelis may strike the Qom uranium enrichment plant, or as it's been called, the Fordow uranium enrichment plant, here probably within the next hour and a half, probably while we're live on air. And if we get any video or picture evidence of that, or even eyewitness reports from the ground, we will make sure to report on that immediately here on air, as it does appear that the Israelis will be lining themselves up to conduct some sort of a significant ground attack or air attack on the Fordow uranium enrichment plant here incredibly soon. We've also been able to note on Flight Radar 24, speaking of the attack that just occurred on the Dubai International Airport, that it does appear that a large amount of commercial airliners are in fact being put into holding patterns or are being diverted, as the Dubai International Airport's airspace has most likely just been closed as a result of this attack due to them needing to clean up debris, and also the fact that they're not incredibly sure at this moment whether or not the airspace is safe. There is one aircraft, an Air Arabia flight, that is still flying generally towards the airport, but it is largely leveled out at around 7,000 feet and is currently flying in a straight line, most likely waiting for some sort of directions or vectoring by air traffic control to be able to get it into a holding pattern or to start diverting it to another local airport within the area. A lot of these flights may be diverted actually towards the area of Muscat, Oman, or to the area of the Dubai International Airport. But really quickly, folks, before we continue on with this coverage, I have to do something really quickly, which is try and address the situation with Discord. It appears that Discord just failed on us literally right here at the very beginning of the show. So let me make sure to try and deal with this really quickly while we are live on air. So give me just a second, folks. We're about to be getting Matthew back on air. He can't hear us, and we can't hear him at the moment, unfortunately. So let me get him back on air, and there we go. So hopefully Matthew can hear us now. Can you hear us, Matthew?
Yes. Yes, I'm back.
All right, nice. And so with that in mind, we will be watching the situation around Dubai's airspace here over the near future in the UAE, and we will also be waiting to see if we get any further news about attacks that will be happening imminently at the Fordow uranium enrichment site by the Israeli Air Force. With all of that in mind, folks, it is time for us.
Okay, cool. So, we'll come back to them in a little while. Let's see. See if they have anything new. Here. All right. Sorry about that. Had to bring up Mr. Steve again. But they're giving us an ad. There we go.
Most of them are backing up. That was going for, I'd say Abu Dhabi, but
My computer load.
okay. Let me keep looking here.
Weird. I don't know if it's messing up for you guys or not.
Details unclear right now. Pictures showing smoke in the direction of Dubai Airport. Planes seemingly not landing at Dubai Airport.
Welcome in to Ranimal Media, everybody.
But very little reliable information right now. Trying to find more. I'm going to change the headline. Reports of smoke at Dubai Airport. Planes not landing. How's that? Because you can see that on the flight radar that they're not landing.
Wrong button.
Let me check. I don't believe I have a Dubai live shot. No, I don't.
I looked, I couldn't find one. Well, next
least for
best
now,
thing, we're gonna go back
that
to
the
these
Islamic
guys.
Republic of Iran cannot really combat or even contest the airspace over their skies. And not only does the United States have air superiority, it is definitely supremacy at this moment, meaning that air operations from this point on will largely go unimpeded. But really quickly, I want to show you all the elements of the Iranian Air Force, or the Islamic Republic of Iran's Air Force, which is its official name, and the aircraft that they currently have operational within their Air Force, or at least had operational. A lot of these have been destroyed. From what we understand, there are about 18 Chengdu F-7s. These are Chinese MiG-21s. They also have about 63 F-4 Phantoms. By the way, these are the numbers, folks, before the 2025 12-day war, so take these with a grain of salt. These numbers have been significantly reduced in the last year and also this year already as well. We haven't been able to ascertain how many of each airframe and each type of aircraft have been lost, but we are hardly seeing any of these aircraft operational any longer. We've never seen an F-14 up in the air. We've hardly ever seen an F-4 Phantom. We've seen a few of them, and we've seen a couple of MiG-29s, but outside of that, we haven't really seen much of anything else. But before we get on into the rest of our breakdown of what's happened to the Iranian Air Force today, we actually have even more breaking news coming out at this moment. And Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so we're currently seeing that apparently there's an ongoing attack. There's an air defense situation happening at the Balad base in Iraq. It looks like there is some type of projectiles that are being fired at the base. We are getting an image and also a video of what's taking place here. So, Enforcer, what location in Iraq is the Balad base? Can you tell us on the map where that is?
The Balad air base is directly north of Baghdad along the Tigris River and is a significant basing for U.S. forces historically, and also NATO forces and other multinational forces that have operated inside of Iraq.
Interesting. So it does appear that it's under attack, and we do have a video to show everybody showing exactly how bad this attack is. So let's take a look at it.
And we hear what appears to be a call to prayer going on as the air defenses are currently active over the area of the air base.
I thought that was a force protection alarm for a second.
No, that is definitely a call to prayer right there.
Hopefully the interceptors work. Inshallah.
The air defense interceptors are working marvelously, inshallah.
Ranimal Media.
I don't know if that's the correct
news,
thing to say,
breaking
if that's
news.
the right translation, but I hear people saying that. I think that might mean good luck, possibly. So good luck to these guys right here. It looks like the air defense is working well. Actually, it appears to be that most of the explosions you're hearing in the distance is actually the air defense shooting stuff down. So it looks like it's going pretty decent, at least for right now. So I have to see.
Also, by the way, inshallah, just for you to know, it like in Arabic that means like God willing, or grace by God, or something along those lines. It's like by God himself this happened. That's generally what it means. But nevertheless, it does appear that the air defenses over the Balad air base are operational at the moment. We haven't been able to hear of any direct hits onto the base, so we would hope that generally we'll see that the air defenses are able to stop the incoming threats. They may be drone based or missile based, and so for the moment we will be hoping to hear that there will not be any direct impacts on the ground at the Balad Air Force Base north of Baghdad. That is currently an ongoing development on air, and we will be trying to see if we can get any further information on the 3 ongoing developing stories on air right now: the imminent Israeli attacks on the Qom uranium enrichment site, the attack at the Dubai International Airport, the airspace situation in the UAE as a consequence, and also the attack that's ongoing at the Balad Air Base as well. So with that, I hope that does address it the best I can. And also, I see a lot of people. Oh, go ahead.
Also, real quick, we have one other piece of news to show right here. We do have another
Breaking
photo
news,
showing the
breaking
strike
news.
at the Dubai International Airport. It's still not close enough to tell exactly what has been hit in this photo right here, but it looks like it's hit some building in the airport's perimeter here. So I can't tell what that hit. So sadly, I can't provide any more details about it, but something was hit, and it caused a huge smoke cloud to rise up. So, Enforcer, can you determine where that is, or is it pretty much a lost cause at this point?
I'm trying to do that really quickly. It certainly, let me go back and look at our first picture. I think that was probably a better one for geolocation purposes. So we can actually see the airport right here, and you can actually see a part of the terminal here as well. But actually, funnily enough, the Dubai International Airport actually has 2 long rows of terminals, one over here on the south side and one on the north side as well. I believe this is largely the cargo terminal for the larger parts. So the passenger terminal is more so on the south side. And based off of this picture that we can see here, that appears to generally be the passenger terminal, possibly. But let me see and make sure to double check that. Let me see here. Let me put this into 3D mode. So that way we can try and do that really quickly. So it's actually likely, from what I'm seeing right here, folks, that we're actually looking at this from the vantage point that we're seeing right here, from this sort of a direction, roughly about right here, because you can see those larger passenger terminals, it seems, right there, and it appears that there's larger high-rises in the background, which would pretty much line up with the downtown area of Dubai, or the larger built-up areas, which are more towards this direction here, and the Burj Khalifa is further in the back. So with that in mind, it appears that it may have been another explosion or another direct attack on one of the passenger terminals that had already been attacked in prior days by the Iranians.
Yeah, also, by the way, in addition to the Dubai attack that we're currently seeing, we're also seeing the attack in Iraq as well. It looks like Iran is launching a pretty wide-ranging, multi-pronged strike right now. We're hearing about strikes being reported in Saudi Arabia as well. They're reporting interceptions of an attack of about 16 drones that were fired from Iranian territory at the oil field in Ayah. So it appears to be an oil field being targeted inside of Saudi Arabia, which seems to be pretty much status quo at this point. It looks like Iran is specifically trying to take out Saudi's oil infrastructure for the most part. And they've actually made a couple of hits. So it looks like the oil field is the next target. But Saudi Arabia is not saying how many they've shot down of the 16 drones, but they're claiming they're intercepting some of them, at least for the moment.
And we are hearing at the moment that the Ayah oil field, which I'll just be putting down here in a general area, because I don't know where the oil field actually is specifically within Saudi Arabia, but we can hear that the Ayah oil field is under attack in Saudi Arabia as well. And we've also been able to hear of explosions at the Dubai International Airport, highly likely on the passenger terminals on the south side of the international airport. So I'll also be putting those down as well, so that way we can keep the map up to date.
Also, we're hearing of sirens in Bahrain. So this is a pretty large attack right here. I didn't ever see an official announcement saying that they had launched this major wave of strikes, but apparently it's underway. There was no formal announcement of it. So it's an informal, massive strike being carried out right now by Iran. Bahrain is currently getting hit by it. Saudi Arabia is, Iraq, and also Dubai as well, the city, of course.
Breaking news
So
on Ranimal
that's a
Media,
lot
everybody.
of strikes happening all at once right here. So we'll keep an eye on it and see if we get any more footage coming out, because I'd imagine there might be some damage from a strike this large.
And it does appear that there may be some damage that might happen here soon. It is a wider scope that they're currently conducting an attack on, and the air defenses are stronger in some areas than others. So there's probably going to be a decent likelihood that we'll hear of further strikes that land or make impact in Bahrain and the UAE, because usually we're seeing these days that their air defenses are getting a lot closer to being easily overwhelmed due to the lack of air defense interceptors. We are hearing of those sirens that are sounding right now in Bahrain. We'll be keeping an eye on that. We'll probably get more footage out of Manama, which is the major city within Bahrain, showing that there are attacks that most likely were able to hit their targets, because Bahrain, out of most Gulf state countries, actually has some of the weakest air defense out of the entire group of them. But moving on from that, and all of that current developing news at the moment right now, and once again, folks, I do want to remind you all that while we do have our normal spread of news tonight, this is an ongoing and developing major war that's happening right now, so I might just have to break in the middle of a monologue on a prior news development that's happened over the past 24 hours and just immediately get into something new, and it sounds like I'm going to have to do that before I can even get done with this. So, Matthew, what do we got?
Yeah, so we got some footage coming out right here. It looks like two Iranian drones have also attacked a base holding Kurdish fighters in central Sulaymaniyah in the Iraqi Kurdistan region. So I'm seeing what appears to be, I don't think that's CRAM fire. I think that's general air defense, like machine gun fire from the ground. That does not appear to be as cohesive as a CRAM. But we're seeing a lot of air defense fire right now. In fact, it's just the entire sky is full of air defense in Kurdistan right now in Iraq. So take a look at that.
And we will be taking a look.
Oh.
That is not a Seaway. So
Yeah, definitely not. I could tell just from the spray. I was like, that's not cohesive enough.
It's taking place live as we watch.
I wouldn't be able to tell you what that is. That isn't a Gush gun, and that isn't a Phalanx or a Seawiz, so I have no clue what that thing is at the moment.
Crazy stuff, everybody.
It's definitely got a punch to it, whatever it may be. It might be a very heavy machine gun.
Looks like the sun's coming up in Beirut.
I don't hear any droning in the
Welcome in,
sky.
welcome in, everybody, welcome in.
I don't either. This might just be like knee-jerk air defense responses. Possibly when everything is just guided by the naked eye, like a lot of these gun-based air defenses, and they don't really have any vectoring information for an incoming target. Usually they just have what is basically a knee-jerk reaction to where they just say there's something in the sky, and then everybody just starts unloading, hoping that they hit something. So that appears to be what we're seeing.
Also, are these the same Kurds right here that we saw deploying the other day? Because what is this area here? This Sulaymaniyah area that they're talking about here in Kurdistan? Is that generally where we saw the deployments also moving out toward the border?
Yes, this actually is the same spot. Sulaymaniyah is actually believed to be a larger basing and staging area right now for Kurdish forces that are close to the border, because it's basically the last major city that's left in this area before you reach the Iranian border.
Yes, that might explain why they're on such high alert. They're probably expecting Iran to make some type of preemptive strike on them, possibly so, considering that's been so widely publicized that the Kurds are moving toward the Iranian border. The Iranians could be trying to get ahead of a possible invasion and trying to strike them, so they could be on high alert for that.
It does look like they may be on high alert at the moment, and the air defense response is certainly showing that that could be the case. And speaking of which, folks, before we, well, actually, you know what, Matthew? Let me get this right here as well, because this is actually some additional footage that we'll add into our Air Force story that we're about to be getting to here in a minute. I'm going to put this down, folks. We don't know where this one is at the moment, but we'll just put down airbase strikes, and I'm going to have to put unknown on this as well in the text, because I actually don't know if this is at the Mehrabad International Airport, but we'll get to that here in a moment. But with that in mind, folks, we are going to continue to watch the ongoing developments over the skies right now. Right as we went live, by the way, folks, just to let y'all know, because we're actually not really in the midst of our normal sort of bullet point to bullet point news coverage of the past 24 hours. We are actually hearing that the Iranians have just launched an attack literally as we went live on air. And so we're currently covering that ongoing developing situation, and we're going to try and cover everything that's happened over the past 24 hours in the meantime as well. But I will probably have to break a whole bunch of times from our 24-hour coverage and go to what's immediately happening right now, because it appears to be a fairly large situation. Most likely a drone-based attack. There's not really a lot of transport-erector launchers left to fire off missiles, so it looks like it may be a mostly drone-based attack that the Iranians have launched right now against U.S. forces inside of Iraq, the Kurdish forces in northern Iraq, and then most of the Gulf state nations near to the Persian Gulf. So that is currently a developing situation at the moment right now. But getting us back into our normal coverage before we get more breaking news, which may come out at any minute, the Iranian Air Force, in terms of combat air capabilities, wasn't the largest or the most advanced. The most advanced aircraft that the Islamic Republic of Iran had within their Air Force at generally the start of this conflict would have been the F-14 Tomcat, which we believe to have been in incredibly small or very limited numbers. Also, by the way, I hear some people saying that there are issues with the stream loading. Generally, on our end, everything's running fine. I've checked OBS just a second ago as well, and also our connection to YouTube. So if you're having a problem, just make sure to refresh the stream, because it might be a YouTube server issue. That happens from time to time due to some hard connectivity nights. So just make sure to refresh, and that generally should fix the problem. Nevertheless, though, the Iranian Air Force is a largely outdated and small one by most modern standards, and it does appear that the United States has taken great advantage of that situation to ensure that they will be able to conduct as much damage as physically possible to be able to try and knock out the remainder of the Iranian Air Force that was still airworthy today or semi-operational. The Hamadan Air Base, near to the area of the city of Hamadan, was directly attacked today and was completely cratered. This is the airbase, the Hamadan airbase of the Islamic Republic of Iran's Air Force prior to the strike that happened today. This is what it now looks like after the strike. And it doesn't look incredibly different, at least from here, but I'll point out where the differences are and why they matter. At every single point on the runway, wherever there is a ramp that allows for egress on and off the runway, there is a crater on the runway. This is a deliberate sort of an action. This is what's called cratering a runway, and this makes it to where the runway surface, which was once smooth and basically like a roadway for aircraft to take off and land on, is now incredibly bumpy. A lot like a road in your local city area if your mayor doesn't pave the roads often. Something that we don't have to deal with in Salt Lake City, but something that would make it pretty much impassable for an aircraft to be able to take off and land at the Hamadan airbase. This means that while there are operational aircraft of the Iranian Air Force down there at the Hamadan airbase, they can't take off and they can't land from the Hamadan airbase any longer. That means they would have to try and find some way to maybe conduct impromptu air operations on a nearby roadway, but that might be fairly difficult for the Iranians, especially if the roadways are not kept up to a high standard, which is pretty likely considering that the Iranians do not have, say, the largest and most prominent economy in the world, and also on top of that, this probably wasn't something that they were forecasting in the future that they would need as far as being able to operate off of the nearby roadways. This does confirm that the Hamadan airbase is completely knocked out for the larger part, and you can also see all of the impact sites on the taxiways and runways highlighted here with red circles. It appears that, let's see, 3, 6, 9, 12, 13, about 14 individual hits were landed directly onto the area of this airbase, and it does appear that it will no longer be operational as a result of the damage that was caused. Moving on from that, we actually have more breaking news coming out at this moment. And Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so right now we're seeing on pro-Hezbollah channels, these are generally back channels for the most part, it looks like they're reporting a clash between Hezbollah and the Israeli Defense Forces in a number of towns in the Bekaa Valley in northeast Lebanon. We're being told that apparently the IDF is conducting a helicopter insertion of troops and ground forces after advancing some ways. They've now met heavy enemy fire in some of the towns, and it looks like Hezbollah has come out to play. So right now it's a big situation going down in northeast Lebanon at the moment, and it appears to be quite heavy firefights. I haven't had a chance to actually watch the video yet, but we do have a video that we can all watch here on the stream and see exactly what's going down.
And so now we can hear, folks, in the midst of everything else, there's now a significant firefight going on between IDF airborne or air assault forces and apparently Hezbollah forces within the Bekaa Valley. Let's take a listen. Oh, wow, that's an entire firefight.
Oh, damn. So it sounds like the report is likely accurate. So the IDF's going in, apparently. They're going in by helicopter from the sounds of it, and it sounds like Hezbollah jumped out of pretty much every window and door that could possibly be opened, and Hezbollah is just mowing down the streets, apparently. So it's a full-on brawl right now inside of northeast Lebanon. It's literally basically a ground incursion, basically right this second. So it looks like Hezbollah is fighting for their life, and also the IDF that apparently flew in are also fighting for their lives as well. It looks like they've gotten into a big one.
It looks like a real significant battle is going on within the Bekaa Valley in northeast Lebanon. This is within the area of the city of Baalbek, which is within northeast Lebanon, and it does appear that that is still an ongoing situation at the moment. I know a lot of people have heard about this for a little bit because this was going on for about an hour before the stream, but at that time, we were only confirming that Israeli helicopters were returning to exfiltrate the people that they had dropped off on the ground. Now we're seeing the firefights are still continuing, even as Israeli helicopters are arriving in the area to pick up the infantry on the ground, which is suggesting that there is a significant pitched battle happening on the ground within that area of the Bekaa Valley. But moving on from that and back into the Islamic Republic of Iran, we have also been able to see further significant airstrikes that were conducted today on one of Iran's most significant air bases within the country, which is funnily enough within Tehran. The Mehrabad International Airport serves as a dual-purpose airport, operating domestic flights in and out of the country, and also international commercial air flights, but it also is a significant basing for the Islamic Republic of Iran's Air Force and government aircraft. You can actually see a large number of those right here. We were able to confirm that right when we were about to go live, strikes on Mehrabad were being reported just a short while ago, and the damage appears to have been incredibly significant. U.S. airstrikes have been landing massive blows in the area around the airport, and we believe that a large amount of aircraft that are most likely still sitting on the tarmac would have been heavily destroyed in the midst of this attack. Before we get on into that, though, I do want to make sure that we talk about something else, because right now I'm absolutely getting overloaded, folks, with everything going on at the moment. But we have actually gotten a poll on everyone's opinion about the third carrier strike group, the George H.W. Bush, which will be arriving into the area of CENTCOM's AOR here soon. And a lot of people are wondering whether all three of these carriers will remain deployed, or generally, as a larger picture, will there almost always from this point on be three carrier strike groups in CENTCOM's AOR? And Matthew, what are people thinking about that? And what are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so surprisingly enough, a third carrier has arrived in the Middle East. So will all three remain deployed now that there are currently 3 aircraft carrier strike groups that are going to be in the Middle East here very, very shortly? 57% said yes, all 3 will remain near Iran, while 30% said no, the third one that just arrived is actually replacing one of the other carriers, while 7% said I'm 50-50 on those. And I have a distinct feeling that they might be replacing, I think is it the Ford that's had like the 11th month long deployment?
Yes.
Is it that one?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, I have a feeling they might be replacing it. I think it's the Bush that's currently arriving. I think they're going to be replacing the Ford because the Ford has been on an ungodly deployment. Like it's insane how long they've been on deployment, and I don't know if they really plan on keeping them in a war zone like that for much longer. So I'm with the 30%. I think they might be replacing that one because it seems to be a bit overkill to have 3 aircraft carriers there. Also, it seems a bit risky as well to have 3 in one spot like that. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say that it's possible that they may keep the Gerald R. Ford around for a little while longer, but I have a feeling that it's probably going to end up being a replacement by the Bush for the Ford. The thing that is a little bit interesting about that, though, and we'll get into this in a little bit, is that the Ford is actually transiting through the Suez Canal and towards the Arabian Sea, which would actually suggest that it's about to be conducting offensive air operations against Iran more so than defensive ones, at least with its air arm or air arms on board the aircraft. And the George H.W. Bush is now going to be taking over the spot of the Ford in the Eastern Mediterranean, possibly. So I'm not really sure how that's going to go, but it honestly is a bit of a toss-up, folks. It really just depends on what your best guess is at the moment. The Ford might be getting replaced, although it's kind of going in the opposite direction than it should be if it was going to be replaced, because it would be a lot faster, to be entirely frank with y'all folks, if it just turned around once the Bush arrived and then left through the Mediterranean and back through the Atlantic to Norfolk in Virginia. Instead, it's actually passing through the Suez Canal. It's now in the Red Sea, and it looks like it's going to be making its way on down into the Arabian Sea, which is actually going in the opposite direction than towards the United States. And the Bush is currently sailing at all available speed into the Mediterranean through the Atlantic, and will mostly be arriving where the Ford was, just east of Cyprus, and possibly conducting operations there. So I actually think that based off of that, I mean, it's still a bit of a toss-up. Maybe the Ford will return back here very soon, but it sounds as though they're trying to get 3 carrier strike groups into the area, and all of the folks who are looking forward to getting all done with their 8-month deployment on the Ford are actually going to be inside the Middle East probably for another 2 months, which I believe at that point will make this one of the longest carrier deployments since the end of the Second World War, which kind of sounds cool, but if you're one of the sailors on board of the Ford, that's not cool. Like there's been reports that a lot of those people are incredibly angry due to the fact that they were hoping to get home and see their families for the first time in 8 months, and now they're going to be out at sea for another 2 on a steel can that's operating aircraft now on a 24/7 basis. So basically nobody can sleep because you have multi-ton aircraft slamming down on the deck overhead, the steam catapults working, and everything else, the arresting hooks having to coil back up and everything, and all that's incredibly loud. So now these people not only have been on the ship for 8 months, now they're conducting continuous air operations 24/7. So most people are probably not going to be able to get an easy night's sleep, and if they do, it's not going to be because, you know, they finally were able to just get used to it. It's going to be because they finally have reached almost near exhaustion. But with that, it is time for us to move on into our news out of the Mehrabad International Airport area inside of Tehran. And here is our first clip that we had just about a few hours ago of the explosions that were now being conducted at the area of the airport. Everyone always gets quiet when bombing starts, and we can see more explosions happening at the airport. It appears that this was a fairly large bombing sortie that was conducted at the airport. We can see 2 more explosions going off.
That looks Mehrabad.
It does look Mehrabad. Like, man.
Mega bad.
Oh, there's another. And another. I mean, they are dropping quite a large amount of bombs of this. Also, by the way, folks, we actually know where this is, and I'll show you all everything that's being hit. So these first hits that y'all are watching, because this is being filmed from the north side, towards this area, looking south of the airport, the first explosions were generally on this larger ramp right here, where the Iranians have most of their C-130s and other transport aircraft available and operational. And then the explosions that you're seeing that look a little bit detached more towards the left side of frame are actually up here in this little area, which is a really cool spot because this is actually where Iran operates a load of their MiG-23s, MiG-29s, and other sorts of aircraft, because there is an entire Iranian air squadron based out of this airbase. And also, Would you look at that? An F-14, one of them was cooked to a crisp, but there's also a somewhat operational looking kind of airframe of an F-14 right there. But all of those are getting bombed at the moment in this clip. Quite significant bombardments.
It's a very big hit there. I guess maybe the Iranians are using the Mehrabad airport as like a temporary air base, perhaps, or something. They could be trying to deny the runway with these strikes.
I think so. This is actually a permanent operational airbase, both for combat and support elements of the Iranian Air Force. So this is actually a pretty important one for the U.S. and the Israel. Oh my God!
Damn. I think they're doing more than denying the runway.
I think they're denying existence to the personnel of the Iranian Air Force and the aircraft. I gotta say now, that was insane. That was like 4 bombs that hit simultaneously in that one tarmac area.
Also, by the way, we are getting some more news out of the international airport when we're done with this video.
Got you. And we're gonna keep watching this, folks. We have about a minute more of this left, but it was an endless 3-minute long bombing campaign on this one airport. Pretty significant amount of firepower. There's another explosion. And we see them watching the fire now raging at one point of the tarmac. It may be a fuel facility or an aircraft that just caught on fire around that area. And another explosion. Might be a secondary explosion. And we can also see another one down at the very end of the airfield. Major ones, actually. But that largely appears to be the end of this clip, but we actually have more coming out of Mehrabad in a moment. But before we get to all of that, we have further breaking news that's coming out of the Dubai International Airport area. So Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so we have a video showing apparently the interception. We're being told that it could be an interception, but it's not confirmed at the moment. But it does appear to show the exact same smoke plume that was seen near the airport. So maybe it was intercepted. That seems very low to the ground to be an interception, to be perfectly honest. So we'll have to wait and see if that actually is an impact or an interception. But we have the video. But real quick, though, to go ahead and preface some more breaking news after this, we are hearing about the situation in Lebanon right now with the Israeli forces and their helicopter incursion. The initial reports are, and the initial assessment is that the Israeli force might have fallen victim to an ambush in eastern Lebanon that we just saw in that video. And I'm not sure if you have this already, Enforcer, but we have a video here appearing to show the helicopters getting absolutely blitzed by Hezbollah air defense. It looks like they might have flown right into an ambush from the looks of it.
We actually have that clip for later. I actually got that one before the show, so that one's a little bit old, and we'll be getting to that in the whole Lebanon segment because that's kind of a bit of a side conflict at the moment to the larger Iran war, the Middle East war at the moment, but we will be getting to that here in a little bit. But getting to this clip that we did just get out from Dubai minutes ago, this does appear to show what may have been an air defense interception. There isn't really any smoke or a trail of smoke coming from the ground. It appears to be a larger plume in the sky above the airport, which does heavily suggest that this was most likely an in-air interception pretty much right above the airport of an incoming drone possibly. That's the end of that clip, but still showing us what may have been a successful in-air interception. And so with that, we are also, by the way, we do have this clip, folks. We will be showing that later. This one actually came out a little while ago, and it was from the Israeli helicopters that were arriving in the area. And the firefight footage, actually, that we just got a moment ago that we showed you all, actually in sequence came after the helicopters arrived, because apparently we had heard that those infantry had been dropped off many hours earlier. The helicopters were coming back to pick them up, and then that's when the air defense started to light them up as they were arriving to try and exfiltrate the Israeli soldiers that have been dropped off in the Bekaa Valley. But getting on from all of that news at the moment and moving us on up and into the area of the Islamic Republic of Iran's capital within Tehran, we also were able to see more fires that had broken out at the airport as a result of the bombings that had been conducted just prior. And, ooh, I tell you, I wouldn't want to be a ground service technician at the Mehrabad International Airport right now. That would be pretty rough.
Yeah, I think they might have hit the aviation fuel or something of that nature. It looks like stuff that's actually combusting on the ground separate from the missiles. So something flammable clearly got hit.
You know something, Matthew? This is geolocatable right here. This big green ugly building right here gives us an idea of where this would be at the airport. Let's look around for a big green ugly building. Oh, there it is. It's the Ekbatan town, block 4. How many aircraft do they have in storage? Dang.
Probably junkers. They probably can't fix them.
Look at all of these aircraft. Look, they even have DC-10s.
And it's like a boneyard.
Wow, that is insane. Yeah, it's like a boneyard, honestly. That is wild. So, if that explosion is happening here, picture was taken that way, and there's the roadway right here. Does it curve? It does curve right there. And then this roadway goes straight. So we are looking at a fire or two fires that have broken out. One of them was about right here somewhere. And then one of them was down here. So they've definitely knocked out a couple of the Iranian government's 747s, which have been used for cargo and equipment transport out of China, specifically out of Urumqi within western China. And it also appears that they may have hit some sort of larger support facilities. Oh, they hit the IL-76s of the Iranian Air Force right here. So they hit a strategic airlift wing, and they also hit another strategic airlift wing down here on the southern end of the ramp as well, at least in this picture. So we can confirm that both of those forces have taken pretty significant hits. Also, by the way, it is a TriStar L1011. I'm sorry, folks. I, for some reason, just went, oh, look, a DC-10. I forgot that everybody made one of those. There was a DC-10. I think there was the MD-11 and then the TriStar. So I'm sorry about that, folks. That actually is an L0111. But anyways, well, an L011. An L1011. If I can get it right. But anyways, moving on from that. We are going to be getting out of that little bit of news at the Mehrabad International Airport because we were able to confirm that those were the areas of the strikes. But before we get on into the rest of the news out of Tehran and the rest of the area of the Islamic Republic of Iran, we actually have even more news coming out at this moment right now, at least out of Russia at the moment. According to some U.S. intelligence that we have been able to hear today, Russia is providing Iran with intelligence to help it target, wound and kill U.S. forces within the general area. That was according to the Washington Post after U.S. officials spoke to them, went out of their way to speak to them and tell them this information. And the Russians are going out of their way to provide information to the Iranians for them to be able to target, strike, and attempt to kill U.S. forces, our very citizen soldiers in the Middle East, over the course of the past 7 days, over the course of the past week. Now, to some people, this will be a little bit shocking. What do you mean? The best friend of America, the country that truly respects us, would give information to a sworn enemy of the United States of America to try and kill U.S. service members. How in the hell would that happen? But to Matthew and me, this is no shock at all. I mean, quite literally, to anyone who's not blind or stupid out there in the world, you can literally see, if you just open your eyes and pay attention, that all of these countries are allied in their hatred of the United States and the Western sphere at large, and they want to see us put at a disadvantage and harmed and killed whenever they can get the chance. And the Russians are taking that opportunity right now. And a lot of people are sitting there and wondering, what should be done about this? What should happen to the Russians over this, or what should happen to the Iranians over this?
Ranimal does put a lot of time and effort into these videos for you guys.
What are you thinking about that as well?
Even though he's not a professional.
Okay, so this wasn't totally unexpected, by the way, but we have gotten confirmation today that Russia is actually giving actionable intelligence to Iranian officials to target U.S. forces in the Middle East. Also, by the way, Russia's not the only one doing it. China's also doing it as well. And in fact, you see China actually publishing it to the general public, and you'll see some of these satellite images pop up in the media, and that's coming from China. So they're both doing it. They're both basically teaming up against the United States, which is no shock whatsoever. But what should be done about it, specifically dealing with Russia, since they are in an active war with Ukraine? 62% said that we should give Ukraine more targeting data to hit deeper into Russia, while 17% said there's really nothing that can be done. And 14% said we should threaten and warn Russia from doing this and tell them of the consequences. And really, the only thing we can do is pretty much do this proportionally. We should give Ukraine more targeting data because right now we are giving a whole bunch of actionable intelligence to the Ukrainian military, which is how they conduct deep strikes into Russia to hit the refineries. That's mainly using U.S. intelligence. So we could probably expand on that and also give them more details and more data, and also give them a wider permission to hit into mainland Russia. I feel like that's the proper solution here because you got to remember, Russia invaded Ukraine. So Russia's in the wrong. There's no doubt about that. When it comes to Iran, though, Iran's been threatening the West and they've been hitting Israel as well. So it's not like, the West started the war or something. The war was started before the U.S. responded to it. We're simply taking care of the matter. We're defending at this point. So it's completely different. It's not the same thing. So, of course, Russia wants to harm Americans. So if they want to play a game like that, then we should give Ukraine what it needs all the way through. So I'm with the 62%. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'll be with the 62%. I would even go as far as to say that we should provide weapons directly through congressional drawdown programs to Ukraine of weapons and ordinances that we were about to retire and demolish or generally blow up in a controlled environment because they're getting too old and they will generally be a little bit questionable to use from that point on. That's what I believe that we should do on top of providing Ukraine with even more targeting data. Because let me tell you all the difference between these two wars, because a lot of people go, Americans are dead with Ukraine. Well, there's a big difference. Russia invaded Ukraine because they hate the Ukrainian people, and they also hate the West. So when Ukraine wanted to join NATO, the people that they hate wanted to join the other people that they hated in a larger alliance, so then it just made sense to invade them because F them. Completely illegal sort of an action to take. Now, if we look at the Middle Eastern situation, let me lay this out to y'all properly. So Iran has been funding terrorist groups down there for 50 years, ever since Iran came into existence. Those terrorists attacked a country called Israel and killed 2,000 people in Israel in a day. That's the same amount of people that died in the United States on 9/11, to put that in perspective of how shocking and how significant the deaths were inside of Israel. Then the Israelis said, okay, we're going to go to war against Hamas, which is an Iranian terrorist group, to try and destroy them because of what they did to the Israeli people on October 7th of 2023. And then Hezbollah said, no, you're not going to do that. We are going to attack y'all in Israel because we don't want y'all destroying Hamas. So then Hezbollah attacked Israel, and then Israel said, okay, not only are we going to steamroll Hamas, we're also going to go into southern Lebanon and steamroll Hezbollah. Then, during the midst of that, the Israelis killed their leader in Hezbollah called Nasrallah, and then the Iranians said, oh, no, you can't do that. While we say that all these terrorist groups are not actually Iranian groups, killing that guy is like killing an Iranian. They literally said that word for word. So now the Israelis are going to have to pay. And in 2024, they launched an attack of hundreds of missiles and hundreds of drones in a singular one-off attack against the Israelis, which, as far as everything is concerned right now, that was the official act of war directly by anyone involved in this current conflict against anyone else that's right now in this war. The Iranians fired first at the Israelis in 2024. Then after that, everything else went from there. So generally, if we're looking at this in reality, Russia attacked Ukraine, and Iran attacked a U.S. ally within the Middle East. So there's really no way to go, oh, well, the Russians are just helping out Iran from an illegal war. It's like, no. If anything was illegal, it was illegal for Iran to attack the Israelis when they're wiping out a leader of a known terrorist group, and Hezbollah has been designated a terrorist group by literally every country on the planet except for Iran and Russia. So, I think even China has Hezbollah on the terrorist list designation, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, so it's not like, it's a similar sort of a scenario. I mean, if you look at it with the totality of the facts, beyond like, well, starting today, I mean, it's the same thing. It's totally different. And so for that reason, the Russians are going out of their way at this point to help out a terrorist state, much like themselves, and trying to target and kill Americans. Now, that would make you think, why in the world will the Russians do that? I thought the Russians respected the United States. The president's been talking about the Russians respect us more than our allies in Europe. But something that's interesting about that? I haven't heard the Spanish giving any military intelligence to the Iranians to kill us. And I haven't heard the British doing that either. So, I mean, maybe we need to look at this realistically. And our allies are truly our allies. And our enemies are not friends that just happen to be misunderstood. This isn't, a basketball player going to North Korea here. They're legitimately our sworn enemies. So maybe we need to start treating the Russians like that and make sure that the Ukrainians have enough firepower to start putting them in their place a little bit more than they're already being put in right now. Maybe.
And also, the crazy part is, like you were saying, China and Russia both know how extreme and how radical Iran is, and also the proxy groups. They know how radical they are. In fact, Russia's even had problems in the past with these extremist groups actually attacking Russia. So they're basically attacking the people that they're getting support from to a certain degree. So they know how radical they are. But of course, how it goes, the enemy of an enemy is a friend. That's the way it works. And of course, Russia is going to provide support as well as China to make sure that they can use those crazy forces to try to hurt Americans, and that's what they're currently doing right now.
Yeah, I would have to say, it certainly does appear to be what they're doing. And once again, it should be showing everyone, without a doubt, the Russians ain't your friends. The Russians are trying to kill your brothers and sisters right now overseas that are in the armed forces, if they can do it. They're telling the Iranians, hey, these 10 Americans are hiding in this bunker. You could hit with a missile and get them all. That's what they're telling the Iranians right now. So don't ever think that the Russians are your friends, because if it came to a war on U.S. soil, the Russians would be going, hey, Iran, that guy right now who's plugging Russia and acting like they're actually a friend of the United States, he's hiding in his basement in his house. Hit it with a bomb and see what happens. That's what they're going to do to you. So don't worry. If you think you're a friend of Russia, the Russians will teach you sooner rather than later. They're a friend to nobody here in the West. But moving on from that, we are going to be getting back into our news inside of the Islamic Republic of Iran, because we actually got a pretty interesting clip today. And I have to say that we were getting enough proof now here on this channel, folks, that we're actually going to declare at this point on the 7th day of the war, 1 week in, that Israel and the United States have not only achieved air superiority over Iran, but they've also achieved air supremacy over the Islamic Republic of Iran. And Israeli aircraft actually put out a video today of them flying from Iraq into Iran, and we were able to see that the clip generally started over the area of eastern Iraq near to the area of Sulaymaniyah, and then they made it all the way around to the area of Zanjan. That is a flight, at least in distance, of about 187 miles into Iranian territory, and it appeared that the aircraft never was really challenged, at least for its flight over Iran, and that means that we can see that we've largely been able to declare air supremacy at this point over Iran, as there's really no more existing air defense threats that the Iranians can throw at the Israelis or us here in the United States. So here's the clip from the Israelis today. You see, it's a group of F-16s. This is over northern Iraq, and now they've made it into Iran at this point. These are the mountains of Iran. And there they are.
Who's the one talking?
I believe that's one of the pilots.
Interesting. He was like reading off a haiku or something. He was like reading some poetry.
I think they gave him like a secondary little side objective, considering that the airspace is so clear. I think they gave this guy a script, and while they were flying, he read it off while they were over Iran. Because it was something along the lines of, we're here to help out the Iranian people, shalom from Israel, all that stuff. So it was like a pre-prepared sort of a script. But the video evidence here, because the end of the clip right here is actually over the flatlands near to the area of the town of Zanjan. You can see kind of like the larger plain that exists in this valley right here, and that appears to be where they're filming, looking generally more towards the south in these flatter plains here. So this does confirm that Israeli and U.S. aircraft are largely operating completely unopposed at this point over Iranian airspace, and this also does confirm, for all intents and purposes, that Israel and the United States have been able to achieve air supremacy over the skies of the Islamic Republic of Iran. Additionally, we have also been able to hear that there were explosions or reports of explosions near to the Natanz facilities earlier today, suggesting further airstrikes at that area, and we've also been able to see that near to the area of Pave, an IRGC base was leveled. Matthew, Iranians hate them. See how the U.S. Air Force trimmed about 1,000 soldiers off of the IRGC's payroll with one simple trick.
Oh, damn. Doctors hate this trick right here. It fills up their operating rooms. They get overwhelmed. They hate this trick. They really raised that place down. I mean, geez, the whole right side of the whole complex is gone.
Yeah, most of the buildings are almost completely gone. It looks like these two buildings here are generally still standing, but the rest of them were actually reduced to fine powder or rubble for the larger part from the explosions that happened near to this area. By the way, this base is actually within the Kurdish lands of western Iran. This is also once again showing us that that might be preparatory work for the ground invasions that might be happening by the Kurds here in the future. We also get to see that within the city of Elam, there were also strikes that occurred earlier in the day, which we can see right here in these major explosions. We don't know what they were hitting, but they were hitting something fairly significant because they hit it with a load of ordnance. Additionally, we also saw that TELs were also destroyed today by the United States of America once again. We understand that there's not a huge amount of TELs that are operational anymore on the ground within Iran, but these few that are left are still being targeted and destroyed by the U.S. and Israeli air forces. There goes one of them. And that's the end of the clip. But moving on from that, it is now time for us to move on down and into the area outside of the Islamic Republic of Iran and into the greater Middle East at large, as we do have a lot of news that has been coming out over the course of the day from the rest of the region, and it is quite significant news to say the least. Not only that, we still have a lot of different conflicts to cover, like, for example, the ongoing tensions with Cuba, the situation in the larger area of the Indian Ocean. We also have a little bit of news, actually, folks, on the Pakistan-Afghan war that is still ongoing right now. We've hardly been able to cover since this war started. And we also have a decent amount of information out of the war in Ukraine today, and also the Russian government's involvement in the war in the Middle East, or at least their diplomatic statements that are kind of getting them not really involved, but at least diplomatically present within the conflict inside the Middle East. But moving us on down and into the area of the Persian Gulf, we do have to address something, folks, that I have to say for our American viewers, and those interested in the best interest of the United States and the Western hemisphere, the Western sphere of influence, should generally see that we start to put significant amounts of attention by civilian officials within the administration to see that they start to change this. Right now, the oil situation has spiraled out of control even farther than we predicted yesterday. We did predict that oil prices were generally going to be going out of control. That's one thing that everyone was able to hear from us yesterday, is that we were putting a great deal of precedence onto the fact that oil prices were going to start skyrocketing. And while people will want to dig their heads in the sand and say, no, it won't, it's going to be fine, and we don't need Middle Eastern oil, Venezuela's here for us, it's going to be fine. Generally, that's not the reality of it, and we've been trying to say that as much as we can, and usually sometimes some people have to see the proof rather than just hearing it beforehand, and and then the lessons have to be learned the hard way. But we are seeing that crude oil prices overnight have skyrocketed to an unprecedented amount. It's now $91.30 per barrel of oil. Yesterday, when we were covering this, it was only $80 per barrel of oil. This is actually the largest singular increase in price per barrel of oil on any given day in history. I'm not even kidding. Like, y'all would think I'm kidding on that, but I looked into it. Turns out that this is the largest singular price hike for a barrel of oil in the entirety of global history so far.
Crazy, everybody.
So this is showing us that the oil situation is getting out of hand incredibly significantly. And it also does appear that this is going to become a major disaster that we need to see immediate reaction to at this moment by the U.S. Armed Forces to reopen the Strait of Hormuz and to see the tanker traffic begins to roll on back through the Strait of Hormuz, both in to load up with oil and out and into the greater world.
Also, by the way, speaking of that insurance situation that we were talking about yesterday, about how the U.S. was going to try to provide low-cost insurance for ships to be able to transit through the Strait of Hormuz, apparently they're doing a $20 billion plan. That's apparently enacted as of today from the reports I've heard. We had heard yesterday that they needed about $350 to $370 billion to underwrite the policies, but they've gone with a $20 billion plan. I'm not really sure if that's really going to make much of a difference, to be honest. It seems like that's obviously like only a fraction of what they were wanting to get. So I'm not sure if it's maybe just for symbolic reasons, or maybe there's something more to it that I'm not understanding perhaps, but they are still trying to create the insurance situation to try to help the ship. So I'm not sure if that's really going to make a difference.
I don't believe it will make a difference, and it appears that the insurance policy is only $20 billion, so it's going to run out pretty quickly once a couple of ships get hit and sank within the area, or the crews abandon them and then the vessels just burn until they pretty much break apart. It's not really going to do a whole lot. But the situation right now with the oil prices is going wildly out of control, and I still see people, and I gotta say this, folks, like it's always interests me. There's always a crowd who just want to say something like, this isn't going to be a big issue. If it wasn't a big issue, like, I just got to ask this. If this wasn't a big issue, why was it a big issue to so many of y'all that a new president's elected that makes gas cheaper? Because if it's not that big of an issue, who cares? I mean, so it's one of two things. Either you were just saying that back then, and you really didn't give a damn, and it really didn't even have an impact on you, so you were just saying it to say it because it was your guy versus the other guy, or it is an issue, and because this is going to end up becoming a significant issue day over day, you don't really like hearing the fact that this wasn't really considered into our war planning and it doesn't sound good, so you're just going to ignore this and downplay it when it's going to have a direct impact on everyone here in the United States, because this isn't going to just end today. These sorts of price hikes are going to be happening basically day over day at this point from here on, because 40% of the globe's oil production is now shut off from the outside world.
I'm just not so sure if they could have prevented it, though. Like, even if they had planned for it, like, extensively, which, you know, it's up for debate whether or not they planned extensively for this, but I'm not sure if they could have prevented it, because the main problem right now, also, by the way, for the people mentioning the strikes in the refineries, that will be a long-term problem. It's not a short-term problem. These countries, like Saudi Arabia, they have a massive amount of oil in storage, so they're able to sell that oil out of storage, and they don't have to rely on the actively produced and refined oil coming straight from the refinery. So that's not really a short-term issue. We don't have to worry about that right this second. But the thing we have to worry about, though, is the Strait of Hormuz. That's a big problem. Right now, they can't export the oil out because the ships are too scared to go through the strait, because Iran is trying to hit anybody going through the strait that's not their buddies, basically. So they're hitting indiscriminately all kinds of ships. So the problem is they can't export it, they can't sell it. That's the problem. So I'm not sure under any scenario that they plan for, if we could have made this any more smoother than it's going right now. It was pretty much a given that oil was going to rise. We didn't know how much it was going to rise, but we knew it was going to spike because of the situation. I'm not sure if they could have prevented it.
They could have prevented what's about to happen, because, folks, if this is the singular largest rise on a single day in history, I can only tell you all what's going to be coming the next day and the next day after this. Because let me show you all this. This is such a large price hike that the larger 6-month chart doesn't even show where it's at right now. This is just showing it at $80 per barrel of oil over the last 6-month period. If we were to show you all the entirety of the history of oil trading over the past 5 years, the only time that oil prices have ever gotten close to this was around the beginning of the war in Ukraine in 2022, and it reached at the peak about $120 per barrel of oil, and people were feeling the strain back then during that time. Gas prices basically ballooned overnight and then started to slowly shrink over the next few years, and then it started to reach its lowest point around 2025 and 2026, at least relative to the last 5 years. But quite literally, there's almost been hardly ever a period, at least in the modern day, that this has been seen. And with a price hike like this in one day, we can only imagine that tomorrow this thing could probably easily reach $100 per barrel, which is getting to some of the highest prices that barrels of oil have ever been sold at. And then it could easily start to reach 110 and 120 if this continues day over day. And I'm going to tell you all that right now it will. This is worse than even our forecasts dictated here on the channel yesterday. We said it might reach into the mid-90s within the next 7 days. It reached into the mid-90s literally just in 24 hours after that statement was made. This is going to be pretty bad, and the Strait of Hormuz has to be reopened. It's not impossible, and it's not something that's beyond our means. We just have to make sure to focus a whole bunch of air power directly around the area of the Strait of Hormuz and the Gulf of Oman. That is it. We have to knock out all of the anti-ship launchers that we can find in that area, and we also need to knock out any of Iran's remaining air defenses within that area. And once we do that, the Iranian Navy already has ceased to exist, and they're certainly not going to come out and challenge the U.S. Navy if we're in the Strait of Hormuz. Once we do that, we get a couple of Arleigh Burkes, and we should be sailing them immediately right now from Yukon, and they come on down to the Gulf of Oman. They rally up a whole bunch of oil tankers, and they go, okay, y'all are going to go through the strait. They bring them through the strait, let them go to wherever they're going in the Persian Gulf, and then we gather up a whole bunch of loaded tankers, and we bring them back out. If we can clear out the...
Well, here's my question. This might sound ignorant, but I'm not professing to be an oil expert. So if someone out there knows more than me, feel free to let me know in the chat. But the U.S. being one of the main producers of oil on the planet, also we just got done, basically, I guess you could say de facto seizing Venezuela's oil for the most part. So we have a lot of oil at our disposal. Also Canada as well. We have a lot of oil at our disposal. So I get the fact that globally, like for example with China, the Middle East, etc., they're having a problem, but how come that's raising our prices here in the United States? I get the fact that they're trading off of futures, and it's also speculation, but it seems like the U.S. could independently ensure that our prices stay low in separation from the global prices rising. It seems like we could somehow manage that to a certain degree. I'm not sure why we're being affected as strongly as the rest of the world, considering that we have our own oil and we can use our own.
Well, generally because the United States and the global supply chain isn't really designed to where the United States can just cut off all foreign contracts and work on a domestic sort of a level. And also, what company would say, I could sell my oil at $120 a barrel to Britain, but instead I'm going to sell it at $80 a barrel here in the United States? Like, no company would miss out on profits like that. I know, once again, it's globally traded, so the price is a set standard no matter what. Even in the United States, if we only bought our own oil and used it, it still would be about $120 a barrel because it's globally dictated.
Yeah, but at the same time, though, it's like, putting aside the notion that's globally dictated, it's like if we're able to refine enough to create a closed oil economy in our country, and also, obviously within the region, like for example Venezuela, et cetera, and we can simply import it from Venezuela and also use that to supplement our domestic oil production, then how come we can't set our own price, since it's not really realistically rising for us because we're still producing oil the way we were? So I don't understand. Like, to me, it's very possible that maybe I'm just not understanding the full picture of it, and maybe I'm simply ignorant on a certain aspect of it. But just common sense tells me it seems like the oil price rising doesn't make sense to me, since the United States really hasn't been affected by it directly. It's more of like a speculation issue than it is an actual, production issue.
It's really kind of more of a production issue at this point, because on the normal day-to-day, with the entire global oil production open to the world for sale, it is actually a speculative thing of how much do I think that barrel of oil is worth. But right now, it's actually more so of a production thing. Right now, 40%, so 4 out of every 10 barrels of oil that would have been sold in the world on any given day are stuck inside of the Middle East. So they can't get out. So everybody in the world that was buying 10 out of 10 barrels of oil a day is now fighting for 6 barrels of oil, and they still need 10 barrels of oil. So with that in mind, they're going to have to start fighting each other in basically a bidding war to get that oil that is still available. And a lot of people are going to end up coming out with nothing to show for it. And the companies that do have something to show for it, which is the oil, they're going to be buying that at an exorbitantly high price. The only way that you'll be able to do that here in America is if you completely banned oil companies inside of the United States from selling their oil abroad, which would probably not go too well, especially with like, just to speak entirely honestly here, folks, the oil lobby is a huge one in Congress, and if such an action was made, an executive action to completely bar foreign oil sales from U.S. companies to other countries, the Congress would probably move to impeachment on that one. I mean, I'll be entirely honest with you all on that, because nobody would really stand for that one.
Yeah, but I mean, they don't necessarily have to cut them off from selling in the global market, it seems like. And, I will admit this isn't necessarily something that a free market would generally do, which we have to be careful with stuff like this. Like, we can't get too crazy, because, if you start getting, a little bit too restrictive with how companies can operate, that starts going into a system kind of like China has, where the government kind of controls companies. We don't want that. That's not democratic. But at the same time, though, considering this is an emergency situation right now, it seems like the government could mandate that oil companies producing oil domestically here in the United States is required to sell the oil at its actual value, not the speculative value that the world's operating on, but order it be sold at the actual value that it actually should be going for here in the United States based on the production value of it. It seems like that would be reasonable only in a emergency situation, by the way, only right now, since we are basically in a war in the Middle East.
Yeah, but I mean, at the same time, though, that would probably start causing even worse reverberations around the world. Like, for example, a lot of countries are probably going to be trying to buy that U.S. oil to just keep some things running minimally, even though it'll be really expensive. And now they're completely cut out of any oil. They're not getting it from America. They're not getting it from the Middle East. And most of Europe's oil is bought from the Middle East or the United States or some other European country like Norway. But with that in mind, if that happened, then you're going to see something like a complete economic crash in Europe that could then affect U.S. markets, because they were so heavily interconnected with the Europeans economically, and then it creates an economic crash anyways. And while we were able to stabilize the oil situation, then we still didn't stabilize the economic collapse to happen overseas, because some countries, like most of all of them in Europe, just basically came to a grinding halt at that point, or all of the other countries in East Asia that would as well.
Yeah, it looks like people are not happy about that idea that was brought up, by the way. People are not happy about that at all. Honestly, that's why I gave the disclaimer before I said it, because it is definitely not free market. It's definitely not democratic to start putting price controls on oil like that. The only reason I was proposing that is because it is an emergency circumstance, so I could see a temporary basis for it. But here's the problem, folks. The U.S. has to find some way to keep the oil prices down. They can't just let it go berserk. So they're going to have to do something. So right now, the U.S. is considering raising the sanctions off of Russia, unsanctioning Russian oil to try to ease the pressure, which is awful because that's going to give Russia a huge income base to wage war against Europe and wage war against Ukraine even further. So that's causing a whole nother can of worms to be opened. So I'm trying to think about some other way to possibly fix it other than assisting our enemies in raising more money. Like they got to find some way to fix it. We don't want to cause a bigger problem by trying to fix it.
Here's how we fix it. We obliterate every anti-ship missile launcher on the Iranian coast. That's literally the fix.
Yeah,
if we can do that, the Strait of Hormuz will be open. There will hardly be a threat to the U.S. Navy. The surface fleet in Bandar Abbas and also at Konarak have been basically completely wiped out. The rest of the Iranian Navy that was on a training operation in the Indian Ocean, they all surrendered in India and Sri Lanka over the past 2 days to the Indian and Sri Lankan governments, so they're not even going to be an issue either. So at the moment, we have basically cleared out the entirety of the Iranian Navy being a surface threat. So that means that the only thing that's a threat at that point-blank range is anti-ship missile launchers. So if we are able to get rid of those, then we could see that convoy escorts would probably be pretty safe, and a lot of companies would probably opt to do that because keeping a tanker idle at anchor basically is very uneconomical. But it's also a lot more uneconomical to see that you just completely stop company operations in the midst of this, even if there is the possibility of a ship getting hit. So if we are able to clear out all of the anti-ship missile launchers, or at least most of them, and get a couple of Arleigh Burkes put on escort duty, we would probably be able to see that they would easily be able to reopen the oil trade from the Middle East, and that would start to at least halt the rising price of oil where it's at right now, or even maybe start slowly dropping it over time once more oil becomes available on the market again in the overall picture.
Possibly so. I mean, there seems like there's some other solutions that they could examine other than simply just trying to unsanction Russia. I was shocked that they even suggested that today. Like when I heard, can't remember exactly who it was that suggested it, but it was someone in the current admin of the United States. They came out today and said, well, we're considering raising the sanctions off of Russia for their oil. I was like, whoa. I was like, is this serious? And so apparently they're actually giving it thought, which I'm like, I don't even understand why the hell. Like, we literally created a major covfefes with foreign countries. Like, we had a huge spat with India. India went berserk fighting us over that situation when we were trying to cut them off from Russian oil. They went berserk. We created fights left and right trying to sanction Russia and cut them off from the global oil economy. Now, in a flash, on a flip of a switch, they're thinking about bringing all the sanctions off of Russia. It's like, are y'all insane? It's like, you got to be out of your mind. It's like Russia with their wild nuclear threats toward the West. The last thing you want to do is let them actually make money again. They're going to make money. They're going to buy more weapons from China, and they're going to potentially aggress against Europe and the West. That's the worst possible thing you could do to simply fix the oil price.
Also, another thing that I have to say, because I see some people saying, and this is one, this is actually hilarious to me, folks. Some people are like, oh, Enforcer, an Arleigh Burke can't handle drones. They would get obliterated by drones. Enforcer, the drones. Okay, that would make sense if we were the Russian Navy. We're not the Russian Navy. We're the U.S. Navy. The U.S. Navy is the best on the planet right now. The Chinese can still get bent. They have motor torpedo boats. We have destroyers. Very big difference. We have destroyers that not too long ago, under the Biden administration and the Trump administration, were literally about 30 miles away from the coast of Yemen, right down there at Al Hodeida. And you know what was happening then? The Houthis were throwing up the same resistance the Iranians could right now to those Burkes. They were firing off tons of drones at them, and they were also firing off anti-ship missiles. And you know what happened? Not a single Arleigh Burke was hit, literally even at point-blank ranges, and they were able to shoot down the dozens of drones that were fired at those Burkes, and they were able to take care of the anti-ship missiles at the same time. And they were able to do that for months on end in both administrations. Now, if the Arleigh Burkes can handle that kind of pressure, and basically what is an identical location geographically down here in the southern Red Sea, right off the coast of Yemen, with the same threats being posed and a 100% success rate at interceptions, why in the world would an Arleigh Burke not be able to do that that on convoy duty, getting a whole bunch of tankers in and out of the Strait of Hormuz. They could do it. We already have seen them do it. So all we need to do is just clear out most of the anti-ship missile launchers and most of the drone forces near to the Strait of Hormuz and the Gulf of Oman. And once we do that, things ought to be going a lot more swimmingly at that point. Otherwise, this is going to keep getting worse. And people can keep sitting on their ass and acting like this isn't a big deal. But if it's risen at the highest rate it has in a single day in history today, I can only tell you what's going to be happening over the next week. This is easily going to get towards $150 per barrel of oil, like the Qataris have already calculated today. And they said that's definitely going to be happening probably within the next week. And once it happens then, a lot of y'all who were talking about we're finally going to have cheap gas here in the United States are going to be spending more for gas than you ever have in your lives. And while we're fighting a war, that doesn't mean that we have to completely screw over the home front of the United States by having them pay more for everything because oil and fuel is just more expensive than it ever has been historically. That's absolutely stupid. Why in the world would we put artificial suffering and tumult on the U.S. public when we could easily prioritize different areas of the war with Iran to make sure that that doesn't happen? It's just prioritizing the right kind of things. And right now, the right kind of thing to prioritize this war is clearing out the Strait of Hormuz and getting convoy duties going. That's what we need right now. But with that,
welcome in.
I hope that does address that the best I can, at least in my opinion. And moving on into the Strait of Hormuz, just to let y'all get an idea of how dangerous it is right now to even go into the strait, a tugboat that was attempting to come out and help a stricken container ship in the area was also hit today by an anti-ship missile in trying to even recover the other ship that was hit. The UK MTO received a report of this incident 6 nautical miles north of Oman in the Strait of Hormuz. The third-party source reported a tug being hit by an unknown projectile in the Strait of Hormuz, and the authorities are investigating. So we are seeing that the Strait of Hormuz is quite literally impassable right now. It has to be reopened. This is not something that we can sit on our ass on. I also don't even know why the hell people are wanting the U.S. to sit on their ass on this. Like think about it. Everyone's saying that we need to bomb Iran into oblivion, but when I say that we ought to bomb the anti-ship missile launchers in the Strait of Hormuz into oblivion and just basically kind of shift who's getting bombed in Iran from Tehran down here, then a whole bunch of people want to say that that's stupid. Why is that stupid? That would have a lot more of a positive impact on how this is going for us than just bombing Iran more tomorrow. Like bombing Tehran, I mean, more tomorrow. Also, we were able to hear that the price of oil is skyrocketing. We already covered that a little bit earlier. And the Qataris are now forecasting that oil prices per barrel could hit about $150 within 2 weeks. So this definitely needs to be addressed and fixed. But with that in mind,
for the gas price, like I wonder, do we know what $150 oil would do to the gas price? Like, is there any historical examples for when it hit that price before and what the gas prices usually were? Because right now, I think the average across the nation is $3.50 a gallon. I think that's the average. Which I just got gas last week, and it was like $2.80 for premium, and I was like, oh, that's actually pretty cheap. I was like, that's pretty good right there. But I think it might have actually gone up quite a bit since last week. I think I'm kind of scared to go back to the gas station right now because I'm like, I don't know what that price is going to look like. But do we have any historical references for it, by the way?
Price of gas at, let's see, at $150. Let me see if I can get this per barrel.
Thankfully, I don't have to drive that much because I kind of work from home, so I don't have to drive that much. I know some people probably be like, "Oh, great guy, great. I have to drive." Sadly, so a lot of people do have to drive to work.
So sadly, I can't really get anything too solid at the moment, but it looks like, at least from one article, and I mean, take this with a grain of salt, folks, but it's saying that price per gallon of gas for, say, like 87 or 89 octane at that point could probably get up somewhere around over $5 per gallon of gas at that point. Yeah,
it was like that just like about 6 years ago, I think. Actually, I remember paying about $4 and something for gas, like $4.50 or something, just about 4 or 5 years ago.
Yeah, but also that would heavily be dependent on the region. Like that, like gas is not really like oil where it's like a set standard price. Gas actually is more so of a fluctuating commodity from region to region. Like gas in Russia per gallon could cost like $50, and then over here it could cost $3. So that's not really like oil where it's a global fixed rate price. Gas actually fluctuates heavily from state to state, region to region, nation to nation, and corners of the globe. So I couldn't really tell y'all exactly where it would get, but it looks like one article was saying that it could probably easily start to shoot up above $5 a gallon here in the United States, which, I'm just saying, folks, I'm just saying this because I kind of got to, bring this up. Why the hell would anyone want to pay more for something when we could just change the way we're fighting the war right now to make sure that we don't have to do that? Like, wasn't the whole thing about, recently about making America affordable again? Wouldn't the rising price of oil and the complete idiocy of just not addressing that when it's an easy thing to fix basically do the opposite and make things even more unaffordable when they're already getting to where it's incredibly expensive as it is right now? Why would we want that?
I got an idea. If the government truly cares about keeping the prices of gas affordable, here's something they could do immediately. Suspend the gas tax. That'll take away a huge chunk. And also, not only suspend the gas tax, but release some from the strategic oil reserve to bring the price down. Do those two things. That's something the government could do instantly. I bet you they won't get rid of that tax, though. I bet out of all the stuff they could do, probably the last thing on their list is getting rid of that tax on the gas, would be my guess. Also, I think the feds tax the gas. I think the states also do as well, to a certain degree. The gas tax, is also sort of baked into the gasoline prices, by the way. So whenever you go buy gasoline, you're paying taxes in the actual price per gallon. I'm sure most people know that, but for the folks that don't, you're paying for tax in there as well. So they could cut that, but I doubt they will.
I have a feeling they probably wouldn't. I would agree with you on that. But with that in mind, before we move on into the rest of our news out of the region, because we do have more news coming out of the Middle East, and then we got to get to the rest of the news in the world, I do have to say that we are entirely honored and greatly appreciative of so many of y'all being here with us tonight and enjoying the show so far. Right now, we've had a peak viewership of 36,000 people here at the peak of the show tonight. And about 250,000 people have watched the show so far in about an hour and a half. And I got to say that we're entirely honored and really appreciative for all of y'all being here with us tonight. And we hope that y'all have been enjoying the coverage and the analysis fairly well. If y'all have, please make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. We'd love to have y'all here. We cover this news quite literally 6 days a week, every single day on these live shows at 10 p.m. Eastern Time, every day but Monday. And whenever there is enough news in the middle of the day, we make short videos, which are about 20 to 30 minutes long, which cover most of the major developments, but in a more succinct and shorter form than the streams. A lot of people like those, some people like this, to each their own, but we make sure to try and get something for everyone's tastes and preferences out there. But with that in mind, before we move on into the rest of our news, I do want to get a couple of questions from the chat. So Matthew, let's get 3 of them, and then we're going to move on into the rest of the news. So what do we got?
All right, so our first one of the night is going to go to none other than Hugh. And Hugh puts in a very generous $100 support. Hey! And thank you very much, good sir, for that support as well. We appreciate that. He said, boom, mega bomb dropper. And like Matt said, elections postponed. Also, by the way, unlike Ukraine, it is not written in our constitution. Also, by the way, if you are not aware of what he's referencing, by the way, Ukraine suspends elections because it's actually written in their constitution to suspend elections during wartime. So it's actually their law. Like some people say, oh, Zelensky, he wants to be a dictator, so he's suspending the elections. It's actually in their law. When martial law is in effect, there are no elections in Ukraine. So they would have to change their founding documents to make that actually work during a wartime scenario. So contrary to popular propaganda, there is actually legal basis to back that up in Ukraine. But unlike Ukraine, in the United States, we have elections through everything. We have never missed an election, and we never will miss an election as long as we stay a democratic country. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that I thank you for the support, Hugh, and I'd also have to say that constitutionally in the United States of America, elections run on a fixed whoopsie daisy. Man, I sat there, man, and I was moving in my chair, and when I was moving, I kind of shifted my head a little bit, and it came out wrong. But beyond that, I do have to say, elections are never postponed here in America. They run on a fixed schedule. So votes will happen no matter what. There is no such provision in the U.S. Constitution like there is in the Ukrainian Constitution to where elections can be suspended under any circumstances. So with that in mind, I hope that does address that the best I can. A big thanks to you once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on and into the next one.
All right, and our next one here is going to go to none other than BC Skyman, who puts in a $100 support. And thank you very much, BC Skyman, for that 100, and we do appreciate it very much. And I must admit that slip up there a second ago, that one totally caught me off guard when you did that. So I was like, what's on the regular schedule? I was like, excuse me, but BC Skyman, thank you very much for that support. He said millions of people would have been vaporized if we allowed Iran to continue their nuclear program.
Alright. We're still trying to work out some peaks. Welcome in. Welcome to Ranimal Media. Oh, the computer should be working much better. Okay. That's not funny. Oh, so it's not live? What the heck? That's the funny stuff. Alright, let's go fix that. That's weird. Right. So I thought I might have had it fixed, but maybe I'm going backwards. 2 steps back, 1 step forward. I thought a good idea and it was going to work. What I'm trying to do is not working. Okay, so now you guys should hear the audio from the large screen.
Check this out. No wires at all. Let me show you real quick. This is my dash cam, see? No cables. I can take it right out of the car and it still works.
Very weird. Welcome in to Ranimal Media. Hope you guys are all having a good day, doing all right out there. crazy stuff. Welcome in to Ranimal Media. How's everybody doing?
Build a website you love with Wix. For your words,
See, I think I'm gonna have to do it the other way because we're gonna keep getting ads. There's just not gonna work that way. This way, we have more control over what we're doing. No commercials. The ads are driving me bonkers. So, the last 2 or 3 hours, we played around with it. I did learn what some of the buttons do and some of the settings and things, but we're better off doing what we were doing before, expanding from there. Welcome in to Ranimal Media. Be sure to like and subscribe. I do appreciate it. Share my videos out. Help grow the Ranimal community. Thank you. Thank you very much. Are you guys not hearing sound? You should be hearing sound. That's one down, right? Hmm. Welcome in to Ranimal Media. It's good to have you. Right now, we're watching Beirut, Lebanon. With a building on fire down there. They may or may not have missiles fired upon on them. Viewer discretion is advised. Welcome in, welcome in. It's odd that I can't find any new updates. No, can't find any new updates. Weird. How was that a thing? Oh. Weird that I can't find any new updates though. Sounds.
Whoa.
What's that?
I just built a budgeting app in Base 44.
Guys, Nina just built an app.
Impossible.
Nina can't code. Interesting. Can it generate reports?
It can now.
Nice. So you're saying we can all build apps now?
Yeah.
I'm on lunch.
I gotta make a call.
I'll be in my office.
Just built an inventory tracker.
Protein calculator.
Book sharing app.
A workflow manager. That's
Tracks who still owes for the group lunch.
Trash duty schedule.
Since no one seems to care.
Just built a
I just created a goal tracking system.
We built the same thing, didn't we?
Yep.
Can this thing manage contact? Is the SOC 2 compliant?
I want to animate this graph.
Create a party planner.
Profesor de español.
An inter-office dating app.
For dogs. For office dogs. You know what I mean?
I think I might have figured it out. Let's find out.
The Iran
Okay, everybody. Listen up, listen up, listen up, listen up. Breaking news. Breaking news. We need to go figure out how to turn it on. Oh, good stuff. Oh.
conflict expands, there's reporting tonight that thousands of Iranian Kurds are preparing for a potential military operation in Iran with U.S. backing. That's the Associated Press tonight. The Kurds are among the largest stateless ethnic group in the world, with roughly 30 million living as minorities in Turkey, Iraq, Iran, and Syria. The Kurds represent about 10% of the Iranian population. They make up about 15% of the population in Iraq. The groups in Iraqi Kurdistan have a long history of working with the U.S. during both the Iraq War and the battle against ISIS. Joining us now is Bafel Talabani, president of the Patriotic Union of Kurdistan, the PUK. Mr. Talabani, thanks for joining us.
My pleasure.
Let's first start big picture and paint the picture from where you sit of what you see with this war in Iran and what you think the implications are of it as it exists now.
We saw the hostilities start surprisingly, and it seems to be a massive escalation across all fronts. Kurdistan has come under attack from several different angles, and I'm not seeing any sign of a slowdown. If anything, I'm seeing an escalation.
So the U.S. is working on taking out missile sites and drone factories and that sort of thing. But as far as groups on the ground fighting the Iranians, there's reporting that thousands of Iranian Kurds are preparing for this operation. Where does that stand?
Taxes was chasing updates and getting nowhere.
On the small ones.
There are a lot of Iranian Kurds that deserve dignity, and they deserve
not sure how I
perhaps better treatment. But as for any actual preparation and armed Kurds inside Iran, there are elements, and there's lots of political organization But most of the most effective fighting forces are actually outside of Iran. They're on the borders here.
You had a conversation with President Trump. What was that like?
He was very charming. He was very kind. I could feel the emotion in his voice. He said that the Kurds were great fighters. My understanding is that the protection of their people in Iraq is paramount. He's very grateful for all the years that we have served and I have spent with your special forces.
You also talked to the Iranian foreign minister.
Yes.
What is their take on things from your call? Do you believe that regime change is possible the way it's heading right now?
The foreign minister, His Excellency, expressed great disappointment, if I'm honest with you. He indicated that as far as they were concerned, the talks were going well. He implied that a technical group was supposed to sit together in the upcoming days to discuss technical matters. He indicated that this wasn't a war that they were looking forward to, but it was a war they would have to fight. It's definitely existential to them. I got the impression that they were open to some form of peaceful negotiation, which realistically is the only real solution to this issue. Regime change at the moment doesn't look on the cards from what I see. We've seen no uprisings anywhere. We've seen nothing of that. But it's early days. I expect this operation to be long and very difficult.
You think there are difficult days ahead. The president is suggesting that he would only accept unconditional surrender, in his words, to a reporter. So you don't see that right now, that this is on the cusp of happening?
I don't, sir. No, I don't see that right now. I think that the regime has been planning for this for 45 years, and you can expect a fierce resistance. The definition of regime change is important. What is the definition of regime change? And is there an off-ramp? Because some could argue that most mission parameters have been achieved. So is there an off-ramp where now perhaps we can try to resolve this diplomatically?
Yeah, I think that from the administration, at least listening to them, taking out the ballistic missile capability, making sure that Iran never gets a nuclear weapon, was the original objective going in.
Exactly.
The Israelis clearly are more wanting specific regime change to get a different leader in place that the U.S. and Israel can work with.
I understand that. And I think that, Mr. Baer, the conditions, I keep hearing the comparisons to 2003. I think the conditions are very different to 2003. In 2003, there was legitimate, well-known, respected opposition to Saddam among the Shiites, among the Kurds. And don't really see that in Iran now. There isn't a standard, a symbol for people to follow, and that will make it very difficult. Troops on the ground with a country the size of Western Europe, I'm not sure if that's feasible either, but there are many options, and I think the U.S. administration is wise enough to modify their position as the battle changes and as the battlefield changes.
Just to be clear, so there's no armed cross-border operation happening now from your territory in Iraq involving Iranian Kurds into Iran?
Not that I see, and you could argue that that's actually a detriment. Iranians, like everybody else, are very a nationalistic person, and I believe that if they fear that Kurds coming in from elsewhere will cause a split or a splintering of their country, this may actually unify the people and against this separatist movement. Then you have the complications of Turkey. Turkey will have legitimate concerns of this happening. You will have Turkish intervention against the Kurdish troops. At the same time, there is a problem with the Assyrians. I think it's a very complicated scenario, and perhaps Kurds being tip of the spear is not the way to go.
Yeah. Well, there are many minorities, you're right, in Iran, and it's very complex as far as how it comes together. If you were to look into a crystal ball, how do you think this ends?
The new Bearskin Hoodie 4.0 claims to be the most advanced, waterproof tactical hoodie ever made. But the real question is, does it work? This is the new Bearskin Hoodie 4.0.
drive me nuts. Okay.
Before America struck Iran Saturday, another operation.
Okay. I think I got it figured out for you guys. Again. We hope. Okay. I have to do it the hard way. Well, let's do it. All media. It's good to have each and every one of you guys here.
Before America struck Iran Saturday, another operation was already underway. 6 days earlier, Kurdish fighters were mobilizing. Hundreds reportedly slipped across the border into Iran, setting up for a possible ground offensive. The White House says it never signed off on the foreign insurgency plan, but America's partnered with the Kurds in the past. The Kurds have real muscle. There's over 40 million of them spread across the Middle East, and they control strategic areas around the Iran-Iraq border. President Trump reportedly spoke with Kurdish leaders on Sunday, and today he signaled to Reuters he'd support a Kurdish incursion. Quote, "I think it's wonderful that they want to do that. I'd be all for it." But when asked if the U.S. would provide air cover, Trump said, "Can't tell you that," but maintained the objective for the Kurds is to win. Rubio says, "We're not arming them, but," quote, "you never know with the Israelis." The New York Times says the CIA has previously given small arms to the Kurds as part of a covert program to destabilize Iran before the war. Kurdish leaders are publicly denying a ground offensive, but Axios says it could start later this week if the United States gives the green light. Kurds don't have the ethnic clout to rule the Iranian capital, but they have guns and mojo. And remember, many of them used to live in Iran, so they know the ropes. They could draw the Iranian Republican Guard units out into the open and expose them to U.S. airstrikes. They could also provide security for the Iranian people in the capital and help prevent another regime crackdown. John Kiriakou is a former CIA agent. Do you think the Kurdish play is a distinct possibility?
How can I switch back and forth without pausing?
Oh, I would say the chances are 100%. The Kurds have long worked with the United States. They are brave fighters, pro-American. We've worked with them very closely in the past against Saddam Hussein. We worked with them in Syria against Bashar al-Assad. This is a logical next step.
Okay, there they are doing cartwheels over fire.
I don't get it.
That's an interesting training technique. I've never seen anybody do that before. But in all seriousness, what would be the strategy once they cross the border? To draw the Iranian units out, to go straight to the capital? Is it a decoy? Is it security? What would their role be?
I think it's probably the first. They likely couldn't make it all the way to Tehran without significant assistance.
So. Fire or something in the background. So anytime I want to give you guys a extra video news update, if it happens to have ads, we're just gonna have to go with the flow and skip them. It's the only way I'd be able to give you guys a live picture within another live picture without it having hemorrhoid. It seems to have an issue every time I go to try it. And I don't know why. I'm not sure what part I'm missing. New updates or another shot or something for you guys. Not seeing anything. Very odd. what is going on over there that they're not letting us see. Weird. Very weird. For updates, and they seem to want radio silent. I don't see anything. Weird. Crazy.
This is a smart flash drive for your phone that hosts 250,000 photos and 500 hours of HD videos. Yeah, that many. Let me show you how easy it is to use.
Somebody's working it. They're building an ark. Yep. Welcome into Ranimal Media.
Civilian casualties have been reported on both sides. Some reports indicate that U.S. munitions may have been involved in a deadly strike on a school in Iran. Global oil markets have also reacted sharply, with rising fuel prices as tensions threaten shipping routes through the Strait of Hormuz. Despite the massive air campaign, no large-scale ground invasion has taken place so far. However, military analysts warn that the situation remains highly volatile and could escalate further if additional regional actors become involved. There are also growing reports suggesting that Russia and China may be providing strategic or intelligence support to Iran, potentially reshaping the balance of power in the region. With Iran continuing to deploy new missile systems and drone attacks, the conflict shows no sign of slowing down. What began as a targeted military operation is now rapidly evolving into one of the most dangerous geopolitical crises in recent history, a conflict that could reshape the entire Middle East. The war between Iran, Israel, and the United States has now entered a dangerous phase, with the conflict escalating into what many analysts describe as a full-scale regional war. The crisis began with a massive coordinated military campaign by Israel and the United States against Iranian targets. During the initial phase of the operation, joint airstrikes targeted key military infrastructure across Iran, including air defense systems, naval assets, missile bases, and facilities suspected of involvement in Iran's nuclear program. Reports from multiple sources claim that the strikes also targeted senior Iranian leadership. Among those reportedly killed was Iran's supreme leader Ali Khamenei, along with several senior officials, including the Iranian defense minister and commanders of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. According to U.S. and Israeli officials, the objective of the operation was to significantly weaken Iran's military capabilities, halt potential nuclear weapons development, and potentially trigger political change within the Iranian leadership. However, Iran responded swiftly. In retaliation, Iran launched multiple waves of ballistic missiles and armed drones targeting Israeli cities, including Tel Aviv. Air raid sirens echoed across the country as missile defense systems attempted to intercept incoming projectiles.
Or anything. So we're stuck with any ads that end up happening to happen.
Iran also expanded its attacks beyond Israel. Several U.S. military bases in the Gulf region were targeted, including facilities in Bahrain, Kuwait,
Paying
Qatar,
for a
and the
membership
United
that I
Arab
don't know
Emirates.
that'll work.
The conflict has also affected global shipping routes. Iran reportedly attempted to disrupt maritime traffic through the strategic Strait of Hormuz, one of the most critical oil transit choke points in the world. As the war entered its second week, the scale of military operations increased dramatically. U.S. and Israeli forces claim they have
fund
struck
it
more
and
than
maybe
3,000 targets across Iran in the first week
buy it.
alone. Iranian officials, however, say many of these strikes hit civilian infrastructure, including schools,
I have well
airports,
over enough
and
to
residential
cover it.
areas in Tehran. Footage circulating online showed
Constantly.
explosions near major landmarks, including areas close to
not
the
gonna-
Saudi Tower, with large fires reported across parts of the capital. Recent reports also indicate that
gonna
Israeli
buy
forces
into
may have
a
targeted an underground bunker in
subscription.
Tehran believed to be linked to senior Iranian leadership.
For the time being, we'll just have to deal with any ads that pop up. I'll have to go figure out where I put them.
At sea, U.S. naval forces reportedly engaged
them
Iranian
taken
military
care of.
vessels, with reports suggesting that at least one Iranian warship may have been sunk during the clashes. Meanwhile, the conflict is spreading across the region. The Lebanese militant group Hezbollah has reportedly entered the conflict, launching attacks from southern Lebanon.
We have got to the point where literally anybody can build a fully working app without knowing how to code. This is Base 44. This is a first look at the current industry.
Military alerts have also been reported across the Gulf region, creating disruptions to commercial aviation and shipping routes. On the political front, global tensions are rising. U.S. President Donald Trump has demanded Iran's unconditional surrender, stating that negotiations or a ceasefire would only occur if Tehran meets strict conditions. Iranian officials, including Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi, have rejected those demands, declaring that Iran will not seek a ceasefire and warning that any U.S. ground invasion would be disastrous for the region. At the United Nations Security Council, several countries have condemned the escalating violence and called for immediate diplomatic intervention. Meanwhile, Israel's leadership has framed the war as an existential battle, saying the objective is to eliminate long-term threats posed by Iran's military and missile capabilities. The humanitarian and economic consequences are already being felt. Civilian casualties have been reported on both sides. Some reports indicate that U.S. munitions may have
Ranimal
been
Media.
involved in a deadly strike on a school in Iran. Global oil markets have also reacted sharply, with rising fuel prices as tensions threaten shipping routes through the Strait of Hormuz. Despite the massive air campaign, no large-scale ground invasion has taken place so far. However, military analysts warn that the situation remains highly volatile and could escalate further if additional regional actors become involved. There are also growing reports suggesting that Russia and China may be providing strategic or intelligence support to Iran, potentially reshaping the balance of power in the region. With Iran continuing to deploy new missile systems and drone attacks, the conflict shows no sign of slowing down. What began as a targeted military operation is now rapidly evolving into one of the most dangerous geopolitical crises in recent history, a conflict that could reshape the entire Middle East. The war between Iran, Israel, and the United States has now entered a dangerous phase, with the conflict escalating into what many analysts describe as a full-scale regional war. The crisis began with a massive coordinated military campaign by Israel and the United States against Iranian targets. During the initial phase of the operation, joint airstrikes targeted key military infrastructure across Iran, including air defense systems, naval assets, missile bases, and facilities suspected of involvement in Iran's nuclear program. Reports from multiple sources claim that the strikes also targeted senior Iranian leadership. Among those reportedly killed was Iran's supreme leader Ali Khamenei, along with several senior officials, including the Iranian defense minister and commanders of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. According to U.S. and Israeli officials, the objective of the operation was to significantly weaken Iran's military capabilities, halt its potential nuclear weapons development, and potentially trigger political change within the Iranian leadership. However, Iran responded swiftly. In retaliation, Iran launched multiple waves of ballistic missiles and armed drones targeting Israeli cities, including Tel Aviv. Air raid sirens echoed across the country as missile defense systems attempted to intercept incoming projectiles. Iran also expanded its attacks beyond Israel. Several U.S. military bases in the Gulf region were targeted, including facilities in Bahrain, Kuwait, Qatar, and the United Arab Emirates. The conflict has also affected global shipping routes. Iran reportedly attempted to disrupt maritime traffic through the strategic Strait of Hormuz, one of the most critical oil transit choke points in the world. As the war entered its second week, the scale of military operations increased dramatically. U.S. and Israeli forces claim they have struck more than 3,000 targets across Iran in the first week alone. Iranian officials, however, say many of these strikes hit civilian infrastructure, including schools, airports, and residential areas in Tehran. Footage circulating online showed explosions near major landmarks, including areas close to Azadi Tower, with large fires reported across parts of the capital. Recent reports also indicate that Israeli forces may have targeted an underground bunker in Tehran believed to be linked to senior Iranian leadership.
Welcome into Ranimal Media.
At sea, U.S. naval forces reportedly engaged Iranian military vessels, with reports suggesting that at least one Iranian warship may have been sunk during the clashes. Meanwhile, the conflict is spreading across the region. The Lebanese militant group Hezbollah has reportedly entered the conflict, launching attacks from southern Lebanon while Israeli forces mobilize along the northern border. Iranian missile activity and military alerts have also been reported across the Gulf region, creating disruptions to commercial aviation and shipping routes. On the political front, global tensions are rising. U.S. President Donald Trump has demanded Iran's unconditional surrender, stating that negotiations or a ceasefire would only occur if Tehran meets strict conditions. Iranian officials, including Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi, have rejected those demands, declaring that Iran will not seek a ceasefire and warning that any U.S. ground invasion would be disastrous for the region. At the United Nations Security Council, several countries have condemned the escalating violence and called for immediate diplomatic intervention. Meanwhile, Israel's leadership has framed the war as an existential battle, saying the objective is to eliminate long-term threats posed by Iran's military and missile capabilities. Humanitarian and economic consequences are already being felt. Civilian casualties have been reported on both sides. Some reports indicate that U.S. munitions
place, I suppose. But with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. And a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Thy Jordan Man. And thank you very much, Jordan Man, for that $20 support. He said, hello there again. It's me, Thy Jordan Man. I'm here to let you know that your car insurance has expired and the Orbit Judgment's on route to your location. Don't run. You can't outrun the Orbit Judgment.
Oh my God. My car's limited warranty's expired? Oh, I think he's searching for support. And I know what you're referencing there. The scam calls here in America. You can always tell them from a mile away. They're from your car's extended warranty department and all that. But a huge thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And I gotta say, I am truly afraid of the Orb of Judgment, but alas, there is no escape of the Orb, and it's all-knowing and all-seeing judgment. But a huge thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, by the way, people were speaking about the whole situation with secrets and stuff like that. I caught wind today that apparently the FBI hack, there was some unknown hacker that got into their wiretapping system for the FBI. Apparently that came from China. So one of those Chinese hacking groups, which are pretty potent, they're as potent as Russia's hacking groups, apparently got in there and somehow got access to the system. Not sure what they got out of the system. And also, we don't even know, like as U.S. citizens, we don't even know what's in that system, because obviously that's something that's classified. That's a secret intelligence capability of the FBI. So we don't even know what the hell was in there. We don't know what the Chinese got out of it or anything, which is a bit concerning, because we don't know who the hell they're wiretapping. It's like, who knows how many American stuff got leaked with that.
Yeah, who really knows? I mean, it's honestly kind of a little concerning, really. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a $50 support from none other than Chef Danny B, the official chef of the LSA. And thank you very much, Danny, for that support. He said, "Good evening, Enforcers. Chef Danny here. And gotta say, it's pretty snowy here. And today I saw a train full of military equipment. And my guess is it's heading down to Colorado Springs. And do y'all think that they're going to ship it overseas in LSA?
And a big thanks to you for the incredible support, Chef of the LSA, Danny B. I can tell you where that thing was going. It was going to Fort Carson. Fort Carson, they have a giant rail yard up here, actually, with a whole bunch of flat cars. They load military equipment on and off of the stuff all the time. The Army actually has a little railroad that they run, and it's in the space and a couple of others with their own locomotives there. And these really cool, actually. Here's a couple of more of the flat cars for the DOD, and it's really cool too. This is actually a neat thing that folks don't know, but the Department of Defense actually does own a whole bunch of rail cars. Let me go type up some of them so I can show them to y'all. So here you go. Let me show this to y'all. Here's one of them carrying 2 Abrams, and you can always tell them, folks, because on the bottom of the flat cars it'll have DODX, which is the basically the shorthand railroad name of the Department of Defense's rail cars. So these are owned directly by the Department of Defense, nobody else, which is pretty interesting, kind of neat to know. The Department of Defense gets into the railroading industry. You can also see this little Department of Defense nuclear flask right here as well. That's kind of neat. But beyond that, though,
I don't find that neat. I don't want to see that coming through my town.
Oh, man, that's honestly, that's kind of scary, really. I mean, like I said, it was kind of neat. I was just kind of overlooking horrors beyond human comprehension, but a nuclear flask rolling around on the railroad doesn't really scream like, something you'd want to see around, just hanging around somewhere. But let me see. Oh, yeah, they used to have cabooses. They don't use those anymore from what I know. And there's also a couple of other specialized sorts of transport cars they have, but basically all of the cars that the DoD owns these days are flat cars like these. So it probably was going down there to Fort Carson. If that's the case, it probably isn't going out to the Middle East. It's probably going on down to Fort Carson to then be processed into all the endless motor pools that they have down here. Well, actually, let me see if I can go find the actual like
to Ranimal Media.
the endless motor pools that they have here at Fort Carson for all the equipment and vehicles that they store here and operate here. I believe if we look around enough, we could probably find the Abrams that are here, because they do. Oh yeah, here they are. There they are. There's the Abrams right there. So you can actually see some of the main battle tanks and the APCs and stuff. But I always like the military trains. Let me see, military train. They're always really cool. Actually, let me type it in that way. They're always really cool to see, because it's just basically like a giant conga line of tanks or Bradleys, and usually sometimes it might even be an entire battalion or even a brigade that is on a singular train, which is really cool to see. Usually that contracting work is handed out to like BNSF or CSX. Like, I think they're the ones who do most of the military transport, but every once in a while you'll hear of Norfolk Southern and Union Pacific doing some as well. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that the best I can, and a big thanks to you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running, Chef Danny B. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a $100 support from Ross Nibb. And thank you very much, Ross, for that 100 Australian support. And we appreciate that very, very much. He said, "Go Azerbaijan." And I understand they're predominantly ethnic Persians, which is interesting. Maybe they can help establish the new government in Iran and LSA.
And maybe they can, The Azerbaijanis are really interesting as a
Welcome
country,
to
and I
Ranimal
gotta
Media.
say, I respect how they will protect their people. Like their nation came under attack once, and they're already preparing to go on an offensive. That is a country and a government that I could say, while I don't really know a lot about their foreign policy, you know, because it's a little bit questionable, I will say that I respect them in the fact that they're willing to go up to bat immediately to protect their own people. That's something very commendable of a national government. But with that, I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, Ross. And long live the Lee Spring Army, and the Lee Spring Army will never die. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a $20 support from, let's see, from someone, Carlson, or something like that, who puts in a 20. Thank you very much for that support. They said, I'm waiting for a specific journalist who likes to get punked by Putin to go buy some groceries in Iran.
Oh, it's coming. It's coming. He's about to, I would tell you, I'm pretty certain that at some point he's going to go to Iran. He's going to sit down with Arachi or someone. He's going to be like, is it true that you were developing nuclear weapons? No, infidel. Obviously, we weren't developing nuclear weapons in Iran. Oh, well, I was about to say, that would be crazy. And he's going to do all that stuff again, and then he's going to go around. Look at what they have in Tehran. They have cheap groceries, and completely not factoring in that maybe the average Iraqi makes $100 a month, not $4,000 like they do in America.
Yeah. Have you seen that? I think it's a
Ranimal works
CNN
for
crew.
pennies.
I think it is a CNN crew that Iran let into the country to go and film and stuff like
Yeah.
that.
No joke.
And they're in there showing off, like, you know, footage of the place, talking about, it's generally calm here, as you can tell. It's pretty calm here in Iran. It's like, you know, it's like, I would assume that Iran's only letting you go to places they want you to see. They're not going to let you go to the place where there's, like, you know, horrific scenes of destruction happening, I would assume. So, you know, it's like, you can't go into Iran. Also, by the way, I got to say this. I personally, if I was a journalist working for a mainstream company, I would refuse. I would say, I am not going into Iran. That seems like a horrible idea. Number one, we're not going to get an accurate story because the Iranian government's going to put us on a propaganda tour. Number two, I'm not going to put my life at risk to get a propaganda tour. Not happening. But whoever they sent apparently is okay with it.
Man, hey, honestly, man, here before long, man, an Iranian official is going to come up to him and they're going to be like, hey, how are you doing? And they're going to be like, oh, are you taking us to a new and nice location? Yes, but I have to tell you all that we're taking you all hostage. Really? Like, it's that's what it's about to be next. Yes, we're going to have to take you all hostage and use you all as a negotiating chip. Yeah, that's what we're about to have to do. That's probably what's about to happen next to him. You know, it's kind of like when people go on a trip to North Korea, and they're like, look at our Ryongdong Arch. And they're like, hey, why is that guy so... Don't look at him. He's thin because he's anorexic, not because there's no food. Like, shut your mouth and never mention that. Like, it's basically like that in most dictatorial countries. They go out of their way to make themselves look good, and they're not going to show you what it's really like.
Yeah, I feel like going to Iran and ripping off, like, the propaganda poster from the walls of, like, the Parliament building. Like, I feel like going there and testing my luck.
Man, I mean, I wouldn't test my luck. I also saw a couple of people say, how dare you? Oh, come on, what are you, Greta? I mean, like, really? And also on top of that, I mean, upstanding. I don't, like, listen, I don't really consider someone, like, I don't know about them as a person, but as far as, like, coverage goes, an American going around and basically glazing our enemies who want us dead is not really someone I consider to be respectable. I'll just be upfront with anyone who has an issue with what I'm saying right now. I don't really like that, because you know something? The guy's not a Russian, he's an American. And I really don't like the idea of him going around and glazing countries that are in the process of providing intelligence to Iran to attack and to kill our very countrymen. That guy's countrymen and mine. I don't really respect that. So if you respect that, I have to say that your loyalties to this country are a little bit questionable for a lot of y'all to claim that you're huge patriots. A little interesting to listen to someone who basically just shills for all of our enemies. And I don't really respect that, to be entirely frank with you. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
You know, I will say though, I kind of like, I don't know if respect is the right word, but I kind of like am fascinated by the idea that a guy can generally say things that are just absolutely batshit crazy, and he has enough influence over enough people to actually make them believe it. I don't know if respect, impressed. I'm not really sure how I really feel about that, but it's fascinating to see that. It's just like, this guy is, you know, he has a very like cult-like fan base to a certain degree. So the people listen to what he's saying, and I guess they assume he's telling the truth. So they take it to the bank with what he's saying. But it's like if you just use a little bit of common sense and deductive reasoning, you'll find out that, you know, the stuff he's saying about the Russia-Ukraine war doesn't make any sense. Most of it doesn't make any sense, and it clearly doesn't make any sense at all, to be honest. But yet people believe it anyway. It's like that's kind of interesting.
Yeah, and then and also someone who's shilling for a country so badly that when the president of the country is literally bitching you out on your own interview, it's like, how little self-respect do you have at that point to keep shilling for that country? You know, it's like saying, look, the groceries are cheap. It's like, yeah, but you just got punked by the president of the country over there on your own interview. Like, literally sitting there going, look, are you a clown or are you a reporter? Anyways, getting back to the rinky-dink the wise, you know, it's like, if I was in that position, I would have been like, you know what? I just realized I actually got something to do back in the States. It was nice talking to you. I'm going to see you around. And then I'd leave and I'd start talking shit about the guy. I wouldn't sit there and go, oh, okay, I guess I'm a clown. Anyways, let's go look at the cheap groceries. Like, I wouldn't have done that. I would have left. I would have left basically immediately. But, you know, that's me, though. That's me. You know, and actually being loyal to your country these days, it's something that's a little hard for people to understand, you know, because it's always conditional. Like, you know, if you're right leaning and someone who's on the left is in charge, then you hate America and you want it destroyed. But then when your guy's in charge, you love it, and you know everyone else wants it destroyed. And it's all conditional on both ends these days. So a lot of people don't understand traditional patriotism, to where you're loyal to the country and you're truly looking out not for the political party in charge or the political party that's not in charge, but you're actually looking out for the people. That's a foreign concept to most people nowadays in this country. And in most countries, really. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
We actually have some breaking news right now. It's coming out of Cuba.
Something's
happening in Cuba right now. So, you know, breaking news. We have something happening in Cuba.
That's what I said.
We are seeing reports that in Havana, apparently there's nighttime protests. This is Cuba. You're hearing that right, by the way. There's nighttime protests erupting in the capital of Havana after about 60 hours without electricity. Apparently people have had enough. And it sounds like there's people mobilizing to the streets inside of Havana, Cuba right now. So we have a video. I'm not sure what the video shows. I haven't watched it, by the way, so we'll have to take a look. But it's showing something, so I guess let's see.
So it looks like a large number of people clanging bottles together and chanting something.
Goblin behind the camera. Devil behind the camera, more like it.
He's a devil for the drink, Kathleen. Like
that guy sounds like straight out of hell back there.
He's behind the camera. I'm gonna sell this on you. Like, whoa, calm down, man. Like,
it sounds like some demonic stuff going on. What is this? Is it like some voodoo or something?
This guy doesn't even sound like he's speaking Spanish. It sounds like a totally different language.
It's like a ritual or something. It's like there's like a bunch of clanking cowbells. There's a dude like chanting some evil spells or something like that behind the camera. It's like, I don't know what's going on in Cuba, but they're having some issues.
Man, this guy's behind the camera. Like chanting Latin or something. It's like, hey, yo, dude.
And just to be clear, until yesterday, Trump did want to talk to the Iranians. He said the new Iranian leadership had reached out to him. But then Iran's security chief rebuffed him. He said there would be no negotiations with the Americans. So now, 24 hours later, Trump has also made a U-turn. He says there will be no talks. But here's the problem. Wars are not just fought with resolve. You need weapons to keep fighting them. Multiple U.S. media reports say the Pentagon is worried. That's the U.S. Defense Ministry. They're worried. They fear a long war will deplete American stockpile. So once again, Trump came out with a long social media post. And let me quote again from what he said. The United States munition stockpiles have, at the medium and upper medium grade, never been higher or better. As was stated to me today, we have a virtually unlimited supply of these weapons. Wars can be fought forever and very successfully using just these supplies. At the highest end, we have a good supply, but are not where we want to be. Well, that's a half admission by Donald Trump. He
Welcome
says
in.
the
Welcome
high-end
in to Ranimal
stockpile is
Media.
not where he wants to be, and yet he's not de-escalating. Trump actually says a bigger wave of attacks is coming. So it's not clear what he's trying to say. Like I said, more than 2,000 Iranian targets have already been hit. More than
Welcome
2,000
streaming
targets.
for 8 hours.
So what would
Welcome
a bigger
in.
wave
Welcome
look
in.
like?
How's everybody doing?
That's the question. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is betting on quick success. He says this will not be an endless war.
You guys all
I hear
appreciate
the
it.
people are saying we're going to have an endless war here. I said it could be quick and decisive. It may take some time, but it's not going to take years. It's not an endless war. In fact, it's an effort right now to achieve the peace that we all yearn and pray for. And I think together we'll achieve it.
Trump is saying something different, though. We'll tell you about his position later on the show. But for now, listen to the Iranian military. They are not backing down either. Despite the sustained attacks from the other side, the Iranians continue to hit back. The Iranian guards say the gates of hell are opening for America and Israel.
The enemy must await continuous punitive attacks. The gates of hell will open more and more, moment by moment, upon the United States and Israel.
It's basically a race against time. Iran wants to grind out the enemy air defenses, much like they did in last year's 12-day war. Meanwhile, Israel is betting on a blitzkrieg. They want to defang Iran's missiles before their air defenses run out. It's a question of what will happen first. There is no let-up in West Asia. Iran is talking about opening the gates of hell. Their missiles and drones are slamming into Gulf states and Israeli cities. It's fast turning into a war of attrition. American air defenses versus Iranian missiles. Today, Tehran struck the U.S. Embassy in Saudi Arabia. 2 drones slammed into the American building, and soon it was engulfed in smoke. Yesterday, the U.S. Embassy in Kuwait was also hit.
Sorry about the ad, everybody. I skipped it.
Missiles also targeted Israeli cities. A large wave was fired early in the morning. Some of them were shot down by Israeli and U.S. air defenses, but a few missiles did find their target. They hit multiple locations in central Israel. Reports say 9 people have been injured.
Crazy stuff, everyone. Crazy stuff.
And what about the other side? Well, Israel has opened a second front against Lebanon. Their fighter jets are bombing targets deep in Beirut. As of now, 40 people have been killed and 246 have been wounded in Lebanon. And it's not just an aerial onslaught. Israel has ordered a ground invasion as well. They plan to create a buffer zone in southern Lebanon. Meanwhile, the Hezbollah is trying to fight back. They're firing rockets at northern Israel, leading to mid-air interceptions by the Iron Dome. This is the secondary front. For Israel, Iran remains the primary target. Their fighter jets continue to bomb locations in the west and in Tehran. Today, they hit government buildings in the capital, including the presidential office and the Assembly of Experts. These are sites attacked in Iran. Now, this Assembly of Experts, this assembly building, is where the next supreme leader is supposed to be selected. But Israel has blown it up.
مرزارانی وای وای دوباره زد
Like yesterday, they're also hitting missiles and launchers. Remember, Iran has the largest missile stockpile in West Asia. It is their biggest weapon in this war. Israeli jets are flying multiple sorties into Iran. They're taking out more and more launching sites. Israel claims they have carried out 60 waves of attacks. Put together, more than 2,000 Iranian targets have been hit, which brings us to the US. What is the American military up to? The US has deployed its B-2 and B-1 bombers. They're using these planes to strike underground silos and launching sites, locations that cannot be breached easily. In addition, the US is also bombing internal security targets. Things like police stations, detention centers, intelligence offices. The Americans are going after all of this in Iran. And these facilities are used by the regime to crack down on dissent. By attacking them, the US is hoping to weaken the regime's grip on power. Basically, they're setting the stage for massive protests in Iran. And that sums up the battlefield updates. What about diplomacy? Is anyone interested in an off-ramp? Well, look at Donald Trump's latest message, and I'm quoting. Their air defense, Air Force, Navy, and leadership is gone. They want to talk. I said, too late. And just to be clear, until yesterday, Trump did want to talk to the Iranians. He said the new Iranian leadership had reached out to him. But then Iran's security chief rebuffed him. He said there would be no negotiations with the Americans. So now, 24 hours later, Trump has also made a U-turn. He says there will be no talks. But here's the problem. Wars are not just fought with resolve. You need weapons to keep fighting them. Multiple US media reports say the Pentagon is worried. That's the US Defense Ministry. They're worried. They fear a long war will deplete American stockpile. So once again, Trump came out with a long social media post. And let me quote again from what he said. The United States munition stockpiles have, at the medium and upper medium grade, never been higher or better. As was stated to me today, we have a virtually unlimited supply of these weapons. Wars can be fought forever and very successfully using just these supplies. At the highest end, we have a good supply, but are not where we want to be. Well, that's a half admission by Donald Trump. He says the high-end stockpile is not where he wants to be, and yet he's not de-escalating. Trump actually says a bigger wave of attacks is coming. So it's not clear what he's trying to say. Like I said, more than 2,000 Iranian targets have already been hit. More than 2,000 targets. So what would a bigger wave look like?
You don't want to know if you don't know.
That's the question. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is betting on quick success.
Ranimal Media.
He says this will not be an endless war.
I hear the people are saying we're going to have an endless war here. I said it could be quick and decisive. It may take some time, but it's not going to take years. It's not an endless war. In fact, it's an effort right now to achieve the peace that we all yearn and pray for. And I think together we'll achieve it.
Israeli soldiers as a result of some of these attacks. 5 Israeli soldiers in serious condition. 3 additional soldiers were lightly wounded as a result of one of those cross-border attacks. And while we were down there, beyond the projectiles that we ourselves saw, the air raid sirens that went off at one point due to incoming missiles, there were also a number of drone alerts across the northern part of Israel. So this is a front that we need to keep a very, very close eye on, particularly as Israel is issuing all of these evacuation warnings for the southern suburbs of Beirut, for every area south of the Litani River in southern Lebanon, and carrying out intense airstrikes of its own inside Lebanon. Isa?
Important reporting there. Jeremy, thank you very much to you and your team. Jeremy Diamond for us in Tel Aviv. Well, our correspondent, Fred Pleiken, is photojournalist, as well as producer Claudia Otto are in Iran's capital. CNN is the first U.S. network in Iran since the start of the war. It is important to note that CNN is operating in Iran only with permission from the government. And here is Fred's latest report.
Iran's leadership has gathered thousands of people here to Tehran after Friday prayers to voice their anger about the U.S. and Israel's bombing campaign across the country, but of course also to mourn Iran's late supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. And thousands of people have indeed turned out here. At the same time, we have to keep in mind this is just a small snapshot of Iran's society. The people who come to Friday prayers here in Tehran usually are political conservatives and religious hardliners. At the same time, it does show that the government here is still able to mobilize masses.
I believe that if we are killed, we are martyrs, meaning that whether we stand by the revolution or become martyrs, both are a victory for us.
The blood of our martyr leader has been shed, but his path continues.
With these killings and these martyrdoms, they will not achieve greatness, and they will not be able to take even the smallest piece of our land.
All this is happening, of course, as the U.S. and Israel continue their massive bombing campaign, not just here in Tehran and the vicinity, but indeed in the entire country. The U.S. says that it's hitting military positions and trying to hit Iran's religious and also political leadership, while the Iranians say at this point in time they are not willing to negotiate with the United States, and they also say that they have a missile supply and drones to carry on military operations for an extended period of time. So this is the Gandhi Hospital here in Tehran, which was pretty badly damaged after an airstrike. It seems as though a different building was struck in the vicinity, but then this building also was damaged very badly. I spoke to the head of Iran's Red Crescent about this. Here's what he had to say.
Can you imagine if you were hospitalized in one of the wards here while it was attacked? How would you feel?
The people on the ground who feel these airstrikes, who hear these airstrikes, hear the jets overhead. A really difficult time to go through.
That's Fred Pleiken and his team. Claudia Otto on the ground for you in Tehran. Well, we are just seeing the first indication that Russia may be involved in this war. Sources say Moscow is providing intelligence to Iran on U.S. military targets, including the location as well as movement of American troops, ships as well as aircraft. Sources say China may be preparing to help Iran as well, including providing missile components. Earlier this week, U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth told reporters that Russia and China are not really a factor, his words, in the war. While the Iranian strikes against Gulf states continue as multiple countries are forced to fend off those attacks, Qatar's air defense says it successfully intercepted a drone attack targeting the U.S. airbase early on Friday. Air defenses are also being put to the test in Kuwait, where falling debris has caused some damage. And in Saudi Arabia, 3 ballistic missiles targeting the airbase were intercepted and destroyed. U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth says U.S. Gulf Arab allies are reconsidering their willingness to play an offensive role against Iran. Hegseth also points the blame at Iran for forcing the hand of its neighbors to retaliate. Let's get more from our Nick Robertson, who joins us from Riyadh. And Nick, while the war is spreading in the battlefield, now also moving, as we are just outlining there, to the economic front. We're seeing oil prices surging. The Strait of Hormuz is still at a standstill, and the message that we are seeing for the last several days from stock markets is that this is unsustainable. Give us a sense of what you're hearing from Gulf nations, Gulf states, who are now reviewing overseas investments, I understand.
Yeah, look, they are very aware that if the Straits of Hormuz remain closed for as long as President Trump says this war could go on, or at least Pete Hegseth said it could go on, 4 weeks, 6 weeks, 8 weeks maybe, they're going to have a huge problem what to do with the products they make. They'll run out of capacity to store them. They won't be able to get them to market. They'll have to shut down part of production. All of that has long-term net effects for them. It has long-term global economic effects. You were mentioning those ballistic missiles that were intercepted last night headed towards the Prince
Ranimal Media, everybody.
just outside of the capital, Riyadh here. That wasn't the end of it from the Iranians.
Hope you guys are all having a good day today.
They sent a cruise missile, they sent 3 more drones, they sent another drone, and then a couple of hours ago they sent another cruise missile, all in the same direction. But here we are, I have to say, on one of the main cafe boulevards in the center of Riyadh. And you would think it's your average Friday night where people are relaxing. This is their weekend. They've just had their iftar dinners here at the end of a day of fasting. So they're out enjoying themselves. And I've been speaking to people here, talking to them about their concerns. And as you often find in Saudi Arabia, there's a high degree of confidence expressed in the leadership. They're not worried, and genuinely people don't seem to be particularly worried about the situation. There is, of course, a concern that it could get worse, but they're not worried now. People have said to me, look, if we were really worried at the moment, would we be out on the streets? But despite how it looks, how it feels, and I hear from officials here and they say they just want to stay on the sidelines. They don't want to get involved here in the circumstance at the moment. Despite all of this sort of normalcy you see around me here, all those geopolitical problems are absolutely piling up, and they really come into focus in the Strait of Hormuz, which I think gets to what President Trump is saying about the Iranian Navy and disabling that in a way that you can open the Strait of Hormuz, which just won't be that simple, far from it. And I say that just because we've been there before when Iran has been using very small boats to stick mines on the side of tankers, and this was going back to 2019, and disabling oil traffic at that time. It's not an easy job to open the Strait of Hormuz up, but all of these pressures are building, very real pressures building in the background, Issa.
Yeah, and the longer this goes on for, the more pressures, of course, we apply to, of course, the leaders there in Riyadh, but also to the people. Thanks very much, Nick, for giving us that perspective from the streets of Riyadh in Saudi Arabia. Well, at this hour, the Strait of Hormuz, as Nick was just saying there, remains effectively closed, and that's got global markets, you can imagine, pretty rattled. The route is usually packed, dozens of ships carrying 20% of the world's oil. But any shipments of oil going through that very narrow strait you're seeing there, face being attacked by Iran. And that leads to oil storage tanks in the Gulf region quickly filling up, which then leads to cuts to output. And you know what that means, basically increasing prices. Let's take a
if it wasn't for you and your
it is not going to be easy till the time they do not neutralize the missile and the drone threat.
Well, thank you for joining us, Major General, for joining us here on Republic TV to decode the situation. We're getting some more updates coming in because also simultaneously, there's a lot of updates from the White House. U.S. President Trump claims that they have wiped out the entire Iranian Air Force. Also went on to claim that they have eliminated 2/3 of their Iranian leadership. Let's listen in to what President Trump is
Listen in, everybody.
About.
Breaking news.
Their army is gone. They're just about, look, their Navy is gone. Their communications are gone. Their leaders are gone. 2 sets of their leaders are gone. They're down to their 3rd set. Their Air Force is wiped out entirely. Think of it. They have 32 ships. All 32 are at the bottom of the ocean.
All 32 ships are at the bottom of the ocean.
Very well. We're doing, our military is doing phenomenally.
Crazy.
That's the big thing for this week. We seem to have a new thing every week, but the situation with a very bad and very sick group of leaders who were killing a lot of people. A lot of our people were being killed. They were being maimed. They were being destroyed with their bombs all over the place, planted in roads, and we call them the roadside bombs. Walking around without legs, without arms, face blasted, killed many, many people. And we had a choice. We could take it and go on like that for years or do something about it. And we did something about it. And people are very impressed with our military, and they admire our military with what happened in Venezuela and what's happening now, what's happened with the B-2 bombers before this, where they took out the nuclear capability or potential of Iran. I think we're right now we're a country that's more respected than we've ever been respected before. I saw what was happening with college sports, and it doesn't sound very important compared to what's happening in Iran and other places, but it is very important to me. And if I can get it done, I'll get it done. Through a bad system. It's a bad system. Through a bad legal system, you want to know the truth, we have a situation that is almost unsolvable. And we'll see if we can solve it.
As for the West Asia war which is raging on, neither of the fronts are ready to back down. While US and Israel have been on the offensive, Iran's defense has now been powered, not just by defending its territory, but also by attacking US allies. Was this what Israel was expecting when it launched an attack on Iran? And what does Israel now look forward to watch in this exclusive interview with the Israeli IDF spokesperson as we find out answers to these questions?
What's going on there, Kelly? What's the status in Tel Aviv in your war against Iran?
Yeah, well, I've just come up from the shelter. We're continuing to run to
She's
the shelters,
beautiful.
every few hours in
Gorgeous.
this country.
Pretty.
Whether it's rockets or missiles from Iran, from Lebanon, we're facing rocket fire from multiple borders, but we are thankfully safe because of our defense systems, our Iron Dome, which
Hope
is
you guys are all having a good day out there, wherever you're
unfortunately,
watching
this
from.
does mean that we do have injuries and casualties, but thankfully we have seen actually a decrease in rocket fire over the past few hours. It has become less often than it was a few days ago.
Yes. We saw some pictures coming from Tel Aviv last evening. Was there bombardment last night?
If you got a virus on your computer, pretty sure it's my fault. I click on all sorts of get rich quick.
Israel.
Last night there was indeed missile fire. We managed to
Welcome
intercept
to
the
Ranimal
rockets
Media.
last night. There weren't any direct hits, but of course there are shrapnel that falls. So we do get reports of shrapnel falling now and again, but thankfully there were no injuries recorded last night.
Okay. What is the status of your operation against Iran? How many vessels in Iran have been destroyed? There are claims made by the Americans. They're putting out pictures, videos of the IDF operations and including their own operations. How many naval vessels have been destroyed of Iran? Do we have a number?
I do not. From the spokesperson of the IDF, we're focused on the missile launches, on the command and control centers. At this point, the IDF's responsibility has been directed towards that, and we're working with great cooperation with the United States. But I think that question would be better answered by them than the IDF.
Okay, my colleague Rakshita has
Trump said all 31 or 32
Well, Kelly,
boats are in the bottom of the
what
ocean.
we see an escalating situation
You
from
did
the
say
Iranian
that
side. What
just
is
a
the
few
biggest
moments
challenge
ago.
that you're witnessing? We just had visuals
Live
of
on
cluster
Ranimal
bombs
Media.
being rained upon Tel Aviv. Also, we've seen that there has been a lot of ballistic missiles and drones being overwhelmed. They are overwhelming the air defense systems. That has really, put all the Gulf countries, in a fix, as we see from Dubai to other countries. What is the biggest challenge you see from the Iranian side?
Yes, well, actually, this war, it didn't only start a few days ago. Iran has been at war with the state of Israel for through Iranian proxies that are right on Israel's borders, armed groups, whether it be direct attacks and drones and missiles, which actually happened from April 2024 was the first time Iran attacked Israel, then again in October, and now we're seeing this war play out.
And viewers, getting you much more coming right up. Iran tweets a picture of a ballistic missile resembling a nuclear bomb, warns consequences will make regime desperate.
Say what? That's fun. They got their own commercials. Cool. Anyway. How's it?
These not just contractors, business people who are in this area, who are obviously staying in hotels, and for many who have yet to find a clear and obvious way out, Aaron.
Yes. All right. Now, you were also, Clarissa, at the site of where a missile landed. So we'll show everyone the footage there, take a look at the impact. I mean, tell us what happened there and what you're learning now.
So earlier today, Iran basically warning the whole of Kurdistan that if any of these Iranian Kurdish groups launch attacks or launch some kind of a ground offensive into Iran, that all facilities in this region will be targeted. And we actually went to one of those Iranian Kurdish bases and saw for ourselves what that kind of damage looks like, because these camps have been coming under regular attack. Take a look.
Unfortunately, 2 days ago, the Iranian regime's attack here with the ballistic missiles. This is a hospital. No military forces here, no ones. But absolutely, after the start this war, we have in here we have some fighter just for guard and save our people in.
So do you see this as a warning from Iran of what will happen if you get involved in this?
You know, it's the not first time. Before is the start, the war between the Iran and Israel and United States, we under the attack. The Iranian regime is our enemy. It's not first time, and we are sure is not the last.
And Aaron, as if to punctuate his point, less than an hour after we left that camp, that group's bases came under attack. 2 missiles, 3 drones, including one right in the very place where we had been filming. Fortunately, there were no casualties reported, Aaron.
The war with Iran. I'm Erin Burnett, live in Tel Aviv on this Friday, and we begin with the breaking news. The U.S. and Israel stepping up attacks as we speak across Iran and also Lebanon. Trump demanding tonight, quote, unconditional surrender from Iran. The United Nations with a dire warning. They say that the situation could spiral beyond anyone's control. And those are their exact words. We'll show you just the scene here in Tel Aviv before we came on the air tonight. Sky was
breaking news. Breaking news.
The sky was filled. Those are the interceptors and some of the missile interceptions. Loud bangs and sirens were heard afterwards, obviously well after midnight on what is now Saturday morning here. And on the other side of those missiles in Tehran, a massive fire scene at Mehrabad Airport, a major airport in the capital city of Tehran, as Israel is launching in that direction a new wave of strikes against Iran. It comes after a massive barrage of attacks overnight. People there are telling CNN it was, quote, the worst night since this war started.
The worst night since the war started.
They also said it was more intense than anything I felt before. And then people were panicking. Some of the now eyewitnesses on the ground CNN is talking to. New satellite images just into CNN tonight do show some of the damage on the ground. And you can see there damaged aircraft on the ground. That's Shiraz Air Base that you're looking at right there. Israel also releasing video of what it says is the destruction of the Ayatollah's secret underground bunker in central Tehran. That's where they did the strike, obviously, Saturday. They said this is the underground bunker now. We're going to go live to the ground in Tehran coming up. And tonight, we are learning that Russia is helping Iran fight this war. Sources are telling CNN that Putin's Russia is providing Iran with specific intelligence about the locations and movements of American troops, ships, and aircraft. Now, according to Iranian state media, Iran's president held a call today with the Russian President Vladimir Putin as well. Now, the Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth in the U.S. says that the U.S. could soon be getting help, though, from its Gulf allies.
Now you've got UAE and Qatar and Bahrain and Saudi and Kuwait and others saying, hey, we're with you. We'll shoot with you. We'll fly with you. We'll defend with you. We'll allow you more basing.
As for those Gulf countries, you know, a senior leader, and one of them telling me today, we'll do whatever we need to do to protect ourselves as a response to that. None of the Gulf nations have publicly said anything about flying with or bombing or providing more basing. But I spoke to a prominent Dubai billionaire businessman today. He is speaking out against President Trump, saying that Trump is dragging his country into war.
It is good
to say that way.
Wake up call. You cannot take everything by force. You cannot take everything by war or to destroy countries.
And already the world is seeing major economic impact of the war. Oil prices have surged by 36% this week. It's a massive increase. It is the biggest gain in futures for oil in oil trading history. The Dow, meantime, fell 3% this week, its worst week since Trump's tariffs rocked the markets last April. And the Qatari energy minister said something that was picked up around the world in anybody dealing with the markets. He said he expects all Gulf energy producers to shut down exports within weeks. It's a stunning statement. It is causing massive worldwide shock. And a shipping CEO today told me, quote, Trump is trapped and does not have any other option but to open Hormuz, referring to the strait, something that, of course, has not yet happened. We've got all the angles of this story covered around the world tonight, from here in Israel to Iran, Iraq, and Washington. I want to start, though, with Jeremy Diamond, because he's here with me in Tel Aviv. And Jeremy, I know you just returned from the border with Lebanon, and, you know, we talk about these strikes, these back and forths tonight between Israel and Iran, but in Lebanon, an unprecedented war that is only intensifying, and you saw it for yourself.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, over the course of this
That's
week,
what
we've
we're
seen
watching right now, everybody. Beirut, Lebanon.
inside of Lebanon, and today seems to have been one of the most intense days, not only in terms of Israeli strikes, but also in terms of what
Ranimal Media.
Hezbollah was firing towards northern Israel. And I was along that border, literally, you know, a half a mile away from the border, looking straight into Lebanon, when my team and I saw 2 projectiles fly right over us and explode inside of northern Israel, as we saw a real intensification of the new front in this war. I want to show you a look at what my team and I saw today.
Oh, okay, so we're gonna put our vests on now because we just saw not 1 but 2 projectiles coming in. Still not clear exactly what that was,
to Ranimal Media.
but we're now starting to hear the outgoing Israeli fire responding to it. And now, okay. And that was hitting the same spot. Yeah, getting very active here now.
And so on one end, we have Israeli airstrikes and artillery fire going into Lebanon. My team saw and heard those. And then Hezbollah firing drones and missiles into northern Israel. Those attacks continued throughout the day. In fact, 5 Israeli soldiers were seriously wounded in one Hezbollah attack that happened around the same time as we were up along the border there. We're also witnessing Israel carrying out intense airstrikes in the Lebanese capital of Beirut after they ordered hundreds of thousands of people living in that southern suburbs known as the Dahya to evacuate from that area. Another note is that my team and I saw some massing of troops along the border as well, and residents told me that they were seeing the military pushing up to the border. We saw tanks there as well, and we know that the Israeli military already controls several positions in southern Lebanon. The question now, are they going to push deeper into Lebanon? The Israeli military has called up tens of thousands of reservists who could potentially serve that purpose. So we'll have to see whether that's the next step in this game plan.
Important to think about the impact of a country here at war now for years and just calling up those reservists. It's not a small thing. All right,
Absolutely.
Jeremy, thank you very much. And I want to go to Fred Pleitgen as promised. He and photojournalist Claudia Otto were the first American journalists to get on the ground in Tehran for CNN, which operates in Iran only with government permission. This is his first live report from inside the country. And Fred, we weren't even sure if we were going to be able to fully get this up, but there you are. I see you. An incredible thing to me to be in Tel Aviv, you to be in Tehran. And we are colleagues. What is the latest you're seeing there tonight?
Hi, Aaron. Yeah, you're absolutely at our first live shot. Obviously, a lot of connectivity and internet issues here on the ground in Iran. At the same time, as you catch us right now, we seem to be in the middle of a massive waves of airstrikes coming down on the Iranian capital. We've been hearing a lot of explosions, a lot of thuds. I would say for the past hour, maybe hour and a half. So it's certainly been a sustained wave of blasts that we've been hearing. From what we've heard, apparently a lot of it is coming from the east of Tehran, also from the central
to Ranimal Media,
part of
everybody.
Tehran as well. And we did see that the
Feel
Mehrabad
free.
Airport, which is a sort of
You
second
can use the
major
chat
airport
box on the
here
side
in
over there and
Tehran,
go
appears to
nuts.
have been hit, or the
Have fun.
vicinity of that airport seems to have
Welcome
been
in,
hit.
welcome in.
There's some video coming
Ranimal
out on
Media.
social media showing flames coming from the vicinity of that airport. So it seems as though that might be one of the main targets. But really throughout the course of the day, Aaron, as we've been on the ground here in Tehran, time and again, we've heard major airstrikes. In fact, earlier today, we were at a hospital that was hit, that was damaged when there was an airstrike in the vicinity. And while we were on the ground filming there, we heard more airstrikes not too far away from us. So it is a pretty constant thing here on the ground in Tehran. Also major strikes, of course, overnight happening last night as well. And you can feel that the city here is a lot emptier, obviously, than it would normally be. A lot of people have decided to leave the city simply because it appears to be so dangerous. Of course, while a lot of targets have been struck here, a lot of civilians have also been wounded. Some civilians have been killed on the ground here as well. The authorities today telling us, I was speaking to the head of the Iranian Red Crescent, saying that many people have been wounded and have been killed as these strikes have been going on. So this is clearly something for a lot of folks here on the ground, obviously very concerned about the situation, and you can really hear the thuds of those incoming strikes almost constantly.
Fred, I know you've had a chance to speak to some people, you know, and to the extent that you've been able to have conversations with them, what are they telling you?
Yeah, we've been going around the city here for the better part of the day. And obviously, there's a lot of people who say that they're very defiant. We were at the Friday prayers, which obviously, as you know, Aaron, also having been here, it's usually religious conservatives who are their supporters of Iran's government who are there. They say that they are going to be defiant. But there's also a lot of people who are obviously very concerned about the situation, very concerned about the strikes, very concerned about also the stability of the situation here on the ground. And really, to them, it's unclear what exactly the future could hold. So for a lot of those people right now, they really are living in limbo here in Tehran, sort of hoping that greater instability doesn't break out. Many of them, of course, trying to carry on with their lives. One of the interesting things that we've seen is that grocery shops, for instance, are open, not as they would usually be, but open at least for a couple of hours during the daytime. Also, gas stations are open as well. So people certainly trying to carry on, trying to get some semblance of daily life. Of course, today is Friday. It's the main weekend day here in Iran. Tomorrow is supposed to be a weekday. It's still actually a holiday here in Iran, but we do expect that more stores are going to open then. But at the same time, the combat situation here in Iran is something that is definitely ever present. You notice it the entire time as you're going around the city. You constantly hear that there's airstrikes going on and that military campaign is continuing, Aaron.
All right. Well, Fred, I have to say it is really important that you are there and your bravery in being there, your commitment to being there. And as you and I are on this screen, Tehran and Tel Aviv, two friends doing this together. It is good to see you. And thank you so much. Stay safe. And Jim Sciutto, Nazila Fathi, and retired Army Colonel Peter Mansour are all here with us tonight. Nazila, I want to start with you just because we just listening to what Fred had to say on the ground. I know you are talking as much as you can because obviously there are such serious internet blockages and connectivity issues. But what is the very latest that you are hearing from people you're talking to on the ground?
Pretty much what Fred was saying. I'm hearing that the bombardment is extremely intense, not just in Tehran. I also heard from somebody in the religious city of Qom, and he was telling me that they can see the Israeli bombers overhead. It is truly a heartbreaking situation, Aaron, because Iranians are trapped between a conflict that they have not chosen and then the atrocities that they have seen from their own regime. People are telling me that Tehran, which is this large, sprawling city, it is as if the entire city has exploded. And when I was coming here, I was getting notification on my phone, I think about an hour ago, and I think it is exactly what Fred was saying, that Tehran is under intense bombardment again. A lot of people have been injured. The images are on social media. It's truly heartbreaking. And these people don't have agency. They don't have a political outlet. And their own regime is treating them as collateral.
Jim, I mentioned your new reporting at the top of this program, and I want to just share it again because it is hugely significant, and the amount of conversation about it is overwhelming. Russia providing Iran with intelligence about the locations and movements of American troops, ships, and aircraft, and in very important ways that aren't just publicly available with public tracking. So obviously significant. You know, tell us what this means, Jim, and what exactly you understand is happening.
Well, listen, it's arguably some of the most significant intelligence that Russia could supply to Iran because it involves U.S. forces in the region, on ships, aircraft, and on the ground. And we saw the danger that they're facing right in the very first days of this war because an Iranian drone struck a base and killed 6 U.S. service members and injured several more. So it's quite a direct Russian involvement in this war to supply that kind of information to Iran. And our understanding in particular, it was satellite information. Russia has quite significant satellite capabilities, and Iran does not to that degree. And by the way, Iran has been losing other capabilities as a result of U.S. and Israeli bombing. So Russia giving Iran what it needs now to strike back against the U.S., which is really the only answer it has now. And those we've seen those strikes diminish over time as their capabilities have been struck, but not disappear entirely. They maintain some capability to do so.
Yeah. Colonel Mansour, you know, what is your view of the significance of this information, of this targeting? I mean, in terms of what it could mean, you know, when it says targeting U.S. troops and ships, as opposed to what, you know, would be available on anything public tracking, right? They're getting this intelligence from Russia. What are the
Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. Breaking news. Breaking news. Ranimal Media.
Well, tactically, it's significant information. It's targetable information that Iranians can use to vector in drones and missiles on specific targets and kill people, and destroy installations and so forth. So this is a really critical development. But let's look at it at a different level. We're providing the same sort of information to Ukraine about Russian forces in their conflict. And so from the Russian point of view, they're just repaying the favor. This should be a sign to President Trump that Vladimir Putin cannot be trusted, that he's not your friend, and that he is out to get the United States and that you need to support Ukraine in its war while you're defending U.S. assets and prosecuting this war
Welcome
in the
in
Middle
to
East.
Ranimal Media.
Nazila, President Trump called Dana Bash today, my colleague, and he told her that picking a new leader in Iran, and the words he said to her are, quote, "It's going to work very easily. It's going to work like it did in Venezuela." Go ahead and tell me what you think of that.
I don't think that's going to work in Iran. And I don't think the ones who are in power in Iran right now are going to appreciate this kind of language. First of all, they have repeatedly shown that they don't respond to language of threats. This is a system that is still following the doctrine of Ayatollah Khamenei, the supreme leader who was just killed. And he was the man who kept on saying that don't show weakness, compromise is a sign of defeat, don't trust the United States. And these people are doing exactly the same thing, except they are very well aware that they're fighting on two fronts. They are fighting in this conflict, and they know if they outlive it, they are fighting for their survival. Then they have to face the wrath of their own people inside the country. They are hoping that the system that they have in place, which was built for resilience, is going to help them stay in power. So they are not going to respond to language like that.
Colonel Mansour, we hear Trump is demanding unconditional surrender from Iran. A senior Israeli official today told me there is still work to do, but the achievements are epic. Obviously, the use of the word epic was purposeful given the U.S. name of the operation. So what, Colonel, is unconditional surrender? Do you view that as a completely subjective term for the president?
Oh, absolutely not. It is that the enemy gives total control over its future to you. The last time we demanded unconditional surrender was in January 1943. President Roosevelt announced that as Allied policy at the Casablanca conference. It took 2 years and 4 months of hard fighting to bring that about with Nazi Germany, and 2 years and 7 months of hard fighting with Japan. This is not an idle statement. If the president wants to go down this route, it will mean U.S. boots on the ground, and lots of them in Iran.
Jim, are you hearing anything about that?
Well, listen, what I hear when I speak to people close to the president is that they believe they're winning, right? They believe they've had fantastic success in the first days of this war, and that has, if anything, grown the ambitions, right? Grown their ambitions for exactly what kind of control they might be able to exercise over Iran whenever the hostilities end, but also grown President Trump's own sense of his ability to shape things there, right? Right up to having a voice in choosing the next leader of Iran, which is a fairly remarkable ambition to have. I mean, given Venezuela was one thing. The Iranian regime is a messianic regime, right? They believe that they have God's power behind them, right? And they're, you know, the idea that they would bend the way Delcy Rodriguez has is, I think, quite a leap to make logically.
On this Friday night. Now we have some breaking news of new video, and this is new video into Outfront, and what you're going to look at is airplanes on fire after airstrikes hit Tehran's Mehrabad airport, which we understand has just happened here overnight. We just spoke to Fred Pleitgen. That was his first live report that you have seen from Tehran, and he said that right now, as he's there, there's a massive ongoing wave of airstrikes hitting Tehran with sustained bombing lasting more than an hour, and that the bombing has been going on there for much of the day, according to Fred. This is a new CNN investigation uncovers just how close U.S.-Israeli strikes have come to hitting civilian sites like schools and hospitals inside Iran. Katie Polglaze is out front.
A city under attack. It's also home to millions of people. The US and Israeli bombing campaign of Tehran has been targeting intelligence complexes, police stations and state broadcasters, but we verified videos and analysed satellite imagery and found the impact is going beyond that, due to the densely packed nature of the city and the large-scale weapons involved. Take a look at this satellite image. This crater is at least 40 foot wide. That means it was likely caused by a 2,000-pound bomb. The target, Iran's state broadcaster, the IRIB. The strike wiped out its communications mast. These bombs used by both the US and Israel are capable of killing or wounding people more than 1,000 feet away. And just 100 feet away is the Gandhi Hospital, one of the biggest in Tehran. Glass shattered, walls collapsed, and patients, including babies, being rushed out. As more videos like this one began to emerge, we started verifying them, pinpointing the hospital where each one was filmed. Then we cross-referenced with satellite imagery to see the damage caused by US and Israeli strikes. Like here, you can see the blown-out windows of the Gandhi Hospital from space. Over in another central part of Tehran is the Motahari Hospital. And just behind it is the Iranian police headquarters. In fact, you can see a police helicopter pad down here. This image is from just before it was struck, and this is after. Entire buildings flattened. The Motahari Hospital is still standing, but we verified this video showing substantial damage inside. It's not the only hospital in the area affected. Over here is the Khatam Hospital. Glass windows shattered, and medical staff are seen running out. Further down the same street is the Iranian Red Crescent Society. Smoke billowing from behind the building. Again, people are fleeing. Across Iran as a whole, more incidents like these are emerging. We geolocated this video to the Persian Gulf Hospital in the city of Beshahar. You can see newborn babies being carried out amid the rubble. It's unclear what the target was, but it's close to an airport and military airbase. But it's not just hospitals. Other civilian sites are also bearing the brunt of these strikes. This school in southern Iran was directly hit, resulting in the deaths of over 160 students and staff, according to Iranian state media. Neither the US nor Israel have acknowledged they caused the strike. It was just 200 feet from an Iranian military base. You can see multiple of their buildings hit, as well as damage to the school. Another strike hit this gym in Fars, southern Iran. There were reportedly 20 volleyball players inside at the time, Iranian media said. It was also right next to a police station. As strikes continue, access to safe medical facilities will be crucial, but the civilian toll is mounting. The human rights activist news agency now reporting over 1,000 dead. Katie Poglaze, CNN, London.
Incredibly important work, as hard as it may be to see that. CNN has reached out to U.S. Central Command and the Israeli military for comment on these strikes and any steps they're taking to prevent civilian harm.
And President Trump's list of objectives and demands, well, they're getting longer by the day. The newest one, unconditional surrender. He says there will be no deal with Iran if that doesn't happen, adding, quote, after that, and the selection of a great and acceptable leader, we and many of our wonderful and very brave allies and partners will work tirelessly to bring Iran back from the brink of destruction, making it economically bigger, better, and stronger than ever before, unquote. So if you're keeping track, for this war to end and be successful, the United States has to destroy Iran's ballistic missile capabilities, take out their entire navy, make sure Iran can't ever pursue a nuclear weapon, dismantle all of Iran's abilities to support their proxy groups, get Iran's forces to lay down arms and surrender unconditionally, and have Trump pick a new leader that can get along with the West. All in a country of 90 million people that is 4 times the size of Iraq. And you may be wondering, how long is that going to take? Well, the president told Time magazine, I have no time limits on anything. I want to get it done. The reporter who got that quote from the president is going to join me later tonight to tell us about that very important conversation. Now, the Pentagon keeps promising they can outlast Iran, no problem. But the U.S. and Israel can essentially bomb the regime into submission.
Let's see if this is old or if it's new. They keep saying it's new.
Criminals during the course of this period. In major cities like in New Orleans, Nashville, we saw a 250% increase in arrests. We got, and we really went after the bad ones.
He's talking about
These
other
include
stuff he's not talking about
725
before.
individuals wanted for violent crimes against children and murderers. These arrests are in addition to the work of our historic federal task forces that make DC Safe Task Force has been unbelievable. I mean, the job they've done, it's incredible. And it's been so nice because so many people, they're going out to dinner and they're having dinners. They didn't go out for 4 years. And now they're going out 3 times a week. The restaurants are opening, restaurants are full. And usually that means a lot of good things, but restaurants that
phone call between the president and Prime Minister Netanyahu, saying that Netanyahu had given the U.S. this information about where the Ayatollah would be and that he'd be with these deputies on Saturday. How important was that information in the president making the decision to strike where and when he did?
I think it was important with respect to the timeline. But I think the president, prior to that phone call, had a good feeling that the Iranian regime was going to strike United States assets and our personnel in the region. And the president was faced with a choice. Does the United States of America use our military and our capabilities to strike first, to take out this threat that has been threatening our country and our people for 47 years? Or is he going to, as commander-in-chief, sit back and watch as the rogue Iranian regime attacks our people in the region? That's obviously an unacceptable decision. The second choice there is unacceptable to the president, which is why he made this decision. As for where the Ayatollah was going to be, that obviously had an impact on the timeline of the operation, but not quite the president's decision in its entirety.
On the way the public is viewing this, we were sitting here last week, I asked you if the president was going to make this a big part of the State of the Union, if he felt like he had to sell the possibility that he'd do strikes like this. We're now 5 days on. He hasn't done kind of the traditional speech to the nation part of it. Does the president believe the country supports the actions that he's taken so far in Iran?
I think he does, and I think the president knows the country is smart enough to read past many of the fake news headlines produced by people in this room that this action was unjustifiable. Again, this is a rogue terrorist regime that has been threatening the United States, our allies, and our people for 47 years. And the American people are smart enough to know that. And they've also been smart enough to listen to the president himself, not just over the past year in this second term, but during his first term as president and also for the past 40 years of his life. This is a president who has been remarkably consistent on this issue, that Iran can never obtain a nuclear weapon. And the president tried peace through diplomacy exhaustively and extensively. He and his team gave it their best go, and the president ultimately came to the determination of that peace was not a pursuable path. The Iranian regime, they want death, they want destruction, they want to kill Americans, and that's unacceptable to this president. It's intolerable to him as commander-in-chief. Jackie.
Caroline. Obviously seen the update from the State Department on the 17,500 Americans that have already come back, including some 8,000 just yesterday. There are still 6,000 that are looking to get out, as I understand it. And just in the context of what you just told Garrett about the president's decision on a timeline, if he had decided to do this strike before receiving, the specific intelligence about the meeting on Saturday, should there have been more done in advance of the strikes to try to get those Americans in the region resources and information to get home before day 3 of the war?
There was many signs put out by the State Department, and I wish that everyone in this room would report on them. The Secretary of State issued level 4 travel advisories dating back to January for many of these countries in the region. On January 14th, the U.S. mission to Saudi Arabia advised personnel and Americans to exercise increased caution and limit non-essential travel to any military installations. On February 11th, the U.S. Department of State Consular Affairs shared a list of countries with level 4 do not travel advisories. You can't be much more clear than that. Do not travel to these following countries. On February 23rd, the U.S. Embassy in Lebanon ordered non-emergency government personnel and family members to leave Lebanon due to safety risks, and we helped them do that. On March 2nd, the State Department urged U.S. citizens to depart Lebanon immediately. With respect to Iran, on February 26th,
27th, the secretary designated Iran as a state of sponsor of wrongful detention and stated no Americans should travel to Iran for any reason. And again, on February 27th, the U.S. ambassador to Israel warned Americans to leave Iran, and they provided travel advisory alerts through the U.S. Embassy in Jerusalem. So the State Department was all hands on deck on advising extreme caution and do not travel alerts to Americans in the region. With respect to the Americans who are still in the region now, again, the State Department is asking that they register at the website so they can directly identify you, and we are actively and rapidly working to charter flights. There is some commercial flights that are taking off intermittently from these countries, and we plan to get Americans on board as quickly as possible, again, free of charge to them. And we have some additional measures that I think will be announced in the coming days. Again, I can also reiterate from the President's perspective, this is something he's brought up directly with our allies and partners in the region, that we expect their help in getting Americans home, and we will do that, and we will not rest until every single American is returned home safely. Thank you. And then one follow-up just on how people might be experiencing this at home. With respect to the economy and the cost of oil spiking, is there a need to start those Navy escorts in the Strait of Hormuz now to sort of blunt the impact to people? And also, because Spain is a member of the EU, does that at all put a wrinkle in the President's plan for a trade embargo with them? With respect to Spain, I think they heard the President's message yesterday loud and clear, and it's my understanding over the past several hours they've agreed to cooperate with the U.S. military, and so I know that the U.S. military is coordinating with their counterparts in Spain, but the President expects all of our European allies, of course, to cooperate in this long sought-after mission, not just for the United States, but also for Europe, to crush the rogue Iranian regime that, again, not only threatens America, but also threatens our European allies as well. With respect to oil prices and the economy here at home, of course, this is something that Secretary Bessent, Secretary Wright, the National Economic Council of Energy, that is led by Secretary Burgum, has been long working on and well in advance. Yesterday, President Trump announced the U.S. Development Finance Corporation will provide political risk insurance at a very reasonable price for crude carriers and cargo ships operating in and around the Gulf. And as you pointed out, Jackie, the President said if necessary and when appropriate, the U.S. Navy will begin escorting tankers through the Strait of Hormuz. I think it speaks to why this action was so necessary, that ultimately the energy industry is going to benefit from the President's actions with respect to Iran, because Iran will no longer be controlling the Strait of Hormuz and restricting the free flow of energy, which, as you all know, controls 20% of the world's global oil supply. Sure.
Thanks, Caroline. The President said yesterday there wasn't time to make evacuation plans because this all happened so quickly. Given how critical the President has been of the chaotic evacuation from Afghanistan by the last administration 5 years ago, why wasn't there more of a focus on evacuation plans from the Middle East that could have been at least put in place, ready to go before the strikes this weekend?
Again, I just laid out for you that there have been plans in place and that the State Department has been very clear to the American people traveling within this region not to travel to these regions. We gave notices to leave immediately the countries where these Americans were within. And unlike the previous administration, we actually have a number. We actually have identified the number of people in the region who have requested help. We are in direct contact and engagement with them. And you have to keep in mind, there's a few thousand people who have requested assistance to come home in comparison to the millions who we understand are in the region. So we will help every single American who wants to come home if they're making that request of the State Department.
Americans who called the State Department hotline as recently as last night were being told, we can't help you, you have to make your own plans.
Well, the line was updated, and I expect every single person in this room to report on that accurately so that information can be relayed appropriately to your audiences and to the American people. I think as journalists, you all have a responsibility to let them know that the line has been updated accordingly with the proper guidance, because I saw many people in this room very quick to do selfie videos with the line yesterday, but not so quick to report on the corrected message today. So that is something the administration quickly worked to address, and we have fixed that problem. However,
However,
take
we're also pointing to people to the website, again, to register so that we know exactly where you are. So when there are commercial flights moving into that area, when there are chartered flights moving into that area, we can get Americans on planes as quickly as
Do you
possible.
have any details on how many charter flights have been able to get out of the region so far with Americans on board?
I don't have an exact count for you, but I know that we're working on chartering many flights as soon as we were doing it yesterday. We're doing it again today, and you should not expect us to detail exactly when these flights are taking off for obvious reasons. The Iranians have shown that they are not going to hesitate to target civilians in the region, which is completely intolerable. But for safety and security reasons, we're not going to be broadcasting when flights full of Americans are going to be taking off, obviously. Danny.
At the top there, you said that the Iranian regime is being absolutely crushed. Can you explicitly say then whether or not regime change is a goal
She's
of
like,
President Trump's operation?
The goals of this operation have been made very clear, Danny, and the president has said them in his speech when he launched this operation and released that video in the middle of the night to all of you and to the world. The stated military objectives of Operation Epic Fury are as follows: eliminate Iran's ballistic missile threat, destroy their naval capability, disrupt missile and drone production infrastructure, sever their pathway, and end their pathway to nuclear weapons. And I can report, as you all saw from the Pentagon today, that thus far this operation has been remarkably successful. Again, we're moving towards complete and total control of Iranian airspace. We have continuous 24/7 strike operations ongoing. We've had more than 2,000 targets that have been struck, nearly 2,000 munitions have been employed. The first 24 hours of this campaign were described nearly as twice the scale of the 2003 shock and awe campaign. And we've seen that the enemy, the Iranian rogue regime, their retaliatory strikes against the United States and the threat reduction has reduced significantly. If you look at the Iranian ballistic missile launches, they're down 86% from day one levels. So while the United States military continues to increase its complete dominance over this rogue regime, they are weakening day by day.
Dominance.
Not a phrase that you would want to use.
Again, Operation Epic Fury. I just
Epic
detailed
Fury.
the goals and objectives of this very quickly.
Welcome
but
into Ranimal Media,
as the
everybody.
president has said numerous times, do we want to see Iran being led by a rogue terrorist regime? No, of course not. So any day the United States of America is taking out a terrorist is a good day for our country and a good day for our people.
Given that point that you just make about the United States, wouldn't mind seeing the government overthrown. Certainly President Trump has talked about wanting to see Iranians overthrow the government. Has the president considered at all kind of how he views a U.S. role, if any, in Iran post-conflict?
I think it's something the president is actively considering and discussing with his advisors and his national security team. But again, right now, the focus, minute by minute, hour by hour, day by day, is on ensuring the quick and effective success of Operation Epic Fury. Sure. Go ahead.
I want to ask you about the U.S. munitions stockpile.
I don't even know who's speaking because I wasn't looking at you. You can ask a question.
Yeah, who's speaking?
I want to ask you about the U.S. munitions stockpile. President Trump posted on Truth Social on Monday that the U.S. still has a good supply of weapons, but that we're not where we need to be. What does he mean by that? And does President Trump then want to ask on Congress to pass a supplemental to increase funding for missile interceptor systems like the ones being used to defend U.S. bases in the Middle East from Iranian missiles?
I don't have any updates for you on congressional asks from the president. As you know, under this president, we have significantly increased our defense budget, which is a good thing for the United States, for our national security, and for protecting our homeland. With respect to munitions, ammunition, weapon stockpiles, the United States of America has more than enough capability to not only successfully execute Operation Epic Fury, but to go much further. And we have weapon stockpiles in places that many people in this world don't even know about. However, the president in that post was pointing out that unfortunately we had a very stupid and incompetent leader in this White House for 4 years who gave away many of our best weapons for nothing, for free, to another country very far away by the name of Ukraine. So the president was pointing out how that was an unwise decision, but nevertheless, don't doubt the strength and the might of the American military.
And I will also add, President Trump has rightfully been calling on defense contractors in this country to rapidly and aggressively produce American-made weapons because they are the best in the world, and the president always likes to get things done as quickly as possible, and so he's been quite vocal in his efforts to try to speed up our defense industry to protect our homeland.
Caroline, can we use some,
Go ahead.
Caroline, could you tell us about the president's current thinking about ground troops and whether they could be used, if they were to be sent into Iran, what would they be used for? What's the situation?
Well, they're not part of the plan for this operation at this time, but I certainly will never take away
Ground troops are not part of the plan at this time.
Or the commander-in-chief, and he
Breaking news,
wisely does
breaking
not do the
news.
same for himself. I know there's many leaders in the past who like to take options off of the table without having a full understanding of how things could develop. So again, it's not part of the current plan, but I'm not going to remove an option for the president that is on the table. Sean.
Did the United States airstrike a girls' elementary school and kill 175
What?
people?
Not that we know of, Sean, and the Department of War is investigating this matter, and I would just tell you very strongly, the United States of America does not
Breaking
target
news,
civilians, unlike the
breaking
rogue
news.
Iranian regime that targets civilians, that kills children, that has killed thousands of their own people in the past several weeks, and uses propaganda quite effectively, and unfortunately many people in this room have fallen for that propaganda. So I would caution you from pointing the finger at the United States of America when it comes to targeting civilians, because that's not something
Yeah,
that these
don't
armed
point the
forces
finger.
do. Reagan.
Thanks, Caroline. Prior to the Iran conflict, the SAVE Act was really the focus of the news cycle. Is the SAVE Act still
Welcome
a
in
priority
to Ranimal
for the
Media.
administration? Could you just provide an update on the administration's talks with Congress to get the SAVE Act through?
SAVE Act is absolutely still a priority for this president and the administration. The focus, of course, of much of the president's time right now is on ensuring the success of Operation Epic Fury, but the president can
Epic
walk and chew
Fury.
gum at the same time, and he's very much continuing to focus on the issues that matter here at home for the American people, including the passage of the SAVE Act, including on bringing down the cost of living, which is why you'll see the president in about an hour and a half at the Ratepayer Protection Pledge Roundtable, where he will be sitting with big tech companies, with AI companies who are building in communities across the country and have pledged to pick up the cost of the electricity tab in these small towns and communities across the country, which is a great thing for American consumers. So you'll be hearing from the president
Interesting.
directly on this very important domestic agenda item later this afternoon, and it's something that he mentioned in his State of Union address. So check it off the list as another promise made and kept by this president. Sure, go ahead.
Caroline, I just wanted to get back to Danny's question. So those four objectives that you read out do not explicitly include regime change. If those objectives were achieved and the Islamic Republic still existed, would that be an acceptable outcome?
That's a hypothetical question that I'm not going to engage in. Again, right now the president and the commander-in-chief are focused on executing the success of Operation Epic Fury, which we are already doing so in a very tremendous and impressionable way. Stephen.
Tremendous
Caroline,
and
two questions.
impressionable way.
The Trump administration
Welcome in
reportedly
to
is considering
Ranimal Media.
arming Kurdish forces in the hopes of inspiring a popular uprising in Iran. Could you comment on that report?
I could comment on the fact that the president has held many calls with partners, allies, and leaders in the region, in the Middle East. He did speak to Kurdish leaders with respect to our base that we have in northern Iraq. But as for any report suggesting that the president has agreed to any such plan is completely false and should not be written.
President Trump was saying yesterday that he is okay with someone from within taking over in Iran. He spoke about how Venezuela he saw as a successful model where Delcy Rodriguez took over and had a better relationship. Iran's President Pezeshkian, he took office in 2024 as a relative reformer. He's part of a three-man council now replacing the supreme leader. Does President Trump
Welcome
see
in
him
to
as
Ranimal
a
Media.
potential successor who is more pliable?
Hope everybody out there is having a good day
Hypothetical,
today.
and I haven't spoken to the president about this specific individual, so I don't want to get ahead of him on
To
any
Ranimal
assessments
Media.
that should be made.
Thank you. Yesterday, the president acknowledged that oil prices will be a bit high. As for gas prices here in the U.S., what is the admin doing right now to counter that? I mean, should they skyrocket? Is there a plan to help
Americans right now with those higher gas prices? And then a second question, on the rash that was on the president's neck, the White House physician said it was a preventative skin cream that he was using, but why is the president using this cream? What are they trying to prevent with this cream?
To your second question, I don't have anything additional to add to the physician statement that we provided to all of you on those questions, but I know the statement said that the redness on the neck will dissipate within the next couple of weeks. To your first question about oil prices, thank God we have a president who has exuded American energy dominance over the past year, an administration that is wholeheartedly
The
focused
red
on
on
keeping
his neck
prices
is
stable
probably
as
from
best
wearing a
as we
suit
can.
and
Of
tie all
course,
the
this
time.
operation is temporary to protect the homeland, but
That
crude oil
probably
prices did
makes
fall
sense.
yesterday. They remain stable today after the president announced steps to ensure the stability in global energy markets. Again, those include the DEC offering reasonably priced political risk insurance and the potential for the U.S. Navy to provide protection for the flow of energy through the Strait of Hormuz. It is the president's belief and his economic team's belief that the economy continues to be very strong, it's robust, and will be able to weather any of the temporary impacts of Operation Epic Fury. John.
Thanks a lot, Caroline. Just to follow up to that, the timeline for making the Strait of Hormuz safe
Welcome in
for oil
to Ranimal Media.
to transport their oil through the Strait, what is that timeline, and what can the president
Welcome
do
in,
to
welcome
speed
in.
up that timeline?
I don't want to
Your
commit to
Ranimal
a
Media.
timeline, but certainly it's something that is being calculated actively by both the Department of War and the Department of Energy. They're working very closely. Both secretaries are in all of the briefings on this subject with the president, and this is, again, something they're monitoring, and if and when necessary, the United States Navy will provide assistance to escort oil tankers through the strait. Sure, in the blue.
Thank you, Caroline.
You're not in blue, Andrew. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, I guess you are, sort of. I'll go to you after.
You had mentioned about the commercial aircraft being used for the evacuations. What about the use of military aircraft? Would that happen in conjunction with that or subsequent to?
That is something that is definitely underway, and of course we're going to use that in conjunction. We want as many planes, whether they're chartered, commercial, or military, taking Americans out of the Middle East and returning them safely home. So yes. Andrew, go ahead. You're welcome.
At the top of the briefing, you listed a long list of grievances against the Iranian government, going back to the takeover of the embassy in '79, barracks bombing in the '80s, etc. But no one from the administration has laid out the imminent threat that was supposed to be taken care of by this. And the rationales offered by, say, Secretary Rubio, the President's National Security Advisor, said that the threat was retaliation against American interests from Iran after Israeli strikes. The President says it was his own feeling that Iran was going to attack. Why is it that across the administration you can't say what the imminent threat against the United States was that required us to launch this? And also, Prime Minister Starmer told Parliament today that his reason he didn't allow the use of British bases was that he was not satisfied that there was a lawful basis and a viable, thought-through plan. Was there an attempt to provide the UK government with a legal basis for these strikes and a viable, thought-through plan?
To the first question, I completely reject the premise of your question. You have had the President of the United States, the Secretary of War, the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, the Vice President of the United States, the Secretary of State, and now I am out here today to explain to you exactly what led the President to make the decision to launch Operation Epic Fury. And President Trump does not make these decisions in a vacuum. This decision to launch this operation was based on a cumulative effect of various direct threats that Iran posed to the United States of America. And the President's feeling based on fact that Iran does pose an imminent and direct threat to the United States of America, based on the fact that they are the world's leading state sponsor of terrorism, based on the fact that they were rapidly and aggressively building up their ballistic missile program to give themselves immunity within their country alongside their navy so that inside their country they could continue to create nuclear weapons and nuclear bombs, which would of course pose a risk to Americans in the region and even Americans one day here at home. And then another point on this is the president found that through these extensive, exhaustive, failed negotiations with Iran, that they were hell-bent on death and destruction. So again, the president was not going to be just another president on a very long list who sat back and stood by and passed the buck of this direct threat to the next administration. The president had a feeling, again, based on fact, that Iran was going to strike the United States, was going to strike our assets in the region, and he made a determination to launch Operation Epic Fury based on all of those reasons. And I would like the media to actually report on all of them, rather than just picking sound bites from one person in this administration and saying, oh, they're contradicting the other person. No, again, these decisions are not made in a vacuum. They are made by the president's feeling that Iran was going to strike the United States and our assets in the region, and he was not going to sit back and watch that happen. The determination was made that the president was going to strike first alongside Israel, and that has obviously been proven to be the right decision and an effective one at that.
Welcome in to Ranimal Media.
At a dime, obviously. But at the same time, we have seen, I think it's fair to say, a drop in rocket fire over Tel Aviv. I was woken this morning by very loud interceptions overhead, certainly, and we went to the site of debris that had fallen after other interceptions last night as well, but no injuries at this particular point. And so it is interesting to observe that change here, but what...
There's smoke up here.
Massive evacuation order there of the south of the Litani River south, obviously causing significant panic anxiety on the hundreds of thousands there, and in southern Beirut also demanded to be evacuated amongst ordinary Lebanese there. Huge blasts heard through the night in Dahir, the southern suburb of Beirut. 500 targets hit since the beginning of this campaign, says the Israeli military. We've heard that 5 Israeli soldiers have been, it seems, quite badly injured as a result of rocket fire. 70 rockets fired by Hezbollah over the border as well, according to Israeli officials. So clearly Hezbollah not a spent force, and one that the Israelis are going to continue to persist against. I think the question is, now we're seeing the fast pace of these evacuation orders being demanded, whether that suggests a faster pace of Israeli military action, or whether we're in for this sort of separate chapter, I think it's fair to say, outside of the US-Israeli-Iran conflict, this separate chapter being prolonged for many more weeks ahead. Bianca.
Yeah, and aside from the human toll here, the president would indeed be sensitive about also the rising prices at the pump, something that we will get to later this hour, but that is something that he is very much aware of, and a lot of nervous Americans as they're going to the gas stations, as they're seeing those prices rise. Nick Payton-Walsh, thank you so much. Appreciate your time. And as we mentioned, CNN's Dana Bash spoke to President Trump a short time ago. Trump told Dana that Iran's leadership has been, quote, neutered. He again stressed how he believes the U.S. should be involved in the process of choosing Iran's next leader. The president also believes the next leader of Iran will need to, quote, treat the U.S. and Israel well, even if it doesn't become a democratic state. Kevin Liptak joins us now live from the White House. So a lot there to parse through from the president and his comments, again, reiterating that he will accept nothing but complete surrender from the Iranians, and echoing what he had said earlier, that he will play a part in deciding who the next leader of the country would be. But Kevin, he also then began talking to Dana about possible regime change in Cuba as well. Just walk us through some of the headlines he's made today.
Right, and he brought that issue of Cuba up on his own. You know, Dana didn't raise that with him. He clearly had been thinking about it, apparently emboldened by what is happening in Iran, you know, the assassination of the supreme leader there, but also clearly emboldened by what he has accomplished in Venezuela, the capture of Nicolas Maduro, the installation of apparently a pliant government underneath Delcy Rodriguez, the one-time vice president. You know, the president president has actually been thinking about Cuba for quite some time, since well before the attack in Iran began a week ago. The U.S. has been in talks with the grandson of Raul Castro. There's some skepticism, I think, inside the administration that he will be the person to lead Cuba in a new direction going forward. I think there's an open question of whether they have, in fact, identified anyone on that island who will be able to work with the United States to accomplish what the president seems to think they'll be able to do. But at the same time, there is, quite a dire humanitarian situation underway there. Fuel shortages, food shortages, all these questions about how much longer the regime there will be able to sustain itself. And clearly the president now eyeing that country as the next one in his lineup of places where he wants to orchestrate regime change. For all of the insistence by the Pentagon, by the White House, that what's happening in Iran is not a war of regime change, President Trump seems to be undercutting that at every moment, including in this message today when he's talking about unconditional surrender of the Iranian regime. In that interview with Dana, he also downplayed this idea that gas prices could suddenly become a political issue for him. And certainly we just saw today the price of gas reached the highest level in either of President Trump's 2 terms so far. As much as the president wants to downplay it, officials in this building very much believe that higher gas prices could pose a dire political problem for Republicans in the midterm elections this year, in an election that is already very much about affordability and about the cost of living. And you have seen a scramble among administration officials to try and find ways to mitigate the price of gas, whether it's allowing, these U.S.-backed risk insurance for tankers, or this plan that the president has announced to allow for naval escorts of tankers through the Strait of Hormuz. That is, there are a lot of questions about how exactly that would work. And so, as much as the president seems to be putting forward this kind of nonchalant attitude about it, there is, I think, some serious concerns among the president's, senior-most advisors about what that will portend politically. And so I think taken all together, clearly this is a president who feels very strongly about the way this conflict is going so far, and also doesn't necessarily feel an imperative to end it in the immediate term. But I think it still raises a lot of questions about what exactly his end game in all of this is.
Yeah, no doubt. Kevin Liptak, thank you so much, reporting live from the White House. Well, CNN has reported that the CIA is working to arm Iranian Kurdish forces. However, any attempt to arm Iranian Kurdish groups would need support from the
Everyone is watching to see whether Kurdish fighters will launch into Iran. So who are the Kurds? They're one of the largest stateless ethnic groups in the world, about 30 to 40 million people spread across a mountainous region spanning Turkey, Iran, Iraq, and Syria. After the collapse of the Ottoman Empire a century ago, they were promised a state of their own. It never materialized. In Iran, Kurdish armed groups have fought the government for decades, operating from bases along the Iraqi border. Multiple sources say the CIA has backed some of those groups as they prepare for a possible ground offensive. In Iraq, the picture is very different. Kurds here built a powerful autonomous region after the fall of Saddam and worked closely with the United States in the fight against ISIS. But they're wary of provoking Iran and are trying to stay neutral, calling for peace and stability. In Syria, Kurdish militias became one of Washington's most effective partners against ISIS, controlling much of the northeast. But they were ultimately forced to give up some of that territory to the government in Damascus. Across the region, Kurdish politics and loyalties vary widely, but many share a long history of struggle for recognition, autonomy, and in some cases, their own state. Clarissa Ward, CNN, Erbil.
News.
Hello, everyone. Live from New York, I'm Bianca Rodriguez. Zain is off today. You are watching One World. And let's start with the latest information we have on the war with Iran. Sources tell CNN that Russia has been providing Iran with intelligence about U.S. assets in the Middle East. Now, this comes as President Trump warns there will be no deal unless Tehran surrenders unconditionally. The Iranian capital is coming under intense aerial bombardment this hour. The Israeli military is also pummeling Beirut and ordering further evacuations from the southern suburbs. And Gulf nations remain under attack from Iranian retaliatory strikes. Iran has also targeted Israel, including a new round of strikes on Tel Aviv. The U.S. ambassador to Israel met with Israeli President Isaac Herzog earlier, where they discussed cooperation during the war.
This is it's not a pleasant time, but it is an important and a necessary time for us to say to the regime that you can't keep killing Americans, Israelis, and frankly, people all over the world.
Now is the time for resilience. And we know, we tell the people, this moment will be judged in history as a moment of change that will bring a better future for all. Now is the moment to be resilient. Thank you very much, Ambassador.
CNN's Zachary Cohen joins me for more on the breaking news that CNN has been able to confirm as well. And Zachary, it's quite striking, and that is that Russia has been providing Iran with intelligence on U.S. assets in the region. And of course, this comes just days after the United States lost 6 of its service members in the region from strikes from Iran. Just talk to us about what you're learning from this reporting.
Yeah, Bianca, sources telling our team that the U.S. believes Russia is providing intelligence to Iran about the movements and locations of American ships, troops, and aircraft. And this is significant, obviously, because it's the first indication that Russia, obviously a nuclear superpower, has sought to get involved in the ongoing conflict in Iran. And this is something that we're told, the information and the intelligence that's been shared, we're told, comes primarily from Russia's sophisticated constellation of overhead satellites. That's intelligence that could be used to target American assets in the region. As you mentioned, we're learning about this just after an Iranian drone strike killed 6 U.S. service members at a makeshift operations command center in Kuwait. Now, we can't tie directly any of these Iranian attacks to the intelligence that they've received from the Russians, but again, a concerning development here as 2 long-standing partners in Iran and Russia do seem to be collaborating in the current war there. And we're also learning, too, Bianca, that another nuclear superpower, China, is weighing whether to provide financial support to Iran as it potentially could enter this conflict in a support capacity. We're told, in addition to financial support, China providing things like spare parts, missile components, logistical support. Obviously, Beijing much more cautious in considering getting involved in this conflict, seeking to largely avoid a direct confrontation with the United States. And for now, Beijing does seem to be staying out of the ongoing conflict, but it remains to be seen if that will stay true. And this comes as Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth just saying yesterday to reporters that Russia and China are, quote, not really a factor in this war. So we'll have to see how that plays out going forward as the conflict continues to escalate and move forward in the coming days, weeks, and potentially months.
Yeah, it does appear now that Russia is indeed a factor in this war if it's directly providing Iran with intelligence on U.S. assets in the region. And it is important to note this comes after President Zelensky in Ukraine has actually offered to help and other Western allies in Europe in terms of bringing down some of these Shahed drones that they've come so familiar with, tragically, over the course of these last now 4+ years of war. Zachary Cohen, thank you so much. Well, some attacks are playing out on live television. One loud explosion in Tehran sent this reporter running for cover.
من همونطوری که پشت سرم مشاهده می‌کنه یا آقای نظری بازم دارم میزنن.
The correspondent for Iranian state television was on air when fresh blasts hit. Meanwhile, the Iranian government mobilized thousands of demonstrators who filled Tehran's streets on Friday. They voiced anger over the U.S. and Israeli attacks and mourned the late Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. CNN correspondent Fred Pleitgen and his photojournalist and producer Claudia Otto are in Iran's capital. CNN is the first U.S. network in Iran since the start of the war. And it is important to note that CNN is operating in Iran only with the permission from the government. Here is Fred's latest report.
Iran's leadership has gathered thousands of people here to Tehran after Friday prayers to voice their anger about the U.S. and Israel's bombing campaign across the country, but of course also to mourn Iran's late Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. And thousands of people have indeed turned out here. At the same time, we have to keep in mind this is just a small snapshot of Iran's society, and the people who come to Friday prayers here in Tehran usually are political conservatives and religious hardliners. At the same time, it does show that the government here is still able to mobilize masses.
Namanpour is coming up in about 45 minutes' time. And a short time ago, as we noted, CNN's Dana Bash spoke with President Trump over the phone. He told her Iran's leadership has been, quote, neutered. Trump again stressed how he believes the U.S. should be involved in the process of choosing Iran's next leader. Here is what Bash is telling us about that phone call.
On a scale of 10, with 10 being the best, he thinks that the war is, I would say, at 12, maybe 15. He said that the U.S. is doing very well militarily, quote, better than anybody could have dreamed. He said that he rebuilt the military in his first term. He's using it in his second.
This is the secondary front. For Israel, Iran remains the primary target. Their fighter jets continue to bomb locations in the west and in Tehran. Today, they hit government buildings in the capital, including the presidential office and the Assembly of Experts. These are sites attacked in Iran. Now, this Assembly of Experts, this assembly building, is where the next supreme leader is supposed to be selected. But Israel has blown it up.
مرزدارانیم وای وای دوباره زد
Welcome in to Ranimal Media.
Like yesterday, they're also hitting missiles and launchers. Remember, Iran has the largest missile stockpile in West Asia. It is their biggest weapon in this war. Israeli jets are flying multiple sorties into Iran. They're taking out more and more launching sites.
Welcome in to Ranimal Media.
Iranian targets have been hit, which brings us to the U.S. What is the American military up to? The U.S. has deployed its B-2 and B-1 bombers. They're using these planes to strike underground silos and launching sites, locations that cannot be breached easily. In addition, the U.S. is also bombing internal security targets. Things like police stations, detention centers, intelligence offices. The Americans are going after all of this in Iran. And these facilities are used by the regime to crack down on dissent. By attacking them, the U.S. is hoping to weaken the regime's grip on power. Basically, they're setting the stage for massive protests in Iran. And that sums up the battlefield updates. What about diplomacy? Is anyone interested in an off-ramp? Well, look at Donald Trump's latest message, and I'm quoting. Their air defense, Air Force, Navy, and leadership is gone. They want to talk. I said, too late. And just to be clear, until yesterday, Trump did want to talk to the Iranians. He said the new Iranian leadership had reached out to him. But then Iran's security chief rebuffed him. He said there would be no negotiations with the Americans. So now, 24 hours later, Trump has also made a U-turn. He says there will be no talks. But here's the problem.
That's not smart.
Wars are not just fought with resolve. You need weapons to keep fighting them. Multiple U.S. media reports say the Pentagon is worried. That's the U.S. Defense Ministry. They're worried. They fear a long war will deplete American stockpile. So once again, Trump came out with a long social media post. And let me quote again from what he said. The United States munition stockpiles have, at the medium and upper medium grade, never been higher or better. As was stated to me today, we have a virtually unlimited supply of these weapons. Wars can be fought forever and very successfully using just these supplies. At the highest end, we have a good supply, but are not where we want to be. Well, that's a half admission by Donald Trump. He says the high-end stockpile is not where he wants to be, and yet he's not de-escalating. Trump actually says a bigger wave of attacks is coming. So it's not clear what he's trying to say. Like I said, more than 2,000 Iranian targets have already been hit. More than 2,000 targets. So what would a bigger wave look like?
Keep repeating themselves.
That's the question. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is betting on quick success. He says this will not be an endless war.
I hear the people are saying we're going to have an endless war here. I said it could be quick and decisive. It may take some time, but it's not going to take years. It's not an endless war. In fact, it's an effort right now to achieve the peace that we all yearn and pray for. And I think together we'll achieve it.
Trump is saying something different, though. We'll tell you about his position later on the show. But for now, listen to the Iranian military.
Or not.
And Iran will be able to do nothing about it.
Nothing about it.
B-2s, B-52s, B-1s, Predator drones, fighters, controlling the skies, picking targets. Death and destruction from the sky, all day long. We're playing for keeps. Our warfighters have maximum authorities granted personally by the president and yours truly. Our rules of engagement are bold, precise, and designed to unleash American power, not shackle it. This was never meant to be a fair fight, and it is not a fair fight. We are punching them while they're down, which is exactly how it should be. Thus far, Operation Epic Fury has delivered twice the air power of shock and awe of Iraq in 2003, minus Paul Bremer and the nation building. The campaign has 7 times the intensity of Israel's previous operations against Iran during the 12-day war. 7 times. And as President Trump said, more and larger waves are coming. We are just getting started. We are accelerating, not decelerating. Iran's capabilities are evaporating by the hour, while American strength grows fiercer, smarter, and utterly dominant. More bombers and more fighters are arriving just today. And now, with complete control of the skies, we will be using 500-pound, 1,000-pound, and 2,000-pound GPS and laser-guided precision gravity bombs, of which we have defenses, and that of our allies have plenty of runway. We can sustain this fight easily for as long as we need to.
Ranimal Media.
And as I said yesterday, we set the terms. Now, you may not see much of it because the IRGC shut off the internet to the entirety of the country. They blind their people on purpose, just like they kill their own on purpose. Much was made of the volume of missiles Iran was able to shoot in the first few days. And sadly, as we projected, a few got through and killed 6 of our best, who will hopefully arrive home soon. We will avenge them, no doubt. But I liken Iran's predicament to a football team who scripted the first 20 plays of a game. The team knew what plays to run because their first few drives were scripted. But now that the game has started and the blitz is on, they don't know what plays to call, let alone how to get in the huddle and call those plays. Iran's senior leaders are dead. The so-called governing council that might have selected a successor, dead, missing, or cowering in bunkers, too terrified to even occupy the same
Or cowering in bunkers.
Senior generals, mid-level officers, enlisted ranks, they can't talk or communicate, let alone mount a coordinated and sustained offensive. That's not great for morale. The Iranian Air Force is no more, built for 1996, destroyed in 2026. The Iranian Navy rests at the bottom of the Persian Gulf. Combat ineffective, decimated, destroyed, defeated.
21, 22
pick your
boats they
adjective.
had.
In fact, last night, we sunk their prize ship, the Soleimani. Looks
That one
like
too.
POTUS got him twice. Their Navy, not a factor. Pick your adjective, it is no more. In fact, yesterday, in the Indian Ocean, and we'll play it on the screen there, an American submarine sunk an Iranian warship that thought it was safe in international waters. Instead, it was sunk by a torpedo. Quiet death. The first
Boom.
sinking of an enemy ship by a torpedo since World War II. Like in that war,
Welcome in
back
to
when we were
Ranimal
still
Media.
the War Department, we are fighting to win. Also, yesterday, the leader of the unit who attempted to assassinate President Trump has been hunted down and killed. Iran tried to kill President Trump, and President Trump got the last laugh. Now, this is not a mission
Remember to
accomplished
smash that
situation.
like button, everybody.
This is simply a reality check. The combination of U.S. and Israeli intelligence and combat power will control Iran, and will control it soon. Sure, Iran will still be able to shoot some missiles, and still be able to launch one-way attack drones at civilian targets, and their proxies will attempt to attack our embassies, bases, and soft targets. They are terrorists, after all, and they need to target civilians because they can't fight toe-to-toe. But we will find them, and we will kill them. This is what the fake news misses. We've taken control of Iran's airspace and waterways without boots on the ground. We control their fate. But when a few drones get through, or tragic things happen, it's front page news. I get it. The press only wants to make the president look bad, but try for once to report the reality. The terms of this war will be set by us at every step. As I said Monday, the mission is laser focused. Obliterate Iran's missiles and drones and facilities that produce them, annihilate its navy and critical security infrastructure, and sever their pathway to nuclear weapons. Iran will never possess a nuclear bomb, not on our watch, not ever. And this is why President Trump's moral clarity on Iran today is so vital. Unlike the past, where vague red lines and endless negotiations let Iran fund terror and inch ever so slightly toward a bomb, this president sees the threat plainly and acts decisively. No more half measures, especially when Iran is at its weakest. No more letting Tehran play for time while our people pay the price. His leadership ensures that we finish what we start and that we protect our warfighters by crushing the enemy before they can strike again. Our offensive operations, refined through months of relentless preparation, are unstoppable. And our defensive efforts are unprecedented. We have from the start put the protection of our troops ahead of everything else. Before we very publicly built up offensive combat power, we quietly ensured that our defensive posture and power was in place. And as we built up offensive combat power, we moved the vast majority of American troops, over 90% of Americans that were on our bases, what we say off the X, out of the range of Iranian fire.
That's weird.
Our defensive shield is equally
over
formidable.
9.5 hours.
The most sophisticated air and missile
YouTube has
defense
not
network
sent me
ever
any traffic.
fielded. Thousands of Iranian missiles and drones have been intercepted and vaporized. tens of thousands of American and allied lives protected.
Maybe one or two, they come,
every
then
counter
they go.
UAS system possible forward, sparing
I
no
don't get
expense
it.
or capability.
That's so sad.
And like I said, this does not mean we can stop everything.
You guys
But
are
we
missing
ensured
out
that the
on
maximum
Ranimal
possible
experience.
defense and maximum possible force protection was set up before we went on offense. In closing, as President Trump told German Chancellor Merz yesterday, Iran negotiated in bad faith, stalling, scheming, and preparing to strike. And we acted decisively to defend our people, our interests, and our allies. President Trump took bold action, putting America first, the kind of bold action that the American people elected him to execute. To our steadfast partner, Israel, your mission is being executed with unmatched skill and iron determination. Fighting shoulder to shoulder with such a capable ally is a true force multiplier and a breath of fresh air. We salute your courage and your contribution. 4 days in, we have only just begun to fight. America fights to win, and in Operation Epic Fury, we are. May God's providence cover and protect our troops always. And with that, I turn it over to the chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. I'm here today to provide the American people and those of you in this room an update on Operation Epic Fury. First, it's with profound sadness and gratitude that I share the names of 4 of our 6 fallen heroes, all from the 103rd Sustainment Command, U.S. Army Reserves out of Des Moines, Iowa. Captain Cody Cork, Sergeant First Class Noah Tegens, Sergeant First Class Nicole Amore, and Sergeant Declan Cody. To the families of our fallen, we grieve with you today, and we look forward to welcoming your family members home at Dover in the coming days. Out of respect for the other families, we'll withhold the release of their names until next of kin notification is complete. And either myself or Admiral Cooper will release those names as soon as we can ensure that all of those families have been properly notified. To our Gold Star families, to our wounded warriors and their loved ones, we will never forget your sacrifice. Our nation stands with you, and we are eternally grateful for your courage, your resiliency, your devotion to this mission and to our nation. As the Secretary said, we're 4 days in, 103 hours into this campaign. The operation was again launched with clear military objectives designed to dismantle Iran's ability to project power outside of its borders, both today and in the future.
Bring Iran back from the brink of destruction, making it economically bigger, better, and stronger than ever before. Unquote. So if you're keeping track, for this war to end and be successful, the United States has to destroy Iran's ballistic missile capabilities, take out their entire navy, make sure Iran can't ever pursue a nuclear weapon, dismantle all of Iran's abilities to support their proxy groups, get Iran's forces to lay down arms and surrender unconditionally, and have Trump pick a new leader that can get along with the West. All in a country of 90 million people that is 4 times the size of Iraq. And you may be wondering, how long is that going to take? Well, the president told Time magazine, I have no time limits on anything. I want to get it done. The reporter who got that quote from the president is going to join me later tonight. Tell us about that very important conversation. Now, the Pentagon keeps promising they can outlast Iran, no problem. But the U.S. and Israel can essentially bomb the regime into submission. And by all accounts, the strikes have not let up. This is new video from the IDF today. They say it shows them striking the supreme leader's hidden underground bunker. But Trump might have a new problem on his hands, because Iran may not be fighting this war on its own. Sources tell CNN that Russia is now providing Tehran with intelligence about the location and movements of U.S. troops, of U.S. ships, of U.S. aircraft. Sources also tell us the U.S. has intelligence suggesting that China may be getting ready to provide Iran with money, spare parts, and even missile components. CBS
good
News got to
idea.
ask Secretary Pete Hegseth specifically about Russia's reported involvement.
The average American might hear that and think that's a big and dangerous deal, is it?
Well, we're tracking everything. Our commanders are aware of everything. We have the best intelligence in the world. We're aware of who's talking to who, why they're
Really
talking
wish
to
you
them,
guys
how
would share
accurate
my
that
life
information
out.
might be, how we factor that into our battle plans, our CENTCOM commander.
It's kinda lonely.
So we know what's going on, and the president has an
I will
incredible
streaming for
knack
10 hours.
at knowing
and
how to mitigate those risks.
You
Does
guys
this
don't
put
show
U.S.
up.
personnel in any more danger than they otherwise
So
would?
sad, everybody.
Well,
The
no
Russian involvement.
No one's putting us in danger. We're putting
I'm
the other guys in
Ranimal,
danger.
and I
That's
could
our
use you
job.
guys
So we're
to
not
share my
concerned
videos
about
out.
that.
As for the president,
Subscribe,
well, he was at a college
help Ranimal,
sports
and get the
roundtable
community
today
going.
when Fox News
I
asked him
appreciate
about
it.
Russia's role. This was his
Thank you.
answer.
What a stupid question that is to be asking at this time. We're talking about something else. Can we keep this maybe a little bit? Go ahead, please.
Why talk about a war? Let's begin with former Black Hawk pilot and senior director on military and political power at FDD, Brad Bowman, and founder of the National Security Institute and former associate counsel to President George W. Bush, Jamil Jaffer. Good to have both you gentlemen here on a night like this, especially. I'll begin with you, Jamil, because Russia reportedly helping Iran, China maybe as well. The White House insists it does not matter because the U.S. has obliterated Iran's capabilities. Should that matter? Are they wrong?
Well, of course it should matter. I mean, we know that Russia and Iran have a close relationship. We saw Russian generals on the ground in Iranian generals on the ground in Ukraine helping Russia with their drones, helping them build those Shahed drones that they're now using against our allies in the region. So we know they've had a close relationship. We know that Russia has long provided weapons to Iran as well. So it's no surprise they're now providing intelligence. The right response from the president wouldn't be to ignore it or avoid it. You'd be like, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to provide intelligence and weapons to Ukrainians to kill Russian troops on the ground in Ukraine. Of course, the president can't do that because he's walked away from that months ago.
Well, let me ask you, Brad, because the defense secretary, you heard him say that no one's putting us in danger. We're putting the other guys in danger. Seems a little bit nearsighted, given that you've got the intelligence report saying and suggesting that there are images, there's intel of American troops being provided by Russia. That is a dangerous and precarious situation for our troops.
It's a serious development. At our think tank, we've been studying how China, Russia, Iran, North Korea have been cooperating for over 20 months now. And we've identified over 600 instances of cooperation. And sadly, what we're seeing between Russia and Iran is not new. In 2023, let's remember, Russia and Iran worked together to target U.S. troops in Syria. And then in 2024, again, Russia provided intelligence through Iran to the Houthis to target shipping in the Red Sea. So this is not new, and I would have preferred the president to warn Russia not to do this or to face serious consequences.
Will that fall on deaf ears? We're talking about Russia?
Well, it's hard to know, right? We don't know what the president will do. We've seen at times him get spicy with Vladimir Putin when Vladimir Putin didn't back off on Ukraine. But in truth, in the long run, the president hasn't really pushed back. He hasn't really done anything in Ukraine. And I worry he won't, like Brad does, I think, they won't do anything here. But it's a big problem as well. They have long been supplying the Iranians with weapons. When the Israelis took out a significant portion of their ballistic missile engine capability, we saw China come in and start to deliver that. Now, luckily, there was interdiction that happened along the way before it got to Iran. But it's no surprise they're trying to do that. They might do that. And the question is then, what is the U.S. going to do about it? President Trump is going to Beijing. He's trying to do a deal with President Xi. Is he going to put the pressure on Xi to not do this and really shut down this Iran, Russia, China, and, to Brad's point, North Korea pipeline that's been going on for a long time?
Well, the treasure in southern Iran that killed scores of children. Tonight, a CNN analysis of that attack reveals evidence suggesting that the United States military was likely responsible for it. What you're about to see is disturbing. I want to warn you. The United States says it's still under investigation, but this was the scene at the school just after the strikes 1 week ago, nearly. CNN has not independently confirmed the death toll,
Look at that,
but
everybody.
Iranian health officials
Breaking
and
news.
state media
Breaking
believe that
news.
at least 168 children and 14 teachers were killed. Our analysis, which is based on satellite imagery, geolocated videos, and the assessment of munitions experts, suggests that this school was hit around the same time that an attack that American forces had launched on a neighboring Iranian naval base. This new satellite image shows several Revolutionary Guard buildings near the all-girls school. You can see how close they are. In red, You can see the craters at the center of the structures, including the school, and what experts say look like precision strikes. A wall, marked by that dotted line there, is all that separates
so
the school
sad.
and this base. When asked about the strike this week multiple times during multiple different press briefings, this is what Trump administration officials have told reporters.
Did the United States airstrike a girls' elementary school and kill 175 people?
Not that we know of, Sean, and the Department of War is investigating this matter, and I would just tell you very strongly, the United States of America does not target civilians, unlike the rogue Iranian regime that targets civilians, that kills children, that has killed thousands of their own people in the past several weeks, and uses propaganda quite effectively, and unfortunately, many people in this room have fallen for that propaganda.
Can you give us an update on what the administration knows, what you know now about the reported strike on a girls' school in southern Iran on Saturday?
All I can say is that we're investigating that. We, of course, never target civilian targets, but we're taking a look and investigating that.
Now, the internet blackout in Iran has made it very difficult for our teams to examine weapons fragments that are left at the scene for further evidence of responsibility. Reuters reports, though, that U.S. military investigators also believe it is likely U.S. forces were behind that strike. Joining me tonight on this, former Deputy Director of National Intelligence, Beth Sanner, and also the Senior Fellow at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, Kareem Sajapur. And it's great to have both of you here tonight with your perspectives. Beth, obviously this is just tragic, and you hear from U.S. officials they don't intentionally target civilians. But when you see what we've gleaned from this own analysis that CNN has done, what do you make of this?
Well, you know, I have looked at the overhead imagery myself, and I think that it's probably likely that this was struck by mistake, and that it was a mistake that was based on targeting, on misunderstanding. When you look at this IRGC base and this school, as you mentioned, there was a wall built and a school was open about a decade ago. But a couple things happen here. When you are striking, we've now struck 3,000 targets. And you're doing that very quickly to review all of those target packages to make sure that there aren't mistakes is very difficult and time consuming. And at the same time, you know, I really believe that it is just a difficult thing. There is a list that is of non-targets that has schools and hospitals on it, but that list has to be updated. And then I think that the broader context here is that this administration is not really emphasizing this idea of mitigating civilian harm. And in fact, they've absolutely gutted the office at the Pentagon that was set up at the beginning of the Trump administration, whose job is to help do this and apply technology, which I really think could help here.
Kareem, when you hear that from Beth, and you hear how U.S. officials have responded to the questions repeatedly that they've faced in briefings about this, you write about the strike in your latest piece for the Atlantic.
Ranimal
Talk
Media.
about the fog of war. Will there be accountability in your view for this?
It may not happen within the Trump presidency, Caitlin. It may be a subsequent president takes accountability for that. And you know, I spoke to an American general who served in Iraq, and he said, you know, all populations living under tyranny understandably want a magic bullet, which is only going to kill the bad guys and do no civilian harm. And of course, that doesn't exist. And as we see with this terrible, horrific incident, war is hell. And I do think, Caitlin, that in the aftermath of Iran's massacre of their own people last January, when it was reported as many as 30,000 people were killed, I think a lot of Iranians, probably most Iranians who protested, wanted President Trump to make good on his promise to intervene. But when people are experiencing these kinds of civilian casualties and their lives totally disrupted, many people may be having second thoughts about that now.
Beth, I mean, that comes as the president is now demanding unconditional surrender here. Do you think he'll get it?
Well, I think, you know, I mean, someone asked me about this earlier today, and I said, well, you know, presidents often redefine their statements and their definitions of success. We've seen Putin do that multiple times regarding Iran. And then just a couple hours later, we saw Carolyn Levitt redefine it as anytime the president decides that Iran is no longer a threat, that's unconditional surrender. So no, we're not going to see what we would normally term unconditional surrender, because that's impossible. And Kareem can explain this better than I can, but that is just not in this regime's DNA. But we will somehow define it in a way so, or ignore it so it doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah, Kareem, what is your take on that?
Well, I think at the moment, the regime's strategy is to try to negatively impact American public opinion. And the way they're trying to do that is to spike the price of oil. There's been U.S. service members who've been killed. When Americans are turning on the television sets now, they're seeing explosions everywhere. And we know this is not a popular war. Only perhaps a quarter of the country is supporting it. And their hope is that the president will abruptly pull the plug under pressure from American public opinion. And so it's going to be a question of resolve, because Iran cannot withstand this type of military onslaught from both the United States and Israel for many months to come.
Yeah, real questions about just how long that could go on for, the battle of wills that we keep hearing about here. Beth Stanner, Kareem Sajapur, it's excellent to have both of your perspectives on this tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening to you. I'm Jessica Dean in for Abby on this Friday night. And as the war in Iran takes another dangerous turn, President Trump making new demands, moving the goalposts for an end to the conflict. In a post on Truth Social tonight, Trump says, quote, there will be no deal with Iran except unconditional surrender. But what exactly does that mean? And who gets to decide when that will be? Here's the White House press secretary explaining.
What the president means is that when he, as commander-in-chief of the U.S. Armed Forces, determines that Iran no longer poses a threat to the United States of America and the goals of Operation Epic Fury has been fully realized, then Iran will essentially be in a place of unconditional surrender, whether they say it themselves or not.
Tonight, there's been a new round of intense airstrikes in Tehran as the war approaches its 1-week mark. And if you're wondering how things are going, Trump told CNN he would rate the war, quote, maybe a 15 on a scale of 10, and that the military is doing, in his words, better than anybody could have ever dreamed. But is he celebrating too early? The Trump administration's timeline for victory is starting to sound strangely familiar.
Regimes like this that and I think it'll go relatively quickly.
It could last, 6 days, 6 weeks. I doubt 6 months.
Capability to go far longer than that.
President there and from the administration, splicing it together with things we heard years and years ago. I think the driver, let's have the driver of this first question be, is he spiking the football before the bombs have stopped falling? Jason, we can start with you.
I don't think he's spiking the football. I think he's being accurate as to where things stand right now. Obviously, things are going well for the United States, not going so well for Iran. I think pointing that out is obviously a smart move, because he's dealing with some folks who are obviously not happy or excited with this direction. And I think the more it's clear that we're obviously winning and we do have objectives in mind, despite what some folks are pretending that we don't. He's
What do you think
setting
the
out.
objectives are?
I think he said the objectives many times. Number one is to make sure that Iran is not capable of creating nuclear weapons that could be used as a threat to the Americans. I think number two is about going after the ballistic missiles. We don't want to get to a point where they can easily overwhelm us, and then also protect their nuclear capabilities. Those are two very important ones. Number three is, of course, stopping the Iranian money going into these terrorist proxies like Hezbollah and Hamas and the Houthis. Those are three very clear objectives. These are not new objectives, and I think that they're important.
Change, which is also.
I would like to see regime change, but I don't think that is
his list.
No, I don't think that's his goal.
That's
what he story is. But now to this, as the war with Iran continues, questions are being raised about the precision of U.S. and Israeli bombing campaign. A new CNN investigation uncovers just how close their strikes have come to hitting civilian sites and infrastructure. CNN's Katie Polglaze has a story.
A city under attack. It's also home to millions of people. The US and Israeli bombing campaign of Tehran has been targeting intelligence complexes, police stations and state broadcasters, but we verified videos and analysed satellite imagery and found the impact is going beyond that, due to the densely packed nature of the city and the large-scale weapons involved. Take a look at this satellite image. This crater is at least 40 foot wide. That means it was likely caused by a 2,000-pound bomb. The target, Iran's state broadcaster, the IRIB. The strike wiped out its communications mast. These bombs used by both the US and Israel are capable of killing or wounding people more than 1,000 feet away. And just 100 feet away is the Gandhi Hospital, one of the biggest in Tehran. Glass shattered, walls collapsed, and patients, including babies, being rushed out. As more videos like this one began to emerge, we started verifying them, pinpointing the hospital where each one was filmed. Then we cross-referenced with satellite imagery to see the damage caused by US and Israeli strikes. Like here, you can see the blown-out windows of the Gandhi Hospital from space. Over in another central part of Tehran is the Motahari Hospital. And just behind it is the Iranian police headquarters. In fact, you can see a police helicopter pad down here. This image is from just before it was struck, and this is after. Entire buildings flattened. The Motahari Hospital is still standing, but we verified this video showing substantial damage inside. It's not the only hospital in the area affected. Over here is the Khatam Hospital. Glass windows shattered, and medical staff are seen running out. Further down the same street is the Iranian Red Crescent Society. Smoke billowing from behind the building. Again, people are fleeing. Across Iran as a whole, more incidents like these are emerging. We geolocated this video to the Persian Gulf Hospital in the city of Beshahar. You can see newborn babies being carried out amid the rubble. It's unclear what the target was, but it's close to an airport and military airbase. But it's not just hospitals. Other civilian sites are also bearing the brunt of these strikes. This school in southern Iran was directly hit, resulting in the deaths of over 160 students and staff, according to Iranian state media. Neither the US nor Israel have acknowledged they caused the strike. It was just 200 feet from an Iranian military base. You can see multiple of their buildings hit, as well as damage to the school. Another strike hit this gym in Fars, southern Iran. There were reportedly 20 volleyball players inside at the time, Iranian media said. It was also right next to a police station. As strikes continue, access to safe medical facilities will be crucial, but the civilian toll is mounting. The human rights activist news agency now reporting over 1,000 dead. Katie Polglaze, CNN, London.
CNN has reached out to U.S. Central Command and the Israeli military for comment on these strikes and the steps they are taking to prevent civilian harm. Let's bring in now retired U.S. Navy Rear Admiral Andrew Loisel. He is the CEO of Bucket Defense Solutions. Welcome to The Story Is for the first time. Thanks for staying up late with us.
Thanks, Alex. I appreciate it.
So we just saw that, and clearly the U.S. is trying to not target civilians. How does military leaders decide if a target is worth it? And you've got put something like a hospital right next to a government building. Walk us through the thought process.
So there is a process called the air tasking order. It gets done on a daily basis. And it starts out days prior to that with target analysis at the intel level to make sure that we think these targets are worth going after. And that's the first assessment that's made before they go into the weapon cell, where they look at the various assets that are available from different aircraft that are scheduled to go at that particular time period. They're looking to strike that target. And then they do a weapon target pairing, looking to pair the proper weapon to the damage they're looking to cause. And they have access to any number of weapons that are low collateral damage, or if it's a buried target, they'll assign a different type of weapon to that target. And so while the potential for civilian damage and civilian casualties is always there, those are very, very much taken into account in the target planning process, with the hopes of minimizing and eliminating those eventualities if at all possible. But as you mentioned, it place these critical targets in areas where there is likely civilian casualty if you take out those targets, and they do this on purpose.
And then it becomes a question. Countries around the world are working to get citizens home from the Middle East. More evacuation flights are set to take off in the coming days. CNN's Linda Kincaid has more on the complex process home.
A seismic shift in air travel. Dubai's international airport operating at limited capacity that's slowly increasing, but only at a fraction of normal levels. But across the border in Oman, Muscat International Airport is packed with passengers, a hub for many repatriation efforts. The UK government is organising charter flights from Oman. British Airways has added relief flights from there too, as well as Qatar Airways, which is operating limited flights from Muscat and Riyadh. An evacuee from Portugal says she waited 17 hours just to board her flight after a grueling trip to the airport.
I'd say we're overwhelmed. The trip was completely exhausting. I think we've been traveling for 36 hours. The ground transport from the hotel to Oman was really difficult, and then there was a wait at the airport.
Flights are trickling out of the region, but there are still risks. A recent Air France repatriation flight was forced to turn back to the UAE because of missile fire in the area. A similar incident happened on Lufthansa over safety concerns.
Our captain of the Riyadh flight decided, together with our security department, not to fly to Riyadh, but to turn back to Cairo, because we believe that the security situation is such that this is the right decision.
Some passengers are shelling out large sums of money to escape the region. Flight Radar 24 says private jet activity in the Middle East has surged in the past week, accounting for 31% of flight operations from Muscat on Wednesday. The high demand causing prices to skyrocket.
The typical cost for a flight from Dubai to Istanbul was something around 50,000, and at the moment we are close to 100,000 US dollars. So we can say that the price has doubled.
A travel nightmare as airlines and countries try to accommodate desperate passengers, some willing to pay a high price if it means a ticket home. Linda Kincaid, CNN.
100,000, wow. Linda Kincaid, thank you for that. Thank you for watching the first hour of The Story Is. The next hour starts right now.
This is CNN Breaking News.
And welcome to The Story Is. I'm Alex Michelson, live in Atlanta. We begin once again with breaking news. Iran now firing back after Israel launched what it calls a broad-scale wave of strikes against Tehran a short time ago. We've got new video from Tehran's airport. It shows that airport on fire, although it's not clear if the airport was struck directly. Iranian state media is reporting explosions from one end of the capital to the other. U.S. Central Command says American forces have now hit more than 3,000 targets inside Iran. That includes ballistic missile sites and command posts of Iran's Revolutionary Guards. Take a look here at the destruction in Iran in a string of new satellite images taken on Friday. You're seeing what it looked like before and after the strikes. The images show damage at multiple sites, including a Navy and drone base on the Persian Gulf and other military bases across the country. CNN's senior international correspondent Ivan Watson joins me live from Hong Kong. Quite dramatic images there of that airport.
That's right. I mean, this was a very busy domestic airport for the most part in the center of Tehran.
now up in flames. It looked like there were, from some of the images we're trying to glean, it looks like some of the planes might have actually caught on fire there. They were trying to confirm that. The scale of the bombardment is massive. I mean, it has been a week since the U.S. and Israel announced the launch of this joint aerial bombardment of Iran. You cited CENTCOM claiming to have hit more than 3,000 targets, mostly targeting regime, government infrastructure, military targets, and also claiming to have destroyed some 43 or damaged some 43 Iranian Navy ships. That's one of the stated goals of the Trump administration with this war. It is terrifying for people on the ground. Tehran is a massive, densely populated city, and we're already getting accounts from Iranian state media of more than 1,200 people killed. An independent non-governmental organization says, yes, it does seem like a police station and an Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps barracks have been hit in the past 24 hours, but also reporting damage to a Red Crescent Society, charity, emergency aid worker building in Tehran as well. Beyond Iran, the drone and missile assaults on Gulf countries from Iran continue, and there's some startling statistics. The United Arab Emirates, for example, reporting that it intercepted 9 missiles and 109 drones on Friday. Iran insists that it is not targeting civilian infrastructure, just U.S. air bases and installations across the Gulf region. So they say. Saudi Arabia, however, says it intercepted some headed towards its massive Shaibe oil fields, successfully shot them down. In 2019, Houthi, Iran-backed rebels had targeted that same oil field. We don't know where those drones came from. Bahrain, Kuwait also reporting that drones and missiles were targeted at their territory. And then Iraqi Kurdistan, that northern Iraqi region, after a warning had gone out from the U.S. Embassy in Iraq to stay away from hotels that are frequented by foreigners, a drone exploded near one of those hotels in the northern Iraqi Kurdish city of Erbil. On another major front in this conflict, that is Lebanon and Israel, the fighting continues to rage across the border. The Israeli military saying it has made incursions into southern Lebanon after demanding that the entire civilian population withdraw to regions north of the Litani River. Meanwhile, you have Hezbollah claiming responsibility for attacks on Israeli forces. Alex, I want to turn attention to one voice that has come out of the Gulf region.
Crazy stuff. Crazy stuff, everyone. Crazy stuff. Crazy. All right, you guys make sure that you like, share, and subscribe to Ranimal Media. Make sure you guys stop by. Catch me in the next video. Till then,